Chapter 835. Ah. Li Qingshan stilled. He suddenly understood what she meant when she said, "This world is a dream." He no longer cared if he would offend her. "I think you're crazy." "When you're in the dream, who doesn't think you're crazy? Tell me, are you crazy?" Clam King of Mirage Sea grabbed Li Qingshan's collar and shouted fiercely. Suddenly she showed fear and looked around in panic. She raised a hand to cover her mouth and said to Li Qingshan in a low voice, "Say, is someone watching us right now? If my performance is too bad, will I be killed?" Li Qingshan subconsciously looked around and suddenly reacted. He pushed her away. "Fuck you, it's fine if you're crazy, but don't infect me. Tell me, what should I do?" Clam King of Mirage Sea roared and gripped the divine talisman of great creation in her hand. With a crack, cracks appeared and blood seeped into it. "I don't know." Li Qingshan shouted at her. "You think saying you don't know is enough? You idiot." Clam King of Mirage Sea's voice grew louder. "Stupid or smart, I follow the guidance of my heart. If I will wake up from this dream one day, why should I worry? If this is a dream I won't wake up from, then there's even less to worry about." Li Qingshan did not think he was an extremely smart person, so he did not think about things he could not understand. "I see. Idiots really live easier lives." Clam King of Mirage Sea was stunned for a moment and sighed with a bitter smile. "If you say another word, I'll beat you up." Li Qingshan was angry. "It's not like you can beat me." Clam King of Mirage Sea said disdainfully. "All right, I've said what I wanted to say. We can go now." Li Qingshan was helpless. "I've thought for thousands of years, but I still can't understand." Clam King of Mirage Sea looked at the sky in a daze and sighed as she closed her eyes. A long time later, she opened them again and said, "Forget it." She seemed to be relieved of a great burden. In an instant, the world shook. As far as Li Qingshan could see, the haze that shrouded the sky above the city dissipated. The high-rise buildings below collapsed and the people screamed in fear. They were like headless flies bumping into each other. It was like a scene from a disaster movie. 100-story skyscraper collapsed. Many people stared blankly at the shadow enveloping them, forgetting to escape. However, the moment the building hit the ground, it silently burst into countless colorful bubbles of various sizes. Be it the reinforced concrete, the people, or the trees, they all turned into bubbles and danced in the air. In the blink of an eye, the city had completely disappeared, leaving only the tall mirage standing alone. Bubbles floated in all directions, filling the entire world and bursting at high altitudes. The illusion was collapsing. The blue sky twisted and rippled with colors. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that they were in a giant bubble. Outside the bubble, thunder could be heard in the distance. Li Qingshan was surprised. He exchanged glances with Shaoan. "Don't tell me this is..." "Last question, Li Qingshan." The Clam King of Mirage Sea's figure gradually turned illusory. She asked, "Now tell me, am I real?" "I don't know," Li Qingshan said honestly. He really could not understand the Clam King of Mirage Sea. The thunder grew closer and louder. It contained a terrifying aura that could crush and destroy everything. This was, without a doubt, the fourth heavenly tribulation. The thousands of years of thinking might have been nothing, but even if he could not obtain an answer, he could let go of the question. She had begun the tribulation. She would ascend to another world, or she would turn into dust in the tribulation lightning. This would be the time to bid farewell. "All right then. At least remember my name just like how you remember Little N and that cow. Although you treat me as a stranger, I will still treat you as an old friend," the Clam King of Mirage Sea pleaded. Her figure became even more illusory, just like the thousands of bubbles behind her. "I will." Li Qingshan's heart moved and he nodded seriously. The Clam King of Mirage Sea tossed the divine talisman of great creation back to him. "Qinming Dai." The moment she said these three words, all the bubbles burst at the same time. Every burst seemed to repeat these three words, deeply imprinted in his heart. She smiled slightly and burst like a bubble. From among the colors, a butterfly that Li Qingshan had once seen in his dark dreams flew out. It danced in a riot of colors, circled around Li Qingshan once, and then flew into the sky. The colors of the thousands of broken bubbles all gathered on the butterfly's body, dragging a long rainbow behind it. It broke through the largest bubble called Mirage Sea. The illusion collapsed and disappeared. Boom. Scorching lightning filled the entire world, but it was still unable to drown out the beautiful rainbow. Li Qingshan and Little N flew far away. All they saw was the butterfly dancing in the lightning, as light as a dream. It seemed extremely fragile, but whenever a bolt of tribulation lightning landed on her, it would produce a riot of colors, dyeing the tribulation lightning into a rainbow. The butterfly continued to fly upward, and the entire sky was dyed by her dreamy colors, as if she was constantly asking, "Am I real? Am I real?" Across the 9 provinces, many figures stopped what they were doing and gazed in the direction of the South Sea. Their expressions varied, either envy, contemplation, or vigilance. The banyan tree king pondered. He's actually ascended. Has he finally resolved the mystery Kid C left behind for him? Fortunately, Qingshan and the others are fine. I originally thought it was my fate, but I never thought it would help him, or should I say her first? The king of Southern Yu pondered in thought. The Clam King of Mirage Sea was one of the strongest among the 72 demon kings in the past. She was trapped in the South Sea by the Xia Emperor's scheme, unable to ascend even after all this time. Now that she's finally undergoing the tribulation, it won't affect the overall situation much. The Master of the Sword Pavilion sighed. The 4th heavenly tribulation truly is powerful. Even from so far away it can shake up my mind. I wonder when I'll be able to take that step? Quite a while later, when the final rumble of thunder faded away, the silver moon hung over the sea quietly. The rainbow sky remained in Li Qingshan's heart, gazing at it for a very long time. Who knew whether it was because of the might of the world or because of her? Perhaps it was both. She succeeded, little, and said calmly. Just when Li Qingshan was about to say something, a familiar voice rang out from beside him. She flew so high. Suddenly he looked over, only to see the Clam King of Mirage Sea, Shen Mingdai, covering her eyes with her hand as she gazed into the distant horizon. She acted like it had nothing to do with her. Even little Anne, who had always remained unfazed, was taken aback. Li Qingshan glanced at the sky before lowering his head to look at her. He said in surprise, "Aren't you? How stupid." The one who ascended was clearly a butterfly. "I'm called the Clam King of Mirage Sea. Do you think the clam and the butterfly are the same thing?" Shen Mingdai said with a disdainful expression. "Why didn't you? We're living in a dream. Who knows what will happen after ascension? Although there are 6 paths of reincarnation, it might be a huge lie. What if that dreamer doesn't dream of the world outside the 9 provinces, and that place is just a dreamless void? Wouldn't I be dead for sure? How can I take such a risk?" Shen Mingdai explained seriously. Suddenly she frowned. "No, you can't say that. It's too disrespectful." She knelt down toward the sky and chanted piously, "O great master of dreams, I am your loyal servant. Please forgive my rudeness. You useless idiot, kill me if you have the guts." After saying this, she looked around cautiously. However, the sea breeze was calm and the moonlight was gentle. Nothing happened. Her lips curled into a smug smile. That smile gradually widened into hysterical laughter. She leaped up, waved her arms, and jumped and ran on the surface of the sea. "Ah! I'm the smartest. I'm the strongest. You're all idiots." Li Qingshan finally confirmed one thing. She really had gone mad. However, he was unsure whether what he saw right now was just an illusion she had left behind, or whether the butterfly that had flown away had always been a dream of hers. Regardless, she had indeed undergone the 4th heavenly tribulation, and she was no longer bound by the Mirage Sea. Just the thought of a super mad woman like her was terrifying. After going mad, Shen Mingdai arrived before Li Qingshan again. She walked over the waves, elegant and serene, as beautiful as a dream. It was impossible to imagine what she looked like when she went mad. She said, "I'm leaving." "Where?" Li Qingshan asked instinctively, but he regretted it as soon as he asked it. What did that have to do with him? "The Dragon Province. I still have a debt to settle." Shen Mingdai revealed a chilling, sunken smile. Afterwards, before Li Qingshan could say anything, she burst like a bubble and vanished. All that remained was her final words, echoing through the sea, under the moon, and in his heart. Chapter 836. The wind blew quietly, and the cloudless night sky was illuminated by the extraordinarily large silver moon. The distant stars formed a resplendent river of stars. Li Qingshan held the divine talisman of great creation and remained silent for a very long time. Everything he had experienced in the Mirage Sea was like a dream. He muttered to himself, "Shen Mingdai." Suddenly he smiled. Probably no one could imagine just what kind of upheaval this crazy woman, who had been trapped in the South Sea for several thousand years, would bring to the world after undergoing the 4th heavenly tribulation. From now on, the Dragon Province would be filled with trouble. Of course, even now, he was still extremely doubtful of what she had said. He felt like she had lost herself too deeply in the illusions, which was why she had become so crazy. She was like the authors who had been scared to death by their own horror novels and the news from his past life. However, it was exactly because of such strange existences that the 9 provinces were so interesting, making people yearn for them. Alright. I look forward to our reunion in the Dragon Province. However, when the time comes, I'll bully you viciously. He stowed the divine talisman of great creation away and smiled. He was very vengeful. With that, he looked around. The surroundings were calm, so he could not help but smile bitterly. This crazy woman had almost made him lose his mind. He just felt like she could appear at any time. Qingshan, look. What's that? Little and suddenly pointed to the south. Li Qingshan followed her finger and saw a protruding semicircle on the horizon. It should be an island. That seemed to be the only explanation given how far away it was. But it wasn't there earlier. Before Little and could finish, Li Qingshan noticed something strange as well. The island was clearly rapidly enlarging, approaching them at an unbelievable speed. The calm sea suddenly began to surge. Li Qingshan called out to Little Anne, and they immediately flew north. It definitely would not be easy to deal with something like that. Fortunately, although they had experienced great danger in the Mirage Sea, they were basically uninjured. They were currently flying at full speed, so they moved extremely quickly. However, when Li Qingshan looked back, he was shocked to find that the island was approaching at a speed that was clearly faster and larger. Just as Li Qingshan was wondering what kind of calamity he was about to get himself into, the island stopped at the place where the Sea King of Mirage Sea was undergoing its tribulation. So the target wasn't us but that crazy woman. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He flew for another distance and concealed his aura. Then he executed the mystic light illuminates all, and zoomed in on the scene hundreds of kilometers away. So big. Li Qingshan let out a cry of surprise. That island was actually a giant whale that was tens of thousands of meters long. A light wave of its tail would stir up a tsunami, and a jet of water would shoot up into the sky, as if it wanted to wash away the bright moon in the sky. In the face of this inconceivably huge strange creature, he could not help but sigh as if he had seen a god. It's the Great Whale King, one of the 72 demon monarchs. According to the records, he swims in the deep sea and never comes to the coastal waters. Very few people have seen him. Legend has it that his whale song is very beneficial to the soul. I think it's similar to the chant of Devanaga performed by a monk king at the peak of the third heavenly tribulation, but it's definitely hard to hear. Little and introduced calmly. Just like the Clam King of Mirage Sea, this was a colossus of the South Sea. However, one swam in the deep sea while the other was trapped in the Mirage Sea. As smart as she was, she did not expect we'll cross paths with them. All of a sudden, the deep and boundless whale song, together with the surging of the sea, flew over hundreds of miles of the sea and entered Li Qingshan's ears. He had heard countless songs before, including popular music and beautiful classical music. However, there was not a single sound that could compare to this boundless whale song. It was like the soul of the sea was singing, and even his mind trembled. The whale song came in waves, each higher than the last. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and listened, feeling the vastness of the sea. His tired mind gradually calmed down. Everything he had experienced in the Mirage Sea was like passing clouds. In the end, all that was left was this solemn and ethereal whale song that reverberated in his mind. After an unknown period of time, the whale song stopped. The Great Whale King seemed to glance at Li Qingshan through the profound light illuminates all. Its dark eyes seemed to freeze the entire deep sea, deep and serene. Then it did not linger any longer, turning back and swimming towards the depths of the sea. An irrepressible desire suddenly rose in Li Qingshan's heart. He wanted to cast everything aside and follow him into the depths of the endless sea. He wanted to float along with the waves, roam the sea, and not have to fight or worry anymore. However, he returned to his senses very soon. Now was not the time. He still had a heavy responsibility. He had to continue forward until he reached the heavens and stood beside that figure. As a result, he watched the huge whale gradually shrink, finally disappearing from the surface of the sea. She's probably here to see Shinmeng die off. However, she doesn't know that crazy woman has already gone to the Dragon Province. Li Qingshan could hear the farewell in the whale song. There was even a hint of joy, for she had finally broken out of the Mirage Sea and emerged as a butterfly. She has always doubted her own existence. She wants me to remember her as proof, but she doesn't know that someone has always remembered her. Afterwards, Li Qingshan discovered that he had unknowingly mastered the arts of the boundless ocean. This cultivation method that he had once placed great importance on had been eliminated before he could even reach the 9th layer. Even if he comprehended it now, it did not seem to be of much use anymore. However, so what? What mattered was that he would never forget the whale song under the moon. He would let it resound in his heart until the day when he was relieved of the heavy responsibility on his body and would listen to its call. Until then he would carry on fighting with fear and dreams. Under the glow of the setting sun, Li Qingshan and Little An saw the coastline. Afterwards they continued towards Savage Mountain. Qingshan, Little An suddenly called out. Yes, what is it? Li Qingshan turned around and looked at her with a smile. In your dreams, did you want to kiss me? Little An stared straight at him with her clear eyes, as if she could see the bottom of his heart. It's not like I haven't kissed you before. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat as he said unconcernedly. Not your face, your mouth. Little An was extremely skilled at observing his expressions. Even the slightest expression could not escape her eyes. In order to emphasize it, she even purposefully pointed at his lips. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Li Qingshan's eyes widened like a bull's. You're blushing, Little An said. She added in her heart, and it's very red. That's because of the light, Li Qingshan refuted. But the side without the light is also red. Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. We have to hurry back. Li Qingshan sped up and flew away. He had always been known for his bravery, but now, his back seemed to be in a rather sorry state. He heard Little An's bell-like laughter behind him. Chapter 837. Savage Mountain, the 8-Point Hall. Little An stood guard outside the hall quietly. Not only could he guarantee that he would not disturb Li Qingshan, but he could also assist him at any time. In the simple, barbaric hall, Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes widened, staring at the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence. Malice rose up from his body, giving off a presence that could subdue everything. His eyes had even become as red as blood, shining with 2 demonic streaks of light. The slumbering soul nascence suddenly stirred, filled with pain and reluctance. Although its consciousness had been suppressed by Shinmeng Dai, sinking into an unawakened dream, it still resisted instinctively. It was so proud that it refused to submit. Li Qingshan's expression became sterner and sterner. He raised his eyebrows and let out a deep roar which echoed through the hall. The figure of the tiger demon vaguely appeared behind him, baring its fangs viciously. Little An was rather worried. A soul nascence was different from a soul. It possessed most of a great cultivator's power, and its cultivation was even higher than Li Qingshan's. Although he had the Clam King of Mirage Sea's assistance, this was still very dangerous. Turning it into a haunt definitely would not be that easy. However, high risk also meant high reward. Once he succeeded, he would be able to claim the myriad poison cult's foundation. That was a blessed land, even better than Savage Mountain. Coupled with the protective formation, it was priceless. The myriad poison cult's resources would be a huge chunk too. It was impossible for the myriad poison ancestor to carry all of them on him, or once he entered secluded cultivation, the myriad poison cult would not be able to operate anymore. He would definitely set up a treasury in the cult. And there would be a large medicinal garden with who knew how many precious spiritual herbs. As long as he obtained the myriad poison ancestor's loyalty, he could devour all of the heritage of a large sect that had existed for several millennia. Apart from these external benefits, the myriad poison ancestor himself was the most important. A great cultivator could increase their strength drastically, which would make their plans in the south even smoother. At crucial moments, he could even order him to self-destruct, and even the fire-devouring king would be doomed. And great cultivators were usually skilled in alchemy and artifact forging, so the myriad poison ancestor could even refine poison and goo on top of that. All of these benefits combined made Li Qingshan choose to gamble. When the tiger's roar reached the valley, the 10 cave masters were summoned back. They pricked up their ears to listen, secretly guessing what he was doing. The myriad poison ancestor really is difficult to deal with. It's very likely for him to awaken in such an intense confrontation. If that happens, it'll be troublesome. Li Qingshan frowned. He was in his own territory, and it was unlikely for the myriad poison ancestor to barge into his sea of consciousness again if he made various preparations. However, once the myriad poison ancestor blew up his soul nascence, he would probably be heavily injured, and it was even possible for Savage Mountain to collapse, which would severely damage his foundation in the south. However, there was no turning back. He used his full strength, and the strange light invaded the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence strand by strand with great difficulty. As time passed, the nascent soul struggled more and more violently. Just as it was about to succeed, the nascent soul suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Li Qingshan with incomparable hatred. Their eyes met. Li Qingshan thought to himself, Not good. The thing he was most worried about had happened. The nascent soul's eyes suddenly became misty. The key to doing evil for the sake of the tiger was the pair of tiger eyes. Even though the slumbering enemy put up less of a resistance, they were unable to make eye contact. In this dangerous moment, it instead pushed the power of the innate ability to the limit. The surroundings twisted and changed, going from the pitch-black belly of the mountain to a gloomy forest. Miasma gathered in the air, such that even the scenery slightly further away became blurry. Why did I fall under a tree? No, I have to hurry back. It's far too dangerous here, a shaman young man said in a panic. A young shaman said in a panic. Although his face was smeared with paint, he seemed to resemble the myriad poison ancestor when he was young. When he tried to find a large tree to climb up, the wind began to rise in the forest. Why is there wind here? The young man gazed in the direction of the wind. The thick miasma that had not dispersed for millennia suddenly surged and dispersed, like subjects welcoming the arrival of their king. Two specks of scarlet light vaguely appeared. Oh! There was a vicious tiger's roar and the entire forest shook. The fierce wind became even more violent, completely dispersing the miasma and revealing a vicious tiger. Its fur was scarlet like fire, shining with glossy light in the darkness. It was covered in bright, black patterns and the character for king was written on its forehead. The tiger saw the young man and walked over slowly. The young man wanted to flee, but he became feeble from fright. The tiger pounced at him gently and pressed him under its front paw, lowering its head and staring at him. A foul smell assaulted his face. The young man looked back in fright. The scarlet eyes were forever engraved in his soul. Li Qingshan jerked awake and looked at his hands. They had not turned into tiger claws. What was that all about earlier? Was I dreaming again? He dreamed that he had turned into a vicious tiger, roaming through the dense forests of the Mist Province before hunting. Li Qingshan discovered that the myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul had already been dyed by the strange light. It stared at Li Qingshan with its eyes wide open, but there was no resentment or hatred anymore. There was only obedience from the bottom of its heart. Was that the myriad poison ancestor's dream earlier? Looks like it was a terrifying nightmare too. He was alarmed by me and woke up from the dream, but then he was affected by the tiger demon's innate ability and pulled back into the dream. My consciousness entered his sea of consciousness with it, Li Qingshan guessed. In the end he could not help but sigh, it's all because of that crazy woman in the end. He had personally witnessed the Clam King of Mirage Sea's power. Clearly, it was not that easy to break free from her nightmare, and the tiger demon's innate ability still seemed to have abilities that he had yet to uncover. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Apart from turning his soul into a haunt, would it be effective in deterring the enemy if he used it in regular battles? There was no need for the enemy to directly submit to him. All he needed to do was deter them. Even if it was for a split second, it could be the difference between life and death. This nightmare sure has brought me quite a lot of benefits. At this moment, the myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul suddenly let out a baby-like cry and flew high into the air. It shone with rings of green light, illuminating the entire hall. Li Qingshan gazed over. The myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul rapidly grew up, actually turning back into the myriad poison ancestor in the end. When the green light dispersed, it landed before Li Qingshan again and directly knelt down. It was filled with shame and regret. Great King, please forgive this old man for his great disrespect. Seeing how his mortal enemy had become like this, Li Qingshan could not help but be taken aback. The corner of his lips curled into a smile, but he refused to believe it completely, afraid that it was a trap. As a result, he straightened himself out and coughed gently. Old bastard, do you know your crimes? I do. The myriad poison ancestor bowed his head repeatedly. What crimes? Tell me. Some of the doubt in Li Qingshan's eyes vanished. Great cultivators had their own pride. It was basically impossible for them to do something like that. First, I shouldn't have launched a sneak attack on Savage Mountain while the Great King was away, much less resent the Great King over the deaths of my disciples. Afterwards, the Great King wanted to kill me, so I should have stood still and allowed the Great King to kill me. Then I tried to flee, which added to my crimes. I can't even bear it even if I die. I only hope the Great King can allow me to make up for my crimes with merit. With how wise and valiant the Great King is, you'll definitely unite the 9 provinces in the future. I'm willing to follow your lead. The myriad poison ancestor said a great deal of flattery again. Clearly, the myriad poison cult possessed a legacy like that, which even made Li Qingshan feel embarrassed. He barked, "Shut up." "Yes." The myriad poison ancestor immediately shut up. He was extremely obedient. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh aloud. He had finally come to an end with this battle, and he had benefited greatly from it. His laughter echoed through the surroundings before gradually dying down, turning into a long sigh again. Seeing a powerful opponent who had fought him to the death reduced to such a state was an extremely delightful matter, but it also made him feel rather sorrowful. The path of cultivation was so cruel. Once he failed, he might end up begging for death. There was no point in taking revenge anymore. After confirming that the myriad poison ancestor had already submitted to the tiger demon's ability, he said, "You can rise." Li Qingshan then asked about the myriad poison ancestor's current state. The myriad poison ancestor truly was a knowledgeable great cultivator after all, immediately giving him an explanation. Throughout history, a few great cultivators would become ghost cultivators after their bodies were destroyed, unable to find a suitable body with their soul nascence. As a result, they would become ghost cultivators, and their strength would be equivalent to ghost kings. Of course, ghosts were not immortal. In particular, ghost cultivators in the world of the living might even have a shorter lifespan than when they were humans. Once their time was up, their souls would disperse if they did not return to the 6 paths of Sasra. "Then how much lifespan do you have left?" Li Qingshan asked in a hurry. He had managed to recruit the strongest lackey after so much difficulty, so he had better not kick the bucket in just a few years. "I've already cultivated for 957 years. Originally, I only had a few centuries left in my lifespan, but now that I've become a ghost cultivator, that might not necessarily be the case. If I continue doing things like before, my lifespan will decrease by over 100 years. If I cultivate in a land of extreme Yin, my lifespan will increase by quite a lot, and if I have a method for ghost cultivators, my lifespan will increase even further. If I stay in the hungry ghost realm, I might even be able to live for another few thousand or even 10,000 years. A few centuries is enough." Li Qingshan waved his hand and took out the Sumeru ring he had stolen from the myriad poison ancestor with a flip of his hand. With a gentle flick of his thumb, it landed in the myriad poison ancestor's hand. Although Ru Xian had searched through it, she had mainly taken away the medicinal ingredients for the scripture on poison. She had not touched anything else, including the arcane treasure, the Jade Throne. If he returned it to the myriad poison ancestor now, his strength would not suffer too much. The myriad poison ancestor bowed in thanks and put the Sumeru ring back on his finger. "With that, how much of your strength will you be able to recover?" Li Qingshan asked. 60%. Only 60%. Li Qingshan was surprised. This was slightly more than he had imagined. Suddenly becoming a ghost cultivator requires some time to adapt. By then, it should be 70%. The cult treasure was destroyed, or I could increase it by another 10%. If I have a good method for ghost cultivators, I might be able to recover to 80% or even 90%. The myriad poison ancestor stood with his hands by his sides and said politely, like a loyal old butler, "A method for ghost cultivators." Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. He only knew that the Umbral Yin sect should possess powerful methods for ghost cultivators, but he was a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga right now. Coupled with the fact that he was an elder of the Sword Collection Palace, he was basically an enemy of the Umbral Yin sect. "I just happen to know a decent method for ghost cultivators. It can recover his strength to 100% or even higher." Little Ann walked in from outside. Chapter 838. Little Ann, as well as the daughter of Chu Lai King and the Dark Queen, had high hopes placed on her since she was young. She cultivated diligently. The Umbral Yin sect had many cultivation methods and secret manuals that regular disciples could not come into contact with, but she could read them freely. The Umbral Yin sect possessed the scripture of the Ghost King, a secret that only the path of ghost cultivators would pass on. It was similar to the Diamond Sutra of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Once the Diamond Sutra reached the third heavenly tribulation, it could turn into various vajras according to the different paths, such as the Fearless Guardian King, the Unraging Guardian King, the Raging Guardian King, the Unmovable Guardian King, and so on. However, with the scripture of the Ghost King, after undergoing the third heavenly tribulation, it could become the Malevolent Eye Ghost King, the Blood-Devouring Ghost King, the Blight-Devouring Ghost King, the Soaring Ghost King, the Thousand-Eyed Ghost King, and so on. It was even more numerous than the former. No matter which path of cultivation a cultivator had taken when they were still alive, they could all find a corresponding path after becoming a ghost cultivator. Little Ann originally read through this cultivation method casually, but with how clever she was, she obviously had a photographic memory. She said to the myriad poison ancestor, I'll pass this scripture of the Ghost King to you. With your cultivation, you can convert to the path of ghost cultivators very quickly and become a poison-assimilating Ghost King. Your methods with poison might even be better than before. Thank you, sir. The myriad poison ancestor beamed. Although he had been subdued by Li Qingshan and turned into a haunt, he had not lost his intelligence. He still felt joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. It won't make things difficult for you, right? Li Qingshan asked little Anne. To a large sect, a cultivation method like this was definitely a secret that they would not pass on. Compared to where we're going, this is just an insignificant detail, said little Anne. Fair enough. Li Qingshan smiled. Looking down from above, what was the Umbraline sect or even the 9 provinces worth? There were many things that were not taboo at all. If he could do it, he would do it. Li Qingshan's expression suddenly changed. He said to little Anne, the Tree King is calling me. Pass on the cultivation method to this old man. Then he said to the myriad poison ancestor, from today onwards, see her like you see me. The myriad poison ancestor accepted the order politely. Li Qingshan arrived outside the belly of the mountain. The 10 cave masters bowed together and said loudly, Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Qingshan swept his gaze across the surroundings. Although he did not deliberately reveal his aura, every single cave master felt a sense of pressure. He couldn't help but lower his head. Li Qingshan was considering when he should use them to test out the new ability derived from Accomplice to the Tiger. It would be great if he could intimidate a living person. It would be equivalent to a blood oath scroll that could be used infinitely, and it would not be that troublesome. The myriad poison ancestor has already yielded to me, choosing to join us. From today onwards, I have no more opponents in the south apart from Firemelt Mountain. The 10 cave masters were stunned at the same time. If the myriad poison ancestor being slain by Li Qingshan was already the most unbelievable matter, then this news would be even more shocking. After Li Qingshan had basically destroyed the myriad poison cult, the myriad poison ancestor had actually yielded to him. That was basically a fantasy. Your Majesty, please forgive Wu Feng's rudeness. The myriad poison ancestor is full of tricks, so you have to be careful. Don't let him feign surrender, said Wu Feng. There was no blood oath scroll in the world that could restrain a great cultivator. The other cave masters said nothing, but they all felt like this was the final possibility. However, out of consideration for Li Qingshan's pride, they could not bring themselves to say anything. Since Wu Feng had started, they all chimed in. At the same time, they carefully observed Li Qingshan's expression. If the myriad poison ancestor suddenly rebelled, they would all lose their lives. If it were not for the ability of the tiger demon, accomplice to the tiger, Li Qingshan would have never believed in the myriad poison ancestor's loyalty. He did not explain too much right now either. You don't have to worry. I have my plans for this. Anyway, the myriad poison cult has fallen. Firemelt Mountain will be next. Yes, Your Majesty. The cave masters dared not say anything else. Only the strong were worthy of respect. Wu Feng had no idea whether he should be happy for his sect in the distant South Sea or not. Their mortal enemy of several thousand years had actually been defeated just like that. However, the savage mountain that had risen up like a comet would probably be even more brutal. Li Qingshan arrived under the great banyan tree and sat down in a hidden tree hole. He told the banyan tree king everything that had happened in the Mirage Sea. However, he brushed over the many details of the nightmare in a vague manner. It was not that he did not trust the banyan tree king, but that was his deepest secret. After listening to Li Qingshan's story, the banyan tree king fell silent as if he was thinking about something. For a moment, there was only the rustling of the canopy in the wind. Quite a while later, just now sighed in amazement. Originally, I was worried that you would encounter danger in the Mirage Sea, but I didn't think it would be a blessing in disguise. Looks like I've wasted my efforts. I will never forget Senior's care and concern, said Li Qingshan. Even though there were many deceptions, the banyan tree king was doing it for his own good. No, this is your fortune and it's what you deserve. That oxen know that Senior has a discerning eye. I believe that one day you'll be able to reunite with him. In their many years of association, the banyan tree king had vaguely guessed the existence of oxen. However, he had always doubted Li Qingshan's ambitions. Only at his level did he understand just how distant that place was. However, after hearing about Li Qingshan's experiences in his dream, he felt that perhaps he really could reach that step. His persistence was not the kind of stubbornly stubborn persistence. Instead, it often gave people a feeling that it did not matter. It was as if even if he could not reach beyond the heavens, it was not a big deal. However, as long as he was still alive he would continue. Even if he failed in the end, he could still smile calmly and say that he had no regrets. I hope so. Li Qingshan shrugged. But I'm very curious. Has the Clam King of Mirage Sea ascended? If she survived the fourth heavenly tribulation and did not ascend, wouldn't she be invincible? Didn't she already tell you? Shenmeng Dai. What flew away was naturally her dream, said the Banyan Tree King with a smile. In other words, her true body is still in this world. Li Qingshan was surprised. For her, perhaps dreams are the real thing, said the Banyan Tree King. Alright then. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to defeat her. Li Qingshan's resentment was very deep. You don't have to worry about that. The world of the 9 provinces has its own laws. Let alone an ascender, even visitors from a higher world will be restricted by these laws, or even suppressed by the entire world. Only those who have reached that senior's level can completely ignore them, said the Banyan Tree King. Though her power is far too wondrous. Even if she's only at the peak of the third heavenly tribulation, she can still turn the Dragon Province upside down. Hopefully that fellow fox can suppress her. The Banyan Tree King seemed to have a deep understanding of the Clam King of Mirage Sea's madness. He expressed his worry for the future. Once she began messing around, the situation would probably deteriorate to a point where even his intelligence could no longer predict it. After a deep conversation with Li Qingshan, he said, since you've subdued the myriad poison ancestor, you can get him to talk to Ru Xin. After all, there are some things that everyone specializes in. I'm not omniscient. Really? What's she doing exactly? She's acting so mysterious. Sigh, you better wait for her to tell you herself. Chapter 839. In the gloomy dwelling, Li Qingshan carefully avoided the bottles and jars beneath his feet. A strange smell permeated the air and it was a mess everywhere. It differed drastically from her usual neat and tidy style. Suddenly, a shrill cry rang out from the depths of the dwelling. Li Qingshan flew in and saw Ru Xin standing there in white. The cry had come from right in front of her. Li Qingshan patted her shoulder, and Ru Xin turned around, revealing an extremely vicious, green face, which frightened Li Qingshan. However, he immediately saw that it was just a bronze mask. What are you doing? Li Qingshan grumbled and looked in front of her. A fire devourer was firmly trapped on the stone pedestal. His belly had been cut open, revealing his organs. In particular, a bright red heart shone with red light. Ru Xin currently held a small bottle in her hand, pouring some unknown liquid onto the heart. The fire devourer's cries became even more intense. Several dozen crystal coffins stood in the surroundings of the dwelling, with several dozen fire devourers in them. There were men and women, young and old. Their eyes were firmly shut and they were still breathing. Ru Xin's hand trembled, and she poured the liquid in the small bottle onto the fire devourer. In a single moment, the fire devourer stopped screaming, and a grayish-white layer enveloped him. Why have you come? Ru Xin's voice rang out from behind the bronze mask. It seemed rather chilling. I've come to see what you're doing. What are you wearing this for? Li Qingshan gazed at Ru Xin. He just felt like she was a little different from usual right now. It's just a gas mask. I found it from the myriad poison ancestor. If you have nothing to do, then go play by yourself. Don't disturb me. Ru Xin waved her hand impatiently. What's this supposed to be? A human experiment? Li Qingshan knocked the fire devourer on the stone pedestal and discovered that his body was as tough as rock. Even his blood had congealed. He clicked his tongue. What strange and violent toxicity. With your intelligence, it would be hard for you to understand even if I told you. Ru Xin spread her hands and shook her bronze head. You can insult my character, but you can't insult my intelligence. Li Qingshan was enraged. It was one thing for the Mirage CCC monarch to call him an idiot, but he wouldn't stoop to the level of a lunatic. It wasn't easy for him to get home, but he was still going to be scolded. Too bad you don't have either. Li Qingshan simply ignored her and paced around the dwelling. He knocked on the crystal coffin and weighed the bottles and jars in his hand. He vaguely understood something and asked, You want to poison Fire Melt Mountain? No, it's not poison, it's a disease or a virus, Ru Xin said. What virus? Li Qingshan asked. It's a vicious plague that's highly contagious. There are currently 2 directions. One is to turn into stone like this. There's another type of body that keeps heating up until there's a bang sound. Ru Xin gestured with her hands. There was a hint of fervor in her voice, and her eyes shone with fiery light. Combined with her vicious bronze mask, she gave off a dark aura. Are you alright? Li Qingshan asked in concern. Although he wanted to breach Firemelt Mountain and steal the divine Wudong tree, he wanted to take down Firemelt Mountain and take the divine Wudong tree, but he did not want her to go crazy like Shin Mengdai. I've never been better, Ruexian said. Then, can the fire-devouring kings contract this disease? Li Qingshan asked. Of course not. It can only infect fire devourers who have undergone the first heavenly tribulation at most. Then what's the point? It won't be able to harm the core force of Firemelt Mountain at all. Don't tell me you're just going to wait for these powerful fire devourers to all die of old age? I can't wait that long, Li Qingshan said. I said you're brainless and you still won't admit it. Once I create this disease, I can sell it to the Crystal Palace, which is the royal court of the merfolk, in exchange for a great deal of benefits. What do you think the Crystal Palace will do after they get their hands on it? They'll definitely use it. They're mortal enemies after all. If this disease really is as powerful as you say, it'll be enough to sever the foundation of Firemelt Mountain, Li Qingshan said. Although other folk all possessed great talent for cultivation, most of them had not undergone the first heavenly tribulation or undergone the first heavenly tribulation. It was impossible for them to not use a weapon of mass destruction like this after obtaining it. All they had to do was wait for Firemelt Mountain to be destroyed. Do you think Firemelt Mountain will just sit and wait for death? No, they can't think that far ahead. Anger and hatred will make them lose their rationality. Unlike the countless wars in the past, this will be a war of annihilation. Ruexian smiled. The two races had been at war for many years. They had both won and lost, but no matter who won, as long as they returned to their own territory, the other party would struggle to pursue them due to the geography. The main peak of Firemelt Mountain and the Crystal Palace had actually never been attacked. It was almost impossible for experts at the level of the Merfolk King and the Fire-Devouring King to die. Once they had the geography, it was very possible for them to turn the tables. As a result, the plan to borrow the power of the Merfolk of the South Sea to take down Firemelt Mountain seemed simple, but it was actually nowhere near that simple. No matter how deep the grievances between the two races were, they would never take this risk. He would probably still have to take action, but it would be very easy for him to be used as cannon fodder by the Merfolk. Li Qingshan had worried about this before, but he believed in Little Anne's plan, so he had never looked into it too deeply. Only now did he find out that such a vicious scheme had actually been prepared right under his nose for a very long time. Perhaps it could also be described as an open scheme. As long as this virus did exist, it was impossible for the Merfolk of the South Sea to not use it. They would go to war the moment they used it. If this progressed smoothly, he did not even have to face the fire-devouring king. All he had to do was wait for the fire devourers and merfolk to fight to the bitter end. There was basically no risk at all, and he could even benefit a lot from the merfolk of the South Sea. He also understood why the Banyan Tree King would admit that his abilities were limited and get him to introduce the myriad poison ancestor to Ruexian. He had always been the guide and protector of the demons and other folk of the Mist Province. Although the fire devourers never gave a damn about anyone, he did not want to carry out this vicious scheme. Even the person in charge of this matter, Li Qingshan, found this to be far too vicious. His main conflict with Firemelt Mountain was still an irreconcilable conflict of interest. He wanted to see who was stronger. His hatred was concentrated on the fire-devouring king and the group of core experts of Firemelt Mountain. Of course, he would not be soft-hearted and pursue some methods of justice. If a battle really broke out on Firemelt Mountain, just the shockwaves of the battle could kill thousands of fire devourers. There was no need for him to pretend to be merciful. He was more worried about the woman in front of him. He could imagine that she had been waiting for this day ever since the day she joined the School of Medicine. The plan is very good, but don't be too hasty. If it really doesn't work out, there are still other ways. Being impatient is a great taboo for cultivation. Don't forget why your master gave you this name. I won't forgive anyone, Ruexian said resolutely. Yeah. I don't really agree with your master's methods either. Treating and saving people is a very good thing, but how can you not get revenge when there's a grudge? Though don't let hatred take over everything. We have to happily take revenge to our heart's content. Li Qingshan pressed down on her shoulder and gently removed the bronze mask from her face. Her jade-like face was clearly filled with unprecedented pain and weakness. She glanced past the crystal coffins in a daze as if she could not look straight at them. I don't know them at all. If that's the case, what's the difference between me and the people I hate? Healers were like parents. No matter how much hatred there was, no matter how vicious his tongue was normally, Wuxia still taught her a benevolent heart. Chapter 840. What a great demon. Wuxia smiled. Then aren't you a great demoness? Don't we just happen to make a pair? Li Qingshan pursed his lips and gazed at her smiling face. He could not help but lower his head and kiss her slightly curved red lips. A vicious bronze mask blocked his way. He smiled and kissed the mask gently again. He felt her shoulder tremble. Emerging from the dwelling, Li Qingshan basically understood Wuxia's intentions for coming to the south. However, he had no idea why she had developed such grievances with the fire devourers. It did not seem to be just because of the old grievances between the two races. And not only did she refuse to return to the South Sea, but she even schemed against the merfolk. Clearly she did not have a sense of belonging. This grievance was clearly so deep, yet in the beginning she had instead advised him not to become enemies with Fire Melt Mountain. She would rather take the risk herself than let him take part, which left him both touched and helpless. However, he still chose the path of becoming enemies with Fire Melt Mountain in the end, which meant they were still in the same boat. Her plan for revenge increased his chances of taking down Fire Melt Mountain. However, if he wanted to carry out the plan, he would have to wait until she underwent the second heavenly tribulation at the very least. Although he had the myriad poison ancestors' full assistance, going as far as to use the resources of the cult to refine viruses and increase her cultivation, it would probably take several years. To cultivators, this period of time was not long, nor was it short. It was worth it to deal with a colossal existence like Fire Melt Mountain. Li Qingshan obviously would not waste this precious period of time. He decided to enter secluded cultivation for a while so that he could consolidate his experiences in the Mirage Sea and Dream. As a result, he handed over some matters to the 10 cave masters and spent some time with Yi Liusu and her sister before returning to the hall. Before long, Little N arrived in the hall too. She had already passed on the scripture of the Ghost King to the myriad poison ancestor in its entirety, but it would obviously take quite a lot of time for him to truly become a ghost cultivator. As a result, she simply let him return to the myriad poison cult to cultivate. Once he had completely become a ghost cultivator, he would return and await orders. Everything that happened on Savage Mountain obviously had to be kept a secret. He had to continue acting as an enemy and serve as a hidden pawn. As a result, the war between Savage Mountain and the myriad poison cult suddenly began and ended, leading to all sorts of speculations in the outside world. However, the myriad poison ancestor was still alive after all, or it would have been impossible for him to hide from the heavenly secrets. Everyone thought he was in secluded cultivation, waiting for another opportunity for revenge. Even the king of Southern Yu never thought he would actually be defeated in an open battle and have his body destroyed, let alone become a servant. Naturally, they thought that Li Qingshan would not have an easy time in the southern border with such a great enemy. There was no need for him to personally suppress him anymore. All he could see was whether Li Qingshan would ask the monastery for reinforcements or not. A few months later, sure enough, the king of Southern Yu received news that Li Qingshan had obtained the Golden Hawk commander's permission to return to the Green Province silently. Li Qingshan flew through the air, gazing at the Green Province that he had been away from for a very long time. He obviously did not return to ask for reinforcements from the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, but because a communication jade in his Sumeru ring had suddenly shattered. Although there were many methods of communication in this world, many of them were either ineffective from tens of thousands of kilometers away, or they were extremely difficult and costly, making communication extremely inconvenient. In times of emergency, he could only use this primitive method to send messages. Communication jades were divided into yin and yang. Once one shattered, the other would shatter too. Li Qingshan had a total of 4 communication jades like this, each representing different things. One was with Han Xiongji, telling her to contact him if there was anything urgent. One had been given to him by the Golden Cicada Spirit King. He said he would give him a gift when he underwent the tribulation and ascended. One was given to Begonia. Originally he wanted to use it to ask for reinforcements, but now, it had become a remembrance. The last one was given to Chu Danqing. Back then, he had agreed to contact Li Qingshan once the 3 Absolutes calligraphy was repaired. The one that had shattered right now was Chu Danqing's. It had been several years since they last met, and Chu Danqing had never contacted him. Li Qingshan had almost forgotten about this. He guessed he probably could not repair an arcane treasure like that with his cultivation. Now that he had suddenly contacted him, even Li Qingshan had no idea whether he had completed the repair or just given up on it. The 3 Absolutes calligraphy was different from regular arcane treasures. Not only did it contain a powerful path of the sword, but it was also connected to the secret of the painting tomb. It was even very likely for it to be crucial to killing the Dragon King of the Sea. It held great significance to Li Qingshan, which made him rather nervous and eager. Although he was in a hurry to find out the outcome, he did not use his demonic abilities along the way out of caution. Instead, he purposefully gave off a hint of Li Qingshan's aura. When he left the Mist Province, he even specially reported it to the Hawkwolf Guard so that no one could find fault with it. However, with his current cultivation he traveled day and night without stopping, so he did not move slowly. A few days later he returned to the territory of the Rui Commandery. He arrived in a mountain forest with beautiful scenery and dense spiritual qi. He knew this was where Chu Shidao cultivated in peace in the past. "Danqing, I'm here." Li Qingshan arrived before the formation and called out. Only a while later did the formation open, letting Li Qingshan in. All he saw was a few thatched huts sitting on the white, sandy embankment beside the Lake of Jade. They seemed simple, but they merged with the surrounding scenery, forming a natural and harmonious picture. However, the surroundings of the thatched huts were overgrown with weeds, drowning out the path. It seemed extremely desolate. Clearly, it had been a very long time since anyone had taken care of it. Li Qingshan's face sank. The dwelling held great significance to Chu Danqing, yet he actually did not have the time to take care of it. Thump. 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 Li Qingshan knocked on the door. "Qingshan, there's no need to be so polite. Come in." A weak voice rang out from behind the door. It was so feeble that it seemed like it could snap at any time. Li Qingshan pushed open the door and entered. A person currently sat on the couch in front of the window. When he saw the person he could not help but be taken aback. He said in surprise, "Danqing, how did you become like this?" Chu Danqing was not a handsome man like Hua Sengzan, but he was still delicate and handsome, standing out from the crowd. However, his face was covered in wrinkles right now and his eyes were turbid. His hair was grayish-white and his skin was dry and pale. He seemed to have aged several decades. At that moment, Li Qingshan basically believed he was looking at Chu Shidao. He did not even look as good as Chu Shidao. More importantly, he had undergone the first heavenly tribulation a long time ago and become a foundation establishment cultivator, but his aura was so feeble right now that he seemed like a qi practitioner who had not even condensed a sea of qi. Seeing Li Qingshan, Chu Danqing stood up in excitement. He trembled so much that he almost fell over. Tears flowed out of his eyes and his mouth opened and closed, but he could not make a sound. "Don't be in such a hurry to speak. I told you to restore the three absolutes calligraphy so you didn't have to end up like this." Li Qingshan hurriedly went forward to support him. He channeled a wave of spiritual qi into his body and felt that his cultivation had regressed greatly. Even his soul had been injured. He was in a worse state than Millipede, who had self-detonated his Yao core. Chapter 841. Li Qingshan was alarmed and treated him in a hurry. This man had probably done it just to watch. After saying his last words, he left. A while later, Chu Danqing finally woke up slowly. He let out a long sigh. "Qingshan, you've really made things difficult for me. This blessing is just too great. I basically can't take it anymore. I almost lost my life. Why is it that I've made things difficult for you, and it's too great of a blessing? Didn't you repair it quite smoothly in the past?" Li Qingshan had no idea how to react. This is the work of the five absolutes immortal. It's not just a simple patchwork. If it weren't for Master's many years of guidance, if it weren't for my jade blood of vermilion and black, I wouldn't even know where to start. Do you know how I've spent the past few years? The amount of blood I've used is enough to fill an entire pond. However, this is also a great blessing. It's allowed me to witness the true path of painting. It's just too shocking. I really don't know whether I should hate you or love you. Chu Danqing alternated between melancholy and excitement. In the end, he looked at Li Qingshan sorrowfully. "If you have to choose one, you better hate me." Li Qingshan could not take it anymore. "Take it." Chu Danqing took out a painting scroll from his 100 treasures pouch with great reluctance and passed it to Li Qingshan with his eyes closed. Li Qingshan unfurled the three absolutes calligraphy slowly, revealing a sword that was pitch black like ink. The sword's design was simple and imposing, but it was not particularly special. It did not give off any sword intent either. It was deep and restrained, giving nothing away. He could not help but praise, "What a sword!" Chu Danqing said, "Although it's called the three absolutes calligraphy, it's divided into primary and secondary. I've already achieved something with the path of the sword, so I'm no weaker than regular sword cultivators. Even if I go to the sword collection palace, I'll be able to become an inner disciple." Li Qingshan sat down with his legs crossed eagerly, refining the three absolutes calligraphy again. In that moment, sword chi flowed in reverse and sword intent pierced his mind. In his sea of consciousness, the ink sword would split into thousands of pieces at times, forming a profound sword formation. At other times, it would merge as one, pointing at the sky and drawing the ground. Li Qingshan was prepared. The spirit tortoise pressed down. Over the past few months of cultivation, he had looked back on the various things in his dream, especially his miserable life. Although it was impossible for it to be as deep as what he had experienced in real life, he still gained some comprehension. The spirit turtle was only inferior to the ox demon and tiger demon, so he had benefited as well. His aura became even more tranquil and distant. On the other hand, the weakest phoenix's scripture of Nerva did not benefit much. It could not be helped. Li Qingshan's temperament was the most compatible with the ox demon and tiger demon, and he did not lack the tranquility and forbearance of the spirit turtle either. However, he really was not interested in the phoenix's noble heart. What benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust? Why should people be bound by so many restrictions in their lives? What did it mean that they would not perch unless they were on a parasol tree, that they would not drink unless they were on a spring, that they would sleep on weeds when they were tired, and that they would drink from the yellow river when they were thirsty? What was the point of fussing over so much? His progress in the Phoenix Sutra of Nirvana had always been very slow. Even mastering the first and second stages was extremely difficult. It wasn't just a matter of balancing fire and water. The sword intent of the three absolutes calligraphy was powerful, but it was an item without a master after all. It could not be more powerful than the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence, so he suppressed it without much effort. As for sword chi, it went without saying. After reaching the fifth layer of the ox demon, his body had become extremely tough. He guided the sword chi into his meridians before forcing it out through the acupoints all over his body. With a swoosh, a streak of blood appeared on Chu Danqing's face. He jumped in fright and turned around to run. Behind him, sword chi crisscrossed. Right now, he only had the cultivation of a chi practitioner. If he was hit by any of the sword chi, it would be fatal. If he were to die to the sword chi of the three absolute scripture after spending so many years of effort to repair it, that would be a great injustice. With a splash, he leapt into the lake. Li Qingshan refined the three absolutes calligraphy and arrived by the lake. He looked at the drenched Chu Danqing and smiled. What are you afraid of? Am I supposed to harm you? I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself when you refine it. Chu Danqing crawled out awkwardly. Suddenly he remembered something and his face changed. A gentle breeze blew past, and the weeds around the thatched hut drifted away. Afterwards, the thatched hut shattered silently. Li Qingshan, pay me back. How is it? Isn't it about the same as before? It's been so many years since I've done any work, but my skills haven't rusted. Li Qingshan clapped his hands and gazed at the newly built thatched hut by the lake in satisfaction. It's not the same at all. Chu Danqing's voice was close to wailing. The thatched hut personally built by the king of savages was rather well behaved, but its picturesque artistic conception had been completely destroyed. And the items in the thatched hut were not particularly precious, but they were all Chu Shidao's belongings. Even Chu Danqing's childhood memories had been reduced to smithereens by the whistling sword chi. I've spent quite a lot of effort too. During this time, I've already slaughtered quite a few golden core cultivators. At least nod your head. Alright, I'll apologize to you. But people always have to look forward. Let's take a look at your injuries. Li Qingshan channeled spiritual chi and fed him tree sap. He didn't hesitate to use all sorts of elixirs and miraculous medicines to finally stabilize Chu Danqing's injuries. However, if he wanted to recover his original cultivation, he would still need to recuperate slowly. Moreover, it would be very difficult to make up for the lost lifespan. Danqing, it's been hard on you these past few years. Here's a toast to you. Under the bright moon in front of the thatched hut, Li Qingshan smiled and raised his cup. The power of the three absolutes calligraphy was even greater than he had imagined. The five absolutes immortals' handiwork was indeed extraordinary. In terms of pure destructive power, this might be the strongest artifact he had ever obtained in his life. Furthermore, there was a complete set of sword Dao that was even stronger than the soaring dragon sword Dao. I've also benefited greatly. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you instead. I've even made you spend so many elixirs. Chu Danqing's appearance had mostly recovered. However, his hair was already gray and he looked much older. He had calmed down from the grief and indignation of the thatched hut being destroyed. He felt that what Li Qingshan said made sense. Although he had placed his memories on it, it was still an inanimate object in the end. On the other hand, Li Qingshan had taken out many precious elixirs to treat his injuries. This made him feel a little embarrassed. The two of them drank to their heart's content until the moon was high in the sky. Then they talked about the painting tomb again. Chu Danqing only said that there was no rush and that it wouldn't open so soon. When the painting tomb opens, you'll definitely get what you want. Although Li Qingshan was a little tipsy, he could vaguely sense that things were not as simple as they seemed. Chu Shidao probably did not ask him to help Chu Danqing just to deal with his senior brothers and sisters. Although the painting tomb was a secret, it had a wide influence. Chu Shidao's cultivation was not very high, so he did not seem to have the right to monopolize such a secret. Moreover, there were countless descendants of the school of painting who were stronger than him. Which one of them did not want to explore the painting tomb? It was a great fortune. Chu Shidao held this secret, and his disciples who had betrayed him also knew that he held this secret. The fact that he was able to die of old age meant many things in itself. After experiencing all sorts of things, or rather, after attaining a higher cultivation, Li Qingshan saw things even further. It would be fine if it was just a few descendants of the school of painting, but there was a hidden worry. It was the Dragon King of the Sea. He seemed to be inextricably linked to the five absolutes immortal. Chapter 842. Alright, let's go in and take a look together when the time comes. Chu Danqing's face was bright red. The dark chaos voice gradually faded away, falling asleep on the stone table. Danqing, Danqing. Li Qingshan called out a few times, but he received no response. He shook his head with a smile and left behind another bottle of pills and a communication jade before flying off into the horizon. Standing in the sky, his clothes ruffled in the fierce wind. The moonlight illuminated the cloud mountains nearby and far away. He gazed in the direction of the Clear River Prefecture and thought to himself, from the letters from a few months ago, Xiongji should be in secluded cultivation right now. She'll only emerge after another half a year. Even if I go, I won't be able to see her. Just visiting father-in-law Han is pointless. Although he wanted to visit Begonia, she had never contacted him. Either she was still in secluded cultivation and had not undergone the tribulation yet, or she had successfully undergone the tribulation but had no intention of seeing him. Regardless of which it was, there was no need for him to specially pay a visit. As for the Golden Cicada Spirit King, he probably needed no one to disturb him right now. After much thought, Li Qingshan still decided to return to the Mist Province first. A member of the Myriad Poison Cult. The door to the hall swung open loudly, and chilly winds surged out, sweeping up the dark green poisonous flames. An old man emerged from the hall. His expression was cold and his aura surged. Master, you've emerged. Congratulations on reaching a new level of cultivation, Master. Qian Liangmu rushed over in a hurry and bowed like he was overjoyed. He could vaguely sense that the Myriad Poison Ancestor had become slightly different. His bearing seemed even more sunken and wispy. If the King of Southern Yu were present, he would definitely be able to tell that the Myriad Poison Ancestor had become a ghost cultivator with a single glance. But Qian Liangmu was still lacking in insight. You've contributed greatly during this period of time. I'm going on a long journey, so you'll be in charge of the Myriad Poison Cult from today onwards. I hope there'll be a day when you undergo the third heavenly tribulation and inherit the position of cult leader, bringing glory to our Myriad Poison Cult, the Myriad Poison Ancestor ordered. Qian Liangmu was overjoyed. This was exactly what he had been dreaming of. Now that he no longer had any competitors among his peers, there was no need for him to waste his efforts on fighting openly and covertly anymore. He could focus on cultivation. Although the cult had lost many disciples, they could slowly recover as long as he spent some time. The Myriad Poison Cult's disaster was not necessarily a bad thing for him personally. Liangmu will never forget Master's kindness. I am willing to go through fire and water for Myriad Poison Cult. Qian Liangmu expressed his loyalty, but he was also secretly worried. If the Myriad Poison Ancestor told him to go to the King of Southern Yu's estate and ask for reinforcements to deal with Savage Mountain, then it would be troublesome. He did not want to clash with Li Qingshan right now. The Myriad Poison Ancestor glanced at Qian Liangmu deeply, and the green flames in his eyes surged. Very good. That's enough for me. You better tidy up the affairs of the teaching first. I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Qian Liangmu exhaled in relief. When he raised his head again, the Myriad Poison Ancestor had already turned into a streak of green light and vanished into the horizon. Although he was very curious about where the Myriad Poison Ancestor was going, since the Myriad Poison Ancestor refused to tell him, He was afraid to ask around carelessly. He guessed that the myriad poison ancestor wanted to find a way to exact revenge on Savage Mountain. The myriad poison ancestor flew 500 kilometers to the west and erased his aura, silently arriving on Savage Mountain. Before he could even report his arrival, the Banyan Tree King had opened the formation and let him in. The myriad poison ancestor stepped into Savage Mountain and bowed towards the towering Banyan Tree King first before sighing inside. He's actually gotten the Banyan Tree King to control the formations and watch over the entrance. It's no wonder I couldn't breach it back then. The king already possesses such cultivation in his 30s, so he possesses great fortune. I've really been asking for trouble by opposing him. However, being able to follow him now can be regarded as a blessing in disguise, and I've even obtained a secret technique for ghost cultivators like the scripture of the Ghost King. Yu Wufeng was cultivating in his residence when he suddenly felt uneasy. It was like a ferocious beast had entered his courtyard while he was sleeping. He stood up and arrived outside the dwelling. He saw the old man in green robes in the valley and could not help but widen his eyes. He cried out, "The myriad poison ancestor." There was a flash of green light, and the myriad poison ancestor arrived before him. His eyes flickered with a poisonous light. "So it's little dog you of the sword pavilion. You've seen the ancestor, so why don't you drop to your knees and kowtow? Do you want to die?" Yu Wufeng said nothing more. He merged with his sword, turning into a streak of fogbow light and retreating rapidly. The myriad poison ancestor followed him like a shadow, tailing him relentlessly. After becoming a ghost cultivator, he was even faster than before. He snickered viciously and prepared various killing moves, which made Yu Wufeng feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Yu Wufeng originally believed that with the arcane treasure, the fogbow sword, and his cultivation at the peak of the second heavenly tribulation, he could easily stay alive even if he was not the myriad poison ancestor's opponent. Only now did he discover just how great the difference between them was. By staying alive, he had immediately mounted his sword and fled when he saw the myriad poison ancestor from afar. Now that the myriad poison ancestor had closed in on him, he was on the verge of death at any moment. "All right, myriad poison, stop messing around with him." A voice suddenly rang out, plain and dignified. "Yes, my king." The myriad poison ancestor's expression immediately became respectful, stopping his pursuit of Yu Wufeng. Only after flying a certain distance away did Yu Wufeng stop. He was filled with disbelief. Just who could order a great cultivator around like a servant? The person who spoke happened to be Li Qingshan, while the myriad poison ancestor had already arrived before Li Qingshan. "Be careful, my king," Yu Wufeng called out. The myriad poison ancestor was definitely not someone who would listen to orders obediently. As a matter of fact, he would kill whoever was ordering him around. "Shut up, puppy." The myriad poison ancestor's lips moved, and Yu Wufeng felt like he had just heard a clap of thunder. He was shaken up, but an even more shocking sight unfolded before him. The myriad poison ancestor bowed towards Li Qingshan before standing with his arms by his sides, like an old caretaker facing his only master in this life. He was gentle, polite, and respectful, without the slightest hint of viciousness. At this moment, the other cave masters heard the disturbance too, emerging from their respective dwellings. When they saw this, they were all dumbfounded. Li Qingshan had only said the myriad poison ancestor had joined their side. In the best-case scenario, he had just made some sort of deal, allowing the myriad poison ancestor to let go of his hatred of destroying his sect. Never did they think the myriad poison ancestor would actually submit to Li Qingshan. They basically doubted their eyes or something. "It's fine. You can go back and cultivate," Li Qingshan said before turning to the myriad poison ancestor. "Let's go in and talk in detail. How much of your cultivation have you recovered?" Li Qingshan asked after arriving in the 8-point hall. The myriad poison ancestor said, "It's all thanks to Sir Little Anne's scripture of the Ghost King that I've recovered around 80%. I've already completely become a ghost cultivator. I can now be known as the poison-assimilating Ghost King. If I continue to comprehend and cultivate, it's not impossible for me to recover 100%. The scripture of the Ghost King could be regarded as a peak cultivation method for ghost cultivators in this world. It was a secret technique of the Umbraline sect. After becoming a ghost cultivator, before recovering all of his strength, there was even an opportunity for him to pursue a higher realm of cultivation. Chapter 843. However, that was already enough for Li Qingshan. Not only was the myriad poison ancestor's cultivation higher than his, but his strength was also greater too. If it were not for little Anne's sneak attack in the past, coupled with the fact that he was caught off guard, he probably still would not have been the myriad poison ancestor's opponent. Even if his cultivation had advanced further now, his chances of victory would not be higher than 30% if they fought alone when they knew each other's strength. As a result, Li Qingshan was already extremely satisfied with a lackey like this. After asking a few more questions, he sent the myriad poison ancestor to Ru Xian's place to help out before turning to little Anne. How's your comprehension of the three absolutes calligraphy going? The path of the sword it contains is utterly wondrous. I still can't grasp it immediately. Little Anne held the unfurled three absolutes calligraphy in his hand and focused on comprehending it. Even when the myriad poison ancestor entered, he did not divert his attention to glance at it. Why do I feel like I've basically grasped it with a single glance? You're still the smart one. Li Qingshan leaned over and glanced at the three absolutes calligraphy again. He really could not see anything else that he could comprehend, so he rubbed little Anne's head and praised him. When he obtained the fragment of the three absolutes calligraphy in the past, he only treated it as a messy piece of calligraphy, but little Anne was able to comprehend a sword style. His talent for comprehension was extraordinary, which was why he could see the even more intricate changes in the path of the sword. I'll teach you once I learn it. Little Anne smiled. Take your time. There's no rush. My demon dragon sword has been destroyed anyway. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. In his demon form he did not need a treasured sword. A punch was enough. However, when he wanted to maintain his human identity, an arcane treasure weapon was still very important. He rubbed his chin and considered whether he should steal Yu Wufeng's fogbow sword or not. However, once he reached the South Sea, he still had to deal with the master of the sword pavilion. Perhaps he would need to borrow his strength, so there was no need for him to fall out with him over a sword. All he could do was wait until he returned to the Green Province and retrieve it from the Sword Collection Palace. Why don't you look for Yin Qing and ask her to think of a way? Little Anne thought of an idea. What can she do? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Many of the militarist's strongest weapons originate from the Azura path. They are known as Azura divine armaments. They are different from ordinary magic treasures and artifacts. They are more suitable for close combat. Li Qingshan didn't know much about this. Little Anne had received the best education since he was young and had a wide range of knowledge. Li Qingshan couldn't help but think of Yin Qing's circular blade. It was hard to say if it was a magic treasure because it didn't have many variations, but in terms of toughness and sharpness, it was definitely not inferior to the demon dragon sword. If he could obtain an Azura sword of that level, it would be enough to make up for the loss of the demon dragon sword. Alright, I'll go ask her. Under the snowy mountain in the Azura field, there was a large vermilion gate and a large courtyard. In front of the gate stood 2 stone lions and a hitching stone. It didn't look like a cultivation abode, but more like a mortal's residence. Li Qingshan paced back and forth in front of the gate and clicked his tongue in wonder. He hadn't paid attention to Yin Qing for a while, but she had already built such a building. Your Majesty, the general is waiting in the main hall. I will lead you there, an armored Azura said to Li Qingshan outside the gate. General? Hey, you really know how to play. Li Qingshan said and followed him in. Soon they arrived at the main hall. Yin Qing was waiting in front of the hall. She was dressed in martial attire. She was very beautiful to begin with, and dressed like this she looked even more valiant. She bowed elegantly and said, I thought your Majesty had already forgotten about me? Why do you say that? Li Qingshan said. Back then your Majesty said you would help me recover my strength. I waited bitterly in the Azura field for almost a year, but there was no news. Yin Qing was slightly angry and had a different kind of charm. Ah, there is such a thing. Didn't I come this time for this? Li Qingshan rubbed his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. She had risked her life for you, but you threw her to the side after using her, even forgetting about the promise. You really shouldn't have. He had been trapped in the nightmare of the Mirage Sea. It felt like it had only been a night, but it had actually been several months. Even though he had changed his mind in the dream, it had taken a lot of time to complete that life. After returning, he had gone into seclusion to cultivate, and it had taken another half a year. In total, it had been almost a year. I was just joking. Your Majesty doesn't need to take it to heart. Please come in. Yin Qing smiled. With her personality, how could she entrust her strength completely to someone else? Li Qingshan smiled slightly. You really have changed quite a bit. Compared to when he had just come from the Azura realm, he was much more normal. He was no longer purely a cold assassin, and he was more humane. Is that so? What does your Majesty think of my residence? Yin Qing raised her hand and introduced. Why did you think of building a residence like this? Li Qingshan asked curiously. This was my past home. I had nothing to do so I built it for fun. Yin Qing spoke easily, but Li Qingshan saw that her eyes were rather bleak. He thought, speaking of which, she can be considered a transmigrator who has lived 2 lives. Before entering the Azura realm and becoming an Azura, she must have had a past. However, he was not willing to pry into her privacy, so he returned to the main topic. How can I help you recover your strength? I don't lack medicinal pills. Yin Qing had experienced countless battles of life and death, so she immediately regained her calm. As an Azura, no matter what kind of injuries I suffer, I should have recovered in a year's time. However, this is not the Azura realm after all. Also, for Azura, medicinal pills are not very useful. It's better to find a way to strengthen this Azura field and make it closer to the Azura realm. My recovery speed will naturally increase. If I can summon a few more Azura commanders for me to kill, my strength might even increase by another level. Li Qingshan had already learned from Yin Qing that Azura obtained power through battle and slaughter. However, it could only be done by killing Azuras of the same level or higher. The weaker one defeated the stronger one was, the greater the power one would obtain. A one-sided slaughter would obtain very little power, and it would even wear down one's fighting spirit. The gains did not make up for the losses. Once one's fighting spirit was gone, not only would one's power stagnate, it might even regress instead of advancing. Moreover, once one died in battle, there was no way to revive. The rules of the Azura realm are practically like online games. Killing monsters gives experience and one can revive after death. If I go there, I really might be able to level up quickly. First of all, fighting spirit is definitely not a problem, and defeating the stronger is even more common. Li Qingshan shook his head and tossed this thought out of his mind. He said to Yin Qing, this is indeed a good idea. I'll find some people to fight in the Azura field during this time. He would let Yin Qing kill the Azura commanders she summoned to recover her strength, while he could obtain the weapons of these Azura commanders. It was the best of both worlds. The only problem was, what kind of people should he capture? Mortals were definitely out of the question. Although they could be easily infected by the Azura field and develop hysterical killing intent, they definitely could not compare to cultivators. Li Qingshan was not willing to do something like that. Those who used the sword died to the sword. Since he had stepped onto this cultivation path, it was very normal for them to fight and kill each other. However, he was not willing to be like demonic cultivators, massacring mortals on a large scale for the sake of refining an arcane treasure. Chapter 844. Just wait until the day your strength recovers. Don't say I don't keep my word. Li Qingshan said to Yin Qing and immediately left the Azura field. He told Little N about his plans and Little N agreed. If we want this to go smoothly, I'll have to ask the Banyan Tree King. That was exactly what Li Qingshan was thinking, so he arrived under the great banyan tree. Fellow, I've something to trouble you with again. As long as you don't need me to help you charge through enemy lines, there's no need to hold back. Feel free to tell me. The Banyan Tree King also joked. Ever since Li Qingshan returned from the Mirage Sea, they had become a little closer. The Clam King of Mirage Sea undergoing the tribulation had clearly stirred up this Demon King of the Mist Province. However, after hearing Li Qingshan's request, the Banyan Tree King fell silent. Why do you ask this? With your wisdom, can't you guess? Li Qingshan said. You sure are a good match with that little girl. Both of you are tempted to destroy her entire clan. The Banyan Tree King smiled bitterly. Surely you don't have to protect even bone-eating shamans, fellow? It's not like they're demons. If they're humans, they feed on humans. Perhaps if they develop further, they can be regarded as other folk. Li Qingshan's target was the bone-eating shamans who had once hunted him down. Back then, he heard that there were many bone-eating shaman tribes scattered across the Mist Province. There were even cities of bone-eating shamans, which was equivalent to a large group of cultivators. Bone-eating shamans were violent and bloodthirsty by nature, so their battle intent and killing intent went without saying. Using them to strengthen the Azura field would definitely be extremely effective. And the special tradition of bone-eating shamans eating humans ensured that they did not have many allies. It was impossible to kill one and create a whole horde of them, which would be beyond the point of no return in the end. It was basically perfect. Who knew how many bone-eating shaman tribes there were, scattered across the mountains and forests of the Mist Province? Finding them would be far too troublesome, so he obviously had to ask the Banyan Tree King. The Banyan Tree King pondered for a moment. Bring me the map. Without a doubt, this had once again broken his principle of neutrality. However, there had never been an absolute neutrality. As a demon king, the Banyan Tree King was very clear about his position. Neutrality was established on the basis of power and balance. He was a towering tree that towered into the sky, not a grass on the wall that swayed back and forth. Li Qingshan immediately took out the mental map of the Mist Province and got the Banyan Tree King's guidance. A while later, specks of light lit up on it. As a matter of fact, the brightness of the specks varied according to the strength of the bone-eating tribes. The brightest one was in the east of the Mist Province. The Banyan Tree King emphasized the introduction. This is Bone-Eating City. There's a bone-eating shaman king watching over it. Coupled with the Cheongchi totem they worship, they're equivalent to two great cultivators. Once they work together, they'll be even more powerful. If you're not confident, don't take action so easily. I understand, Li Qingshan said. Defeating a single myriad poison ancestor was already extremely difficult, let alone two. And he had defeated the myriad poison ancestor through a defensive counterattack. If he attacked the myriad poison cult, only death awaited him. However, Li Qingshan was rather tempted. If he could fight the bone-eating shaman king in the Azura field, he would gain another Azura commander at the very least, and he might even be able to break through to the fifth layer of the tiger demon. Now that he had gained a powerful helper in the form of the myriad poison ancestor, it would be far too much of a pity if he did not use him. He obviously had no chance of victory in a direct confrontation, but what if he drew the bone-eating shaman king out of his territory? If he, Little Anne, and a poison-assimilating ghost king rose up together, the outcome would be difficult to say. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts and decided to go from weak to strong, taking things step by step. After discussing with Little Anne again, he gathered the 10 cave masters in the main hall on the main peak of Savage Mountain and issued an order. The points on the map are the bone-eating shaman tribes. Now, I want you to go to these tribes. Had these bone-eating shamans even wanted to eat me back then? Li Qingshan smiled. He remembered what he had said to Ru Xan recently, revenge 100 times over. Now it had basically come true. You wanted to eat me back then, but now it's my turn to eat you and all of you. However, there were far too many tribes of bone-eating shamans. They basically covered the entire Mist Province. If Li Qingshan searched through them one by one, even if he destroyed one a day, it would still take him over 2 years. At this moment, the benefits of having subordinates were demonstrated. I wonder which tribe is so bold. I'll go destroy them right now. The gentleman of heavenly blubber expressed his loyalty loudly. He added inside, as long as it's not the largest and brightest speck of light, it's fine. The existence of the bone-eating shaman king is no secret. I've already destroyed that tribe back then. Li Qingshan shrugged. Then, do you want us to slaughter these tribes, my king? The gentleman of heavenly blubber was secretly speechless. Originally, he believed he was already vicious, but compared to this king of savages, he was still nowhere close. Just because a bone-eating tribe had offended him in the past, he wanted to destroy all the bone-eating shaman tribes in the entire Mist Province right now. No, I want you to bring back all these bone-eating shamans, and you can't kill a single one of them. Li Qingshan gazed at the mental map of the Mist Province. He had already begun imagining thousands, no, 100,000 shamans gathered in the Azura field and slaughtering one another. The corner of his lips curled into a smile. It made the cave master shiver. If killing them was not enough, were they supposed to capture these bone-eating shamans alive and torture them all over again? May I ask why exactly, my king? Yu Wufeng stood up. He did not believe Li Qingshan was that deviant. For forging artifacts. Alright, that's the last question. All of the spoils of this trip belong to you. Alright, the bone-eating tribe all has a Cheongchi totem. There's a skull behind the totem mural. I only want this. As Li Qingshan said that, he took out the spoils of war and displayed it. It still possessed heavy malice and malice. Li Qingshan had no need for malice, but malice was very useful, so he might as well collect it and study it. Even if he could not come up with anything, he could give it to Little and to refine. It would not go to waste. Yes, my lord. The 10 cave masters all thought to themselves, it's not like the bone-eating tribe is a cultivation sect, so how many spoils of war can there be? Although they were extremely reluctant, none of them were bold enough to say no. Right now, they were no longer just bound by the blood oath. After witnessing the myriad poison ancestors' submission, they felt fear towards Li Qingshan from the bottom of their hearts. After explaining the general plan, Li Qingshan sat back down on the throne. Little Anne explained it to them in detail. There were so many places, some near and some far away, some strong and some weak. Who was in charge of where and how they were supposed to go? There had to be an overall and detailed plan in order to achieve the greatest efficiency. You Wufeng, you'll be in charge of this region. Apart from these points, Little An had a plan in mind and immediately began assigning tasks. She did not just consider the bone-eating tribes near and far areas, but even the cultivation of the 10 cave masters, their different abilities and their speed were all taken into consideration. The ones she wanted the 10 cave masters to deal with were the weakest specks of light with the greatest number. These bone-eating tribes were all like the one Li Qingshan had destroyed in the past. They did not even have a single one who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. It felt a little like overkill, but according to what Li Qingshan had said, the Qiongqi totem of these tribes all possessed the strength of demon generals. If they were stronger tribes, perhaps they would possess the strength of demon commanders, and the tribes would probably possess formations too. As a result, she decided to use the method of a lion hunting a rabbit to ensure the absolute smoothness and secrecy of the plan. As for the stronger tribes, they would personally deal with them. Actually, it would not be a waste of time like that, as there were extremely few of these stronger tribes. By the time they swept through all of these tribes, even the 10 cave masters might not necessarily be able to complete the mission. Sir Little An, how are we supposed to bring these people back? 100 treasures pouches can't hold living creatures. Although we can use techniques to trap them, it's far too conspicuous. How are we supposed to hide them? A cave master asked with a frown. Yeah. Don't tell me we're supposed to use bug pouches or seals. Only a few people can fit in there. Don't tell me we're supposed to rush back and forth across several tens of thousand kilometers? Another cave master added. Tools that could hold living creatures did exist, such as bug pouches for nurturing insects and seals for taming beasts, but the space was extremely limited. They could not even hold a single shaman from the bone-eating tribe. Use Sumeru rings. Little An said expressionlessly. There was a qualitative difference between Sumeru rings and 100 treasures pouches. Although they could not create their own world like the Azura field, they could hold living creatures. But apart from the first cave master, second cave master, and fifth cave master, we don't have any Sumeru rings here. Forging Sumeru rings was rather difficult, and to regular cultivators, a sufficiently large 100 treasures pouch was enough. Unless they were clans or sects with a very deep foundation, they would never waste materials to forge them, so they could be regarded as rather precious. And the cultivators of the Mist Province were slightly poorer than the Green Province on average. Li Qingshan had considered this a long time ago. He pressed his hand against the stone table and slid it across from left to right, leaving behind 5 Sumeru rings. After so many years of war, he had accumulated quite a bit. However, it had taken him quite a lot of effort to gather so many Sumeru rings. For the sake of this plan, he had removed both his and Little An's Sumeru rings, moving the items inside into his 100 treasures pouch. It was all thanks to the myriad poison ancestor. All of the cave masters' gazes were drawn over, and they sighed in amazement. Their gazes towards Li Qingshan became even more reverent. He obviously would not be so bored as to collect Sumeru rings. Behind every single Sumeru ring was the death of a powerful cultivator. I'll lend them to you for now, but I'm still missing 2. Do you have any ideas? If you don't tell me the truth, you'll be breaking the blood oath. Li Qingshan refused to believe that there were so many people here that he could come up with no ideas. Sure enough, after he mentioned the blood oath, another cave master expressed that he had an arcane artifact similar to a Sumeru ring that could carry a few people. In the end, he gathered the bug pouches together and resolved this problem. Alright, you can set off according to the plan. I'll be waiting for the good news of your victory. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the 10 cave masters left with his orders. Let's go too. Chapter 845. Let's go with this place for our first stop. Li Qingshan pointed at a bright speck of light on the mental map of the Mist Province with his index finger. Under the bright sunlight, the dense, green sea of trees rose and fell. The wide, thick leaves wove together to form a boundless green cloud. No matter how resplendent the sunlight was, it was unable to penetrate it. It was gloomy under the crisscrossing canopy of branches. A tree about 2,000 feet tall stood in the middle of the forest. The trunk of the tree was densely covered with tree holes like a beehive. Large, vicious-looking bone-eating shamans moved through it. Although they seemed like beasts, they clearly possessed an order and division of labor. When regular bone-eating shamans saw the lofty shaman priests, they had to lower their heads in respect. There were also the patrolling guards who glanced around with their sharp gazes. Of course, there were also hunters responsible for hunting. At this moment a group returned. They obviously did not hunt anything else. Every single bone-eating shaman carried humans on their shoulders. Most of them were women. Some of them had fainted so they could be considered as lucky. As for those who were conscious, they could only watch as the bone-eating tribe drew closer. They felt like they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, filled with fear and despair. The bone-eating shaman at the very front of the group was also the largest. Even with his hunched back, he was still as tall as two people. Two long boar-like teeth protruded from the corner of his mouth, which was extremely eye-catching. Tusk let out a strange, excited roar. The corner of his mouth was filled with blood. Could be described as a huge, gaping mouth. Countless roars rang out in the bone-eating tribe too, welcoming the returning hunters and the food they had brought back. The roars echoed through the dark forest. It was basically like living in hell. The woman on Tusk's shoulder could not endure the terrifying pressure anymore. She let out a hysterical shriek. Tusk turned around and let out a deterring growl, but the smell of blood and foul wind made the woman completely collapse. Her shriek became even more shrill. Tusk lost his patience. He bit off the woman's head in a single bite, crunching it to pieces. Brain juices flowed from the corner of his mouth as blood spurted from the severed neck. As if he had already eaten his fill from hunting, Tusk tossed the headless corpse far away, landing beside a group of small bone-eating shamans who played around. These small bone-eating shamans were only half the height of a grown man. Apart from their sharp teeth and claws, they clearly possessed many of the characteristics of humans. However, as soon as they saw the female corpse, they immediately rushed over viciously, tearing at one another and tearing at one another. They tore the female corpse to pieces and feasted on her. Tusk laughed aloud. The other bone-eating shamans laughed too. At this moment, a bone-eating shaman priest scolded Tusk a few times. Women were for reproduction. He had brought them back after so much difficulty, so how could he waste them like this? Fang did not dare to contradict him. He bowed his head and pleaded guilty. The strange laughter around him grew louder. The bone-eating shaman priest did not delve too deeply into the matter, ordering them to take the prey back. The laughter echoed in the forest for a long time, and the smell of blood lingered. The bone-eating shaman priest gazed at this and sighed from the bottom of his heart. What a peaceful day. Several dozen kilometers away, Li Qingshan heard the strange laughter that sounded like the roar of a wild beast. He said to Little and beside him, "It should be right up ahead. Let me use the profound light illuminates all to take a look first." With a wave of his hand, the spirit turtle's profound shell illuminated the bone-eating tribe. Li Qingshan paid special attention to the dark red totems painted on the tree, vaguely forming a hole that enveloped the entire tree. It doesn't seem to be a regular formation, and it doesn't have any defensive functions. Its exact functions are very difficult to determine. There are many ancient secret techniques passed down through the Mist Province, said Little, and won't we know once we try it? It was exactly because this was the first battle that Li Qingshan became cautious. According to the brightness of the specks of light, there were roughly several hundred bone-eating shamans in the bone-eating tribe, and there was a leader who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. As for the strength of the Cheongqi totem, it was difficult to determine, but it probably could not be stronger than a demon commander. This was a battle where he possessed an absolute advantage. There was no need for any schemes at all. All he had to do was crush his opponent head-on. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several dozen kilometers. The moment he approached the tree where the bone-eating tribe resided, Li Qingshan sensed the function of the formation. It seems to be able to weaken the enemy. The totems all lit up, and the condensed smell of blood suddenly thickened, radiating with a great pressure. He felt a hint of resistance, and even the spiritual qi of the world was affected. However, this did not affect Li Qingshan at all. The bone-eating shamans noticed Li Qingshan too. They all roared and lunged over, running through the treetops like the wind and as swift as leopards. However, Li Qingshan had enough time to study every single one of them. Looks like it strengthened their abilities by quite a lot. How troublesome. The troublesome he was talking about was obviously not the bone-eating shamans before him who had not even undergone a single heavenly tribulation, but the bone-eating shaman king thousands of kilometers away. He deduced the layout of the bone-eating city. If it also possessed a formation like this, it would probably be 10 times or even 100 times more powerful. Coupled with the Cheongqi totem that possessed the strength of a demon king, it would be useless no matter how he erupted on the spot. And the bone-eating shaman king was different from the myriad poison ancestor. He was a melee fighter with a tough body, so it would be very difficult for him to launch a sneak attack successfully. Even if he succeeded out of luck, it would not be of any decisive use. I definitely can't clash with the bone-eating shaman king there. I don't even have a 10% chance of victory. Li Qingshan sighed and exhaled, producing a gust of wind that whistled through the air and turned into a tornado, sweeping away all the bone-eating shamans before him. The Azura field was already in his hand, producing a blood-red swirl that swallowed the bone-eating shamans. Li Qingshan did not enter the tree hole. He simply stood at the entrance and whistled in with the wind, sweeping up the bone-eating shamans one by one and sending them into the Azura field. He was like an anteater, extending his long tongue into the nest of ants and sticking it to them one by one. A furious roar rang out from the hole, and even the tree swayed. An extraordinarily fierce bone-eating shaman rushed out against the wind. He was the leader of the bone-eating shamans who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan glanced at the bone-eating shaman leader. If it were not for the sake of refining the Azura field, his gust of wind would have crushed the entire tree to pieces. In order to ensure that these bone-eating shamans had enough mental fortitude to fight, he was as gentle as he could be, doing his best to prevent them from being harmed at all. The bone-eating shaman leader stiffened up. His mind that had almost gone mad suddenly experienced great fear. In a daze, he saw a scarlet tiger staring at him, its eyes like blood and fire, its expression blank like it had sunk into a nightmare. The gust of wind swept him into the Azura field powerlessly. This move really does work. As it turns out, turning souls into haunts is only a superficial effect. The deeper effect is to stun the soul. I'll see if I can make the living submit to me later. That way, no matter how many enemies there are, as long as they're weaker than me, I can turn them all into slaves with a single glance. Wouldn't that be insane? Chapter 846. The towering tree shook violently. The whistling tornado poured in through the largest tree hole. The twisting and turning caves roamed through the entire bone-eating tribe, capturing bone-eating shamans one by one. Before this unstoppable ability, even the brutal bone-eating shamans let out cries of fear, drowned out by the wind. In the depths of the tribe, in a huge tree hole, the great shaman priest who was only second to the tribe chief danced in front of the totem murals in colorful clothes, chanting like he was singing. Even through the heavy door, the sharp whistle of the fierce wind passing through the cave still seemed to ring out clearly. The tree seemed to have become a flute, played by an invisible giant like it was a joke, but it was a disaster for the entire bone-eating tribe. The eyes of the monster in the totem suddenly lit up, producing a roar that drowned out the sound of the wind. Li Qingshan stood firmly on the huge branch. Of course, the branch was so large that even 10 people would struggle to wrap their arms around it. The young lady stood beside him quietly. Not only did the white lunar monk's robe not lose its color, but it also seemed even more clear and ethereal. Her unparalleled beauty had once been evaluated as a national beauty, but looking at her now, it seemed to be shallow and powerless. It was difficult to describe her true charm. Compared to what she was pursuing, what was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city and overturn all living things? Qingshan, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about my new ultimate move. I'll show you right now. Li Qingshan returned to his senses and decided to give it a try. He casually grabbed a bone-eating shaman from the Azura field, which happened to be Tusk. Before he could even understand what was going on, his entire mind was occupied by a pair of scarlet eyes. His viciousness completely turned into fear, and his body trembled like he was electrocuted. He seemed to want to flee, but he did not show much interest in submitting. As if it was different from what he had imagined, Li Qingshan's eyes widened, and he exerted a little more force. The veins on Tusk's vicious face bulged, wriggling about like earthworms. With a bang, his head exploded. Afterwards, his soul successfully turned into a haunt, nodding and bowing towards Li Qingshan. It's different. Little smiled. The bone-eating shamans who had almost been swept over by the breath all stared blankly at their own safety. What's different? Li Qingshan said. Her smile made his heart skip a beat. The girl was becoming prettier and prettier. If she grew a little older, there really would be no one he had seen in his life who could match her. Brother Ox's cultivation method sure was wondrous. But apart from that, there was nothing else. In some aspects, he was indeed extraordinarily stubborn. Once he had made up his mind on a certain point of view, he would not change it. Little explained, the divine soul and the physical body are completely different. If the divine soul is like water, then the physical body is like a cup filled with water. It's hard to say which is stronger and which is weaker. The water can be twisted at will, and the cup will shatter if it is violently twisted. Your supernatural power is to reshape the shape of the water, so to change the shape of the water, you must first break the cup. The ghosts of the hungry ghost realm could devour their own kind to strengthen themselves, but even the bone-eating shamans who ate humans required a conversion process. Moreover, the inner demons of ghosts were much larger than those of living creatures. Once they lost their stable bodies, it would be very difficult to restrain their thoughts. This was also the importance of a physical body. I see. Li Qingshan nodded. The gust of breath had clearly destroyed their prison doors, but not a single one of them was bold enough to flee. Li Qingshan ignored these people. Once they've stuck around long enough, they'll have to flee sooner or later. There's no need for them to repay him for saving my life. He drew in the last gust of breath, which swept up a few translucent skulls that seemed both human and beast. They were of much better quality than the one he obtained before. Little and stared at them from the side too. Li Qingshan smiled. I'll give them to you once I'm done using them. Yep, those bone-eating shamans too. They'll all be used as firewood for you. Though, I still need to think about how to absorb the malice inside. I have an idea. Little Anne's eyes swiveled around and she came up with an idea. You always have an idea. Li Qingshan pinched her cheek. It was soft and smooth to the touch, as if it was about to melt between his fingers. I'm not a child anymore. Stop rubbing my head, pinching my face and my nose all day long. Little Anne glared at Li Qingshan. These actions that represented intimacy in the past only made her slightly jealous now. She had already recovered her memories as the princess. She was no longer that ignorant little ghost. However, because she practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, she did not seem any different. In my eyes, you'll always be a child. Li Qingshan smiled. He reached over with his other hand and pinched her other cheek, rubbing her face that was known as a heavenly beauty around. And you still want to kiss me? Little Anne insisted that he admit to her charm. Li Qingshan smiled. He had been prepared for this a long time ago. That's where you don't understand. Dreams are all inverted. If you want to kiss me in a dream, it means you don't want to kiss me in reality at all. Otherwise, would I want to wander around in the desert? You? Little Anne was utterly infuriated by his rude and unreasonable quibble. Alright. I want to kiss you, so fragrant. Li Qingshan immediately admitted defeat. He lowered his head and kissed her face a few times, rubbing her head. Are you satisfied now? You're brushing me off and you're even rubbing my head. Little ancestor, stop making things difficult for me. Can I even rub your head? Who told you to be shorter than me? You're the one who's too tall. I'm not short at all. Li Qingshan said, I'm just saying. Let's go. We still have a lot of places to go. Little Anne made up her mind. There would be a day when she would make him understand her charm. In the Azura field, the sounds of battle shook up the sky. On the snowy mountain, Yin Qing led a group of Azura, standing on the side of a cliff and gazing into the distance. In the very center of the Azura field, under the blood-red sky, thousands of bone-eating shamans slaughtered one another on the ground. Under the influence of the Azura field, every single one of them had become bloodshot. They could no longer differentiate between friend and foe. They only wanted to kill every living creature they saw. Murderousness surged into the air. The blood-red swirl in the sky slowly began to revolve. The Azuras all became restless. Unlike the Azura commander Yin Qing, who was tired of fighting and killing, they still maintained their exuberant battle intent. They requested to fight time and time again, but were all suppressed by Yin Qing. Although they did not dare to resist, they all looked dissatisfied. In the Azura realm, women had always been discriminated against, and Yin Qing's identity was an assassin, not a general. Coupled with the fact that she was injured now and her strength had declined, it made it even more difficult for them to accept her. Since you want to go, then go. A voice rang out from behind. Li Qingshan arrived beside Yin Qing. Yes, sir. The Azura rallied with vigor and all brushed past Li Qingshan, directly leaping off the cliff and falling into a cone-shaped battle formation, charging towards the battlefield in the distance. Battle was the meaning and slaughter was destiny. Even if they died in battle here, they could be reborn in the Azura realm. Men are still more suited for the battlefield after all. Though, my king, doesn't that mean I won't have anyone to order me around? Yin Qing glanced at Li Qingshan unhappily. Li Qingshan smiled. It's not like you're fighting anyone here, so what are you ordering so many people around for? Just stay here and watch the show. Didn't you say there were second heavenly tribulation existences among the bone-eating shamans? Why don't I see any? What kind of show is this? Yin Qing said. Although bone-eating shamans are brutal in nature, they've reached the second heavenly tribulation, so they already possess very powerful willpower. They won't be disturbed by the Azura field so easily. Releasing them now will only disrupt the battlefield. Moreover, if an Azura commander shows up later, can you win? I can't, Yin Qing said calmly. She had yet to recover from her wounds completely. Although assassins had to defeat those stronger than them, there was not a single weakling among Azura commanders. They would even surpass her in battle. Chapter 847. What a great plan, my king! Yin Qing glanced at Li Qingshan deeply. He was already in his 30s, but he only seemed like he was in his early 20s. His bearing was like a mountain, unshakable. His gaze was deep, distant, and unfathomable. However, he was not completely composed. Sometimes, he would smile innocently and say some things that completely contradicted his identity as the king of savages. As a result, after spending some time with him, she would even find him very amiable and peaceful. However, when it came to the specifics, it would be a different story. His plan was without a doubt to unleash the full potential of the bone-eating shamans. Only a relatively balanced battle would be the most intense, providing the Azura field with the most power. The group of Azura were all sacrifices too, including her. Actually, Li Qingshan was only the decision-maker. He had left the specific details to Little Anne. He was not actually skilled in meticulous planning. However, Little Anne's plans were his plans. If he had done it, then he had done it. There was nothing to deny. As a result, he smiled. Wasn't it all for your sake in the beginning? No matter how I schemed, I'll always support you. I won't let your life be in danger. Although he was very vengeful, he would never forget the help that others had given him. Yin Qing looked at his sincere smile and felt her heart warm up for some reason. Then thank you, my king. I don't want to return to the Azura realm for now. That's not up to you right now. You're mine now. If you do return to the Azura realm one day, you'll definitely be fighting under my banner. Li Qingshan waved his hand forcefully. I hope so too. As they spoke, the battle formation assembled by the Azura had already killed their way into the battlefield. Their auras merged together, like a steel blade plunging into butter. Wherever they passed by, blood splattered and limbs flew everywhere. The bone-eating shamans were all routed. Even the tribal leaders who had undergone the heavenly tribulation struggled to fend off their attacks. They were slain in a single clash, their bodies torn to pieces. The Azura charged back and forth, sweeping through everything in their path. The intensity of the battlefield increased once again. If this were a regular clash between armies, the bone-eating shamans would have still collapsed. However, in the Azura field, everyone's battle intent had been pushed to the limit. They were delirious. Instead, they were attracted by the Azura's aura and rushed towards them without a care for anything else. With a thought from Li Qingshan, several thousand more bone-eating shamans were thrown into the Azura field. Among them were 3 tribal chieftains who had undergone the heavenly tribulation and a great shaman priest who knew how to cast techniques. They finally stopped the Azura's advance. Although the Azuras had all sorts of advantages, they were still outnumbered and trapped in a turbulent sea of people. They gradually showed signs of exhaustion. They wanted to break out of the encirclement again, but Li Qingshan just happened to have almost 20,000 bone-eating shamans blocking their path several times. Trapped in the encirclement, they began to suffer injuries and deaths. However, the more desperate the situation was, the purer and denser the Azura's fighting spirit became. His killing intent was like a beacon that shot into the sky. The blood-colored vortex spun even faster. Originally, Little Anne's plan was to deplete all of these Azura here, sacrificing them to the Azura field through a battle to the death. However, when he saw this, Li Qingshan instead found it rather difficult to spare them. They won't die. Yin Qing had been observing Li Qingshan the entire time and said, "Oh." Li Qingshan turned around. Since you don't need them to fight, why don't you just let them go? Every single Azura has to go through countless battles, deaths and resurrections before they can reach the apex. They've never had any enemies here, so as time goes on, their battle spirits will inevitably be damaged. This is far worse than physical damage. Once their battle spirits wear away, they'll truly be dead. Keeping them here will instead harm them. Why don't you let them return to the Azura realm with battle spirits? Yin Qing said. Li Qingshan nodded and threw another 20,000 bone-eating shamans into the battlefield. They were like a colossal meat grinder, annihilating all life. He had captured close to 100,000 bone-eating shamans from various parts of the Mist province. It was even greater than when Si Qing refined the Azura field in the past. And, probably many of the bone-eating shamans who died here would return to the Azura realm and be reincarnated as Azura. Aren't you afraid that your battle spirits will wear away? Li Qingshan asked Yin Qing. I'm a mighty Azura commander, so how can I be compared to these little guys? A little rest is nothing. Not to mention, just keeping that poison-using old man busy has made up for all my slacking off in the past few days. Even if I want to wear away my battle spirits with you, it won't be easy. There will be even better battles waiting for you in the future. Li Qingshan smiled. He thought to himself, once this refinement is complete, I should be able to trap third heavenly tribulation existences for a while. There was no need for him to trap third heavenly tribulation existences here. That was impossible. All he had to do was obstruct their escape slightly, and the Azura field would become a battlefield that would not stop until one of them died. A while later, the last Azura died in battle. Before he died, he even dragged a bone-eating chieftain down with him. Blood flowed like rivers on the ground, seeping deeply into the soil. A single step would sink into the mud like a swamp of blood. The blood continued to seep downwards until it reached the center of the Azura field. Blood-red light filled the surroundings, becoming more and more compatible with the will of the Azura realm, but no Azura descended. This was under Li Qingshan's conscious control. As the Azura field rapidly strengthened, it could already block out regular Azura, saving its strength and waiting for an Azura commander to appear. Li Qingshan simply threw all of the bone-eating shamans into the battlefield, only keeping the 6-second heavenly tribulation bone-eating shamans suppressed. 2 of them were shaman priests. In order to capture them alive, it had taken him quite a bit of effort. Now they were all suppressed, waiting for the Azura commander that could rival them to appear. After waiting for a while longer, Li Qingshan suddenly said, "He's finally here." Violent murderousness surged out from the depths of the blood-red swirl, sweeping through the entire battlefield. A blood-red comet descended from above, slamming into the ground viciously. With a great boom, a wave of earth swept out into the surroundings. Several hundred bone-eating shamans were directly shaken to death, while over 1,000 bone-eating shamans were sent flying. In the huge, deep pit created by the collision, a vicious, bald, burly man leapt out. He happened to be an Azura commander. However, to Li Qingshan's disappointment, the weapon in his hand was a huge spiky club, dark and glossy with a layer of blood-red light. At first glance it seemed like a huge club. Its surface was uneven, and the spiky teeth varied in size too, protruding from it in a sparse and messy manner. However, it gave off an indescribable sense of viciousness. Li Qingshan nodded to himself. This weapon suited his taste very well. Yin Qing said, "It's time for the main show." The Azura commander sensed something and gazed at the great snow mountain, but it was empty. Chapter 848. The powerful bone-eating shamans entered the Azura field and immediately broke free from the suppression. They both raised their guard when they saw one another. They all came from different tribes. Bone-eating shamans had always had a tradition of eating their own clansmen. Compared to corpses, all of them preferred living ones. Unlike regular bone-eating shamans, they instead seemed closer to humans on the outside. They restrained the various powers in their bodies and condensed them in their skulls, which they called the brain core. They were similar to the demon cores of demons and the golden cores of human cultivators. If they could eat their opponent's brain core and body, their strength would skyrocket. No one could resist this temptation. However, this stalemate only lasted for a split second. The sight before them left them astounded even though they were used to seeing slaughter. Under the blood-red swirl, countless bone-eating shamans of various sizes slaughtered one another. Corpses piled up into a thick layer as the battle cries were deafening. "Where is this? I want to kill too. That man." A bone-eating shaman said hoarsely. When he recalled the pair of terrifying scarlet eyes, his heart shivered and he felt even more hatred. "I don't know. We were all captured. This seems to be the aura of the Azura realm. We have to keep our minds focused or we'll end up killing one another just like them," said a bone-eating shaman priest. A bone-eating shaman priest said. He seemed like a hunchbacked old man holding a walking stick. Bystanders would struggle to connect him to the bone-eating shamans who fed on humans. "I've never seen so many bone-eating shamans in my life. Looks like all the bone-eating tribes in the entire Mist province have failed to escape. Did he capture us just to make us kill one another? I don't know. He must have his reasons for not killing us. Perhaps he's just toying with us. We have to escape." "What's that?" The 6 of them conversed with one another. Suddenly, tremendous killing intent surged towards them. Gazing towards the center of the battlefield, A streak of blood-red light knocked away the bone-eating shamans in their way. Weapons whistled over. There was only a single person, the Azura commander with the spiky club. The Azura commander was currently engaged in a massacre in the Sea of People, but he also found it boring. A one-sided slaughter like this brought him extremely limited benefits. Suddenly, he sensed 6 powerful auras descend, and he could not help but laugh aloud, charging over. Be careful. He seems to be an Azura. There's no grievance between us. I'll go talk to him. Maybe he's also that man's lackey, specially coming to kill us. If we can't get through to him, Humph, do you think the 6 of us are afraid of him? Anyone who doesn't contribute at this time can just wait to die. Are you an Azura? Why don't we sit down and have a talk? Don't become someone's tool. The hunchbacked old man stepped forward. His eyes were shining brightly, and his voice was sometimes high and sometimes low. There were countless ups and downs in every sentence, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. He quietly cast a witchcraft that affected one's mind. If he wanted to establish his identity as a leader, his chances of survival would increase. The Azura general's speed increased by another 30%. In the blink of an eye, he arrived and smashed his mace down with a sinister smile. Overwhelming strength, even a mountain peak would be smashed to pieces. At the same time, it contained countless transformations, sealing off the hunchbacked old man's retreat. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Li Qingshan would not have believed that a mace could actually execute such an exquisite move. The hunchbacked old man raised his walking stick in horror, and his body emitted waves of invisible power to resist the mace. The two forces collided violently, and the walking stick was pressed down inch by inch. He shouted, "Come and save me." The 5 people behind him did not deliberately leave him in the lurch, and they attacked together. The Azura general's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. With a furious roar, the mace burst forth with a dazzling red light. With a bang, the hunchbacked old man was smashed into a pile of meat paste. Then he was sent flying by the attack that followed, but a delighted smile appeared on his face. Outside the Azura field, Li Qingshan saw this and could not help but grin. They were trying to influence an Azura commander's mind in the Azura field. Was there something wrong with their heads? In reality, although the shaman priests of many shaman tribes in the Mist Province could use powerful, mysterious and ancient shaman arts that even cultivators feared, they were all specialized in a single aspect. They were nowhere near as versatile as the techniques of cultivators, and their bodies were even weaker. Once they were suppressed, especially when they faced a super warrior like the Azura commander, their fates would obviously be very miserable. Although the Azura general had taken their combined attack and suffered a few severe wounds on his body, as an Azura general who specialized in close combat, this was not much of an injury at all. In the time it took for him to fly out, he had mostly recovered. As soon as he landed loudly on the ground, he immediately leapt out of the dust and flew into the air, gazing down at the 5 remaining bone-eating shamans. He raised his mace high into the air, and his battle intent and murderousness became even heavier. However, the first reaction of the 5 bone-eating shamans after sending the Azura commander flying was not to pursue him. Instead, they fought over the meat paste on the ground, directly shoving it into their mouths. Their mouths immediately widened to an unbelievable degree, and they swallowed the meat paste without even chewing it. If it were not for the fact that a powerful enemy was right beside them and they were in a predicament, they would basically throw their lives at each other for the sake of the brain core and the skull. The tiny bit of tacit understanding they had just developed vanished completely. When the Azura commander turned around and lunged over, the 5 of them were still on guard. The Azura commander's gaze locked onto the bone-eating shaman priest at the very back. His battle instincts told him to defeat this person first, but the other 4 would definitely stop him. Although the 4 of them were weaker than him in terms of physique and skill in battle, they were not easy to deal with even if they worked together. Just who was the master of this Azura field? Who cares? I'll just kill them all. The only remaining shaman priest also waved his staff and unleashed an invisible power, but he did not fight to the death with the Azura commander. Instead, he turned around and fled, whistling away with nothing to rely on. He actually moved very quickly. Because he had been casting shaman arts from afar, he did not even get close to the battle just now, so he was filled with resentment. His body was the weakest here, so he was completely afraid of letting the Azura commander approach him, afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of the old man and be torn apart and eaten. Now that he had fled, none of the remaining 4 were willing to take the blame. They all had to digest their newfound power, so they all turned around and fled in different directions. What the hell is this group of people? Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead. Originally, he was still worried whether the situation would become unbalanced if it was 6 against 1, but he could not help but admit he was wrong now. This was clearly 1 against 6. Hidden in the space, Yinqing was taken aback too. Originally, she planned on waiting until both sides were heavily injured before finding an opportunity to assassinate them, but she never thought the second heavenly tribulation bone-eating shamans would scatter in all directions after just a single clash. The Azura commander missed, which angered him instead of delighting. He spat viciously and chose the slowest one to chase after. But clearly speed was his weakness. Even the slowest bone-eating shaman was slightly faster than him. Carrying a ferocious and heavy mace was obviously not an advantage in a long-distance race. It was not easy to catch one within a radius of a few hundred miles. Chapter 849. Yinqing hid in space, just about to consider whether she should strike or not. Her target should be the shaman priest who fled first. Someone with a weak body like that was the best prey for assassins. In the past, assassinating someone like that was basically a piece of cake. Now she was 30 to 50% confident. She lurked in space quietly, like a cheetah crouching in the bushes, waiting for an opportunity to appear. The bone-eating shaman priest sensed nothing, flying to the edge of the Azura field in a single breath. Just now he stopped and began attempting to break through the region. The other bone-eating shamans attempted the same thing, either attacking with shaman arts or using their fists. Li Qingshan was unfazed, suppressing the Azura field firmly. Seeing how he was unable to break through the spatial barrier, the bone-eating shaman priest could not help but panic. He closed his eyes and chanted, unleashing all of his powers, but his back was wide open. Yinqing's eyes narrowed. She gripped the circular blade firmly and struck out instinctively. At the same time, an invisible power enveloped her. The scenery around her changed and she had already been moved out of the Azura field, arriving in the 8-point hall. Yinqing let out a very gloomy sigh. "What orders do you have, my king?" Li Qingshan sat on the ground, holding the Azura field in one hand and rubbing his chin with the other. He was in thought. Little and leaned against his side quietly as her seaweed-like hair flowed down. Yinqing could not help but glance at her a few more times. She secretly compared them inside and developed a hint of jealousy. She smiled self-deprecatingly and sighed inside. She really had been in this human world for too long. When fighting in the Azura field, who cared about appearances? All that mattered was the strength of the body and the level of martial skill. She was just far too outstanding. Her bearing was like that of a person of the heavenly way, yet different. Her strength was startlingly great too. Who knew where he found her? "Don't do anything for now. I've gone to so much trouble to capture them unscathed. If they die all of a sudden, it'll be far too much of a waste," Li Qingshan said without even raising his head, paying attention to the Azura field. Sure enough, the Azura commander with the spiked club could not catch up to the bone-eating shaman. He cursed aloud before leaning on the spiked club and sitting down on a small hill. He called out, "Who's the master of this Azura field? Get your ass out here and eat my club." Naturally, no one responded, so he simply put his hands on his waist and cursed at the sky, his voice shaking the heavens. However, it was clear that he had fought in the Azura realm for a long time. His vocabulary was not very rich and he kept cursing. "Should I promise these bone-eating shamans that as long as they kill this Azura commander, I'll spare them so that I can incite their passion for battle?" Li Qingshan muttered to himself. "Ignore them," Little and suddenly said. "Why?" "The Azura field has become even stronger, while the bone-eating shamans have very weak mental fortitude and cultivation, so they'll be influenced more and more deeply. There's going to be a battle in the end. If we try to seduce or force them, it won't be good. It's better to let nature take its course," Little said. The Azura field spanned several hundred kilometers. It was not exactly large, but it was not exactly small either. The Azura commander's speed was his weakness, but as long as he remained in the center and walked in any direction, he could reach the boundary in a while. He could threaten these bone-eating shamans at any time. This game of hide-and-seek could not last for too long. If these bone-eating shamans did not want to die, they had to work together and fend off him. By the time the influence of the Azura field grew deeper and deeper, and they could no longer maintain their rationality, it would be too late. "Sure enough, she's the one scheming," Yinqing thought. Then she asked, "This will definitely take up a lot of time. I can't stay outside forever." If she stayed in the Azura field, then the club-wielding Azura commander would definitely treat her as an enemy and attack her as well. It would not be particularly dangerous, but it would still be very troublesome and it would interfere with the battle. Little said, That's exactly what I want you to stay in there. However, it's not to assassinate them during the chaos, but to maintain the balance. Let them clash a few more times. It might be a little depressing, but you can say it's a way to hone their battle spirit. Sure enough, it's all part of her plan. Yin Qing sighed inside. He really was not as pure as he seemed on the surface. As she gazed into his clear, deep eyes, they seemed to be empty, reflecting nothing at all, which made her shiver inside. She could not help but think of the strike she had used to assassinate the myriad poison ancestor on Savage Mountain. It's a good idea, but Yin Qing is still recovering, so you better forget about it. Li Qingshan shook his head. No, this is also to help me recover my strength, so I should do my part. Some pressure isn't a bad thing. It's time for me to experience the atmosphere of the battlefield. Please send me back, my king. Yin Qing thought of something and said, though, I have a request. I hope my king can agree to it. What? Even if I face life-threatening danger, don't lend me a hand, and don't teleport me away if there's nothing important. That's a battlefield. Yin Qing said. Alright, I promise you. Soon after Yin Qing entered the Azura field, the Azura commander discovered her. After all, it was impossible for her to hide in space the entire time. That was far too taxing on her, and coupled with her injuries, it was even more impossible. However, she was extremely fast and she could teleport away as well. If she fled blindly, there was nothing the Azura commander could do about her. He cursed again out of anger, but he did not let his guard down at all. As an Azura, he understood the dangers of his own kind the most, let alone an assassin. Under the blood-red swirl, the battle continued. The battle continued for another half a day. The ground had already absorbed enough blood, and blood flowed everywhere. Pools of blood formed in the river. Suddenly, a powerful aura emerged from the depths of the swirl, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Li Qingshan beamed with joy. Another one has come. I wonder what weapon it is this time. When he saw the weapon in the Azura commander's hand, he could not help but open his mouth slightly. His expression became extremely strange. A month later, the chaotic battle in the Azura field finally came to an end. With 100,000 bone-eating shamans as sacrifices, the Azura field had become even stronger. Little and had also obtained sufficient resources to cultivate, and not only had Yin Qing's strength recovered, but she had even made it to a whole new level. Just when everyone was happy, Li Qingshan let out a long sigh. He wielded an Azura armament in each hand, with a spiked club in his left hand and a spiked club in his right. Although the style differed drastically, with one dark and heavy, primitive and brutal, while the other shone with light and exquisite, they were clearly the same weapon, spiked clubs. Fuck. Only 2 Azura commanders have come, and they both use weapons as obscure as spiked clubs. It's not like your brothers by blood. Li Qingshan tossed the 2 spiked clubs onto the ground. The ground trembled and produced 2 great craters. This was not just because of Li Qingshan's strength, but also because the 2 spiked clubs were extremely heavy. Each one weighed over 5,000 kilograms. Little and comforted him. Spiked clubs are great too, and you even have 2 of them. Li Qingshan said furiously, what's great about them? Only the damn extras in the stronghold use spiked clubs, and you're even carrying 2 of them. That's so lame. Little and tilted her head. Even with how clever she was, she had no idea what kind of exotic beasts these damn extras were. Anyway, they were not particularly powerful. Yin Qing smiled resplendently. Li Qingshan glared at her, and she cleared her throat. My king, I actually think this suits you better than the sword. With the insight I've honed in the Azura realm, you shouldn't have taken the path of the sword in the first place. Then what should I take? The path of spiked clubs? Li Qingshan swung the spiked clubs in his hands viciously. Cough cough, I've never heard of that before. Yin Qing held back her laughter as she let the 2 vicious spiked clubs swing back and forth in front of her, creating a fierce gale. Li Qingshan was extremely domineering, and Little and couldn't help but nod. That does make sense. Qingshan, aren't you quite comfortable using them? Li Qingshan's body stiffened, and he suddenly put away the spiked clubs. He couldn't help but think about what Yin Qing had said. Back then, he had cultivated the way of the sword largely because of the cursive sword calligraphy. Little and had comprehended a set of exquisite sword techniques and then taught it to him, which were much better than using other weapons. As he walked step by step, he had gotten used to it, and he had never thought about changing weapons. However, after he completely repaired the 3 absolutes calligraphy, he had this thought instead. The way of the sword contained within the 3 absolutes calligraphy was indeed profound and mysterious, forming a style of its own. However, the more was like this, the more he felt uncoordinated. It was similar to the feeling he had when he cultivated the Phoenix Sutra of Nerva. He always felt that he was lacking that little bit, and it was difficult for him to comprehend its essence. If Li Qingshan's comprehension was poor, then how could a peerless divine ability like the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine be simple? What kind of person was the 5 absolutes immortal? He was the reincarnation of a celestial being, unparalleled in the world in the 4 arts, chess and calligraphy. He had fused the way of the sword into calligraphy and painting, and was unparalleled in his generation. What kind of person was Li Qingshan? He had started out in the wilderness of a mountain village and had slaughtered his way to where he was now. His mind was filled with the 3 vulgar thoughts of fighting powerful enemies, drinking good wine and sleeping with beautiful women. He was lustful, but he could forget about being romantic. To put it bluntly, in essence they were 2 completely opposite people. As a result, he couldn't see any sword techniques from the cursive sword calligraphy back then, and he couldn't comprehend the way of the sword with the 3 absolutes calligraphy now. Perhaps he had truly chosen the wrong weapon. He had to cultivate the Phoenix Sutra of Nerva, but his weapon didn't necessarily have to be a sword. As a result, he asked Yin Qing, "What weapon do you think I should use?" Yin Qing said, "I can't say for sure. You'll have to experience it yourself. I only chose this circular blade after trying many weapons. The various experiments I've tried before have actually been very beneficial. Then let's try this spiked mace first." Li Qingshan muttered to himself before raising the spiked mace in his hand. He found it much more pleasing to the eye. The second spiked mace descended into the Azura field, and the first opponent it found was the first spiked mace. The 2 Azura commanders wielded the same weapon, and after a round of clanging and clanging sounds, they fought many more times afterwards. Li Qingshan thought about it for a moment, and he could clearly recall every detail of every battle. Although this spiked mace path was clumsy and ingenious, with all sorts of ingenuity, it was much simpler and more direct than the way of the sword. With a foundation in the way of the sword, learning it was also very easy. In short, all he had to do was smash the enemy. There was no need to use the light-splitting technique or condense chi into threads. However, compared to the spiked mace, Li Qingshan actually missed another weapon more. That weapon had allowed him to realize his own strength for the first time in his life, and it had even helped him kill his first person. Chapter 850. Are you in a better mood, my king? Yin Qing smiled. I'm in a better mood, but isn't my luck a little too good? Li Qingshan glanced at Yin Qing. Her beautiful eyes were smiling, diluting her frigid murderousness, which made her seem more and more feminine. Actually, this isn't a coincidence. Regular Azura commanders are determined for battle, and they're completely unwilling to leave the Azura realm. Only people who wield heavy weapons like that can't react in time and get sucked into the Azura field. Even if it's not a spiked club, it'll be something like a huge hammer. When the power of the Azura field becomes stronger, there will be other weapons. But for an assassin like me, don't even think about it. Yin Qing placed a hand on her waist as if she was not just showing off her identity as an assassin, but her impressive figure as well. She was not shy at all. I see. You can say that I'm quite lucky. Li Qingshan smiled. He sensed little Anne's gaze beside him and coughed gently, concealing his expression. That's strange. The bone-eating shaman king should have received the news already, so why hasn't he come to avenge his clansmen? Don't tell me he's in secluded cultivation? The battle had basically wiped out all the bone-eating shaman tribes in the Mist province. 100,000 bone-eating shamans had died, so it was impossible to keep the news under wraps. He had ordered the 10 cave masters to act in secret to earn more time to refine the Azura field. Now that another month had passed, the news should have spread a long time ago. The 10 cave masters had basically traversed the entire Mist province, fighting several hundred bone-eating tribes, so it was impossible for them to leave no traces at all. The bone-eating shaman king only needed to investigate a little, and he could track them down very easily and find Savage Mountain. Li Qingshan was already prepared. When the bone-eating shaman king attacked Savage Mountain, he would use the formations to deplete his strength before launching a sudden attack and trapping him in the Azura field. Then he would work with the myriad poison ancestor Little An and Yin Qing to surround and kill him, and then he could take over Bone-Eating City. After completing all of this, the Azura field would definitely become even stronger, which would be beneficial to his cultivation of the Tiger Demon transformation. It was even possible for him to break through to the 5th layer of the Tiger Demon during the intense battle. The plan could not be described as flawless, but it could be regarded as well connected. However, even now there had been no news at all, so he could not help but find it strange. Little An said, "It doesn't matter. If he doesn't come, we'll lure him here." In the eastern part of the Mist Province, there was a majestic city. The stone buildings of varying heights were covered in creepers, which displayed different colors as the seasons changed. Although it was not as exquisite and refined as the ones in the prefectural city of Clear River, it had its own unique flavor. The spiritual energy in the city was dense, even more so than on Savage Mountain. It was actually a rare blessed land. A majestic divine hall sat on a tall hill at the center of the city. It was the core of the blessed land, and it was even better than the Octaterra Hall on Savage Mountain. The tens of thousands of trees outside the city had been cut down, and the miasma had been expelled as well. The land had been opened up into rolling fields that were full of vitality. When the sun set in the west, a long horn sounded in the temple. The farmers returned to the city in groups. The sunset dyed the fields of the city bright red. The temple looked even more magnificent and noble, peaceful and peaceful. When a farmer passed through the city gates, he gazed up at the top of the city gates. 4 large words were carved deeply in ancient letters: Bone-Eating City. There were 1,000,000 people in the city, but only 100th of them were bone-eating shamans. The rest were all mortals, or in other words, vegetables. The men were ordered to farm day after day. Because the spiritual energy in the blessed land was dense and there was plenty of food, every single one of them was strong and healthy. Weak, crippled infants became food as soon as they were born, but only bone-eating shamans with relatively higher status had the right to enjoy them. Regular bone-eating shamans could only wait until the men's bodies weakened and they lost the ability to work before they could feast on them. However, the women did not have to farm. They only had a single job, which was to give birth. They gave birth one after another until they lost the ability to give birth and also became food. Just like that, they reproduced generation after generation. A few lucky ones would be nurtured into bone-eating shamans, while most of the others would become so-called vegetables, giving birth to even more bone-eating shamans or vegetables. This was the holy land of bone-eating shamans. There was no need for them to hunt arduously or fight against the various shamans, and they could obtain sufficient food. However, even with a population of 1,000,000, raising 100th of bone-eating shamans was already the limit. And the number of vegetables was limited by the size of the land, so it was impossible for them to expand any further. As a result, a group of bone-eating shamans would be exiled every few years, turning into bone-eating tribes and scattering across the entire Mist Province. Among these tribes, if they reached a certain level of cultivation or demonstrated extremely great talent, they would have the opportunity to return to Bone-Eating City. There was an endless stream of pilgrims. But recently the pilgrims had suddenly vanished. The city was rife with discussion. The bone-eating shaman king sent people to investigate, but they had yet to find anything. Just who is it? Who's bold enough to hunt down my clansmen so wantonly? A furious voice rang out in the bone-eating divine hall, shattering the silence of dusk and ringing through the entire city. Whether it was bone-eating shamans or mortals, they all knelt in the direction of the divine hall, as silent as cicadas in winter. The noisy city suddenly fell silent. At the very top of the bone-eating divine hall was a stone wall around 300 meters tall. It was painted with a lifelike totem of Cheongchi, overlooking the entire city. In front of the totem wall, a middle-aged man stood on the tall steps, waving his black scepter around. His face was filled with fury. He wore long robes with a dark black base and dark red edges, which made him seem like a dignified king. However, the single horn on his forehead, the wings on his back, and the terrifying aura that rushed into the clouds all demonstrated his identity, the bone-eating Shaman King. Shaman King, according to the results of divination, the enemy comes from the south. The great shaman priest stood below the steps, raising her head and reporting with a sharp, hoarse voice. She resembled an old woman, her back bent beyond recognition, only the height of a 10-year-old child. She wore a black crown of feathers on her head and wore ragged, colorful shaman robes. The South? Don't tell me it's the myriad poison cult? The dark red wings on the bone-eating Shaman King's back flapped furiously. No, Shaman King, it's not the myriad poison cult. It's the cave masters of Savage Mountain, said the great shaman priest. Savage Mountain? Just them? Why would they do something like that? The bone-eating Shaman King frowned. Only then did he remember what kind of place that was. Savage Mountain was only a second-rate organization in the Mist Province, a motley crew. If they had only destroyed a few bone-eating tribes, then it would be nothing. He actually did not care too much about the fate of the bone-eating tribes outside. However, an extermination operation like that was completely different. They were clearly going to become mortal enemies, so where did they find the courage to do so? So be it if it was just weaker tribes, but the stronger tribes all had second heavenly tribulation bone-eating chieftains or shaman priests. They possessed a geographical advantage, so how could they fall so easily? Savage Mountain is no longer the Savage Mountain of the past. Now, it's occupied by a White Hawk commander called Li Qingshan. He used the Blood Oath Scroll to control 10 demonic cultivators and 10 cave masters. He calls himself the King of Savages and contends against the Myriad Poison Cult, said the great shaman priest. The King of Savages. He's undergone the third heavenly tribulation, so how can he be a White Hawk commander? Bone-Eating City was several tens of thousand kilometers away from the south. The Bone-Eating Shaman King had always been cultivating in the city, so he knew very little about Li Qingshan. No, he's only at the second heavenly tribulation, but he's very powerful. Even the Myriad Poison Cult suffered a great loss against him. Most of their disciples died, and even the Myriad Poison Ancestor couldn't do anything to him. As for why he did that, I have no idea. A sliver of worry appeared in the great shaman priest's eyes. Savage Mountain? Very good. Li Qingshan, very good. I'll make them pay the price. I'll make them noobs in the city for the rest of their lives. I'll cut off a piece of their flesh every day and eat it. It'll definitely help my cultivation reach a new level. The bone-eating shaman king's mouth was filled with sharp fangs. He unfurled his wings and kicked up a fierce gust of wind. He was about to fly thousands of kilometers away and capture Li Qingshan and the others so that he could drink with him. This was not recklessness. Instead, it originated from the shaman king's confidence. As long as he understood the enemy's location, without an opponent on the same level, whatever geniuses, whatever arcane treasures, were all useless. However, unbeknownst to him, the Myriad Poison Ancestor was going to attack Savage Mountain with the same confidence. Shaman King, please wait. Li Qingshan's master is the Chan Monastery of Devanaga of the Green Province. His master is a monk king and there's a woman with him too. She's also a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Are they bold enough to come to the Mist Province? Even the Myriad Poison Ancestor isn't afraid, so why would I be? The three great sects of the Green Province possessed tremendous strength, and the Bone-Eating Shaman King had heard of their name a long time ago. The four guardian kings of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga were renowned throughout the world, but with the hostile relationship between the two provinces, there was no need for them to worry too much. The Myriad Poison Ancestor thought the same too. The great shaman priest was not bold enough to say that the Myriad Poison Ancestor had suffered so much, yet he still failed to take down Savage Mountain. Before we go to battle, we should offer sacrifices to great god Cheongchi and Divine. With that, the bone-eating shaman king's fury subsided a lot. He found the great shaman priest's words to be reasonable. This entire matter was filled with oddities. Let alone everything else, just grasping the location of every single bone-eating tribe was unbelievable. There were large and small bone-eating tribes. They were not like regular tribes, living in the same place for generations. Instead, they constantly moved around in search of even more food. A White Hawk commander from the Green Province had actually grasped the location of every single bone-eating tribe so precisely before launching an attack with lightning speed. That was far beyond his abilities. And there was a great question. Just why was he doing this? Just what kind of benefits, or in other words, what made him bold enough to act so fearlessly? If it were for forging artifacts, wouldn't it be much easier to find 100,000 mortals? Bone-eating shamans focused on tempering their bodies. Apart from an extremely small number of them who had undergone heavenly tribulations, the souls of regular bone-eating shamans were not much stronger than mortals. Could it be that there was a deeper conspiracy behind this? The world was becoming more and more turbulent right now. At a time like this, why did two genius disciples of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga come to the south despite the tremendous risk instead of cultivating in the Green Province obediently? Now that he calmed down and thought about it like that, it really was full of mysteries. He could not afford to be careless. Alright, up to you then. I will definitely get revenge for this, said the bone-eating shaman king. He was not acting on impulse, but a king had his dignity as a king. Chapter 851. The great shaman priest took his leave in a hurry to prepare for the sacrificial ceremony. The bone-eating shaman king sank into his thoughts for a while longer before turning around and gazing at the totem wall. He bowed slightly and made a gesture of prayer. Great God Qiongqi, please bless my bone-eating clan with the utmost viciousness and evil, never to be redeemed for their sins. There will be a day when demons will return to this world and do whatever they want. The eyes of the Qiongqi totem seemed to move, revealing a vicious smile filled with malice. Li Qingshan sat on the dark red ground. This was under the blood-red swirl, where 100,000 bone-eating shamans fought and died. Little N had already incinerated the corpses, but the whistling of the wind was like surging murderousness. However, the whistling of the wind was like a surging murderous aura. The sounds of weapons clashing and battle cries were still echoing in his ears. If he were a regular cultivator, he would definitely be restless, unable to eat or sleep in peace, but Li Qingshan felt very comfortable. The tiger demon roared in his heart, becoming more and more vicious. A while later, he opened his eyes and exhaled gently. He had completed another stage of cultivation. Little N, why does the brain core of this bone-eating shaman seem so similar to the demon heart of demon folk? However, it's also a little different. Li Qingshan held a colorless, half-transparent crystal between his fingers. He raised it and gazed at it, reflecting the blood-red swirl in the sky. It's the same, but it's also different. Little N busied about, placing crystal skulls around Li Qingshan one by one, vaguely forming a formation. What do you mean it's the same, but it's also different? Li Qingshan spread out his limbs and laid down, gazing at the blood-red swirl in the sky. The ground was moist and warm, where the smell of earth and blood mixed together to form a wondrous scent. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed. Demon folk have invaded the 9 provinces many times in the past. Although they've all been vanquished in the end, the effects are extremely far-reaching. Many cultivation methods and techniques of the cultivation community originate from the demonic arts and magics of demon folk. They've just changed their appearance slightly. In particular, in the wilderness, the core shaman techniques of some shaman tribes are directly the cultivation methods of demon folk. Speaking of which, your demon suppression statuary is also a cultivation method created by demon folk. Little N smiled and came to his side. She sat directly on his stomach and supported her cheek with one hand as she spoke. Great Xia's vigilance against demon folk is so great. The actions of the bone-eating shamans are basically the same as demon folk, so how did they manage to develop until now? Li Qingshan asked in confusion. That's why I said there's still a difference. The demon hearts of demon folk are planted from a young age, while the brain cores of bone-eating shamans are condensed after birth. No matter how evil shamans commit, they still know they're doing evil. They're just demonic cultivators. Li Qingshan nodded. The demonic cultivators of this world were not just for show. For the sake of refining treasures, the White Lotus Mother had slaughtered 200,000 people in an entire city, and that was only one of the many examples. Compared to that, the bone-eating shamans only had the word eat, and they ate for the sake of survival. It was impossible for Great Xia to kill all the demonic cultivators in the world. If they really did that, they wouldn't be far from destruction. The humans had internal strife, but the ones happy were still the demons. Once the demons gained the upper hand, they would definitely eat humans much more viciously than the bone-eating shamans. Little N continued, demon folk have good and evil reversed. They have no idea they're doing evil at all. Their very existence blasphemes the gods and Buddhas, and once they successfully invade, they'll twist the laws of this world and turn everyone into demons. In other words, my demon suppression statuary might be able to restrain the bone-eating shaman king? If I had known earlier, I would have tested it. Li Qingshan said with some pity. When he swept through the bone-eating tribes, he had directly used his abilities to crush them. He had never thought about using the demon suppression statuary. It will restrain them, but they're a major realm of cultivation apart. The demons are probably much stronger, said Little N. Fair enough. The myriad poison ancestor can be regarded as a standard great demonic cultivator. His demonic nature is terrifyingly powerful, but I didn't feel like it could restrain him much back then. At the end of the day, it all comes down to who has a higher cultivation and a bigger fist. It's already very impressive that the demon suppression statuary can suppress demonic cultivators and demon folk at the same realm of cultivation. I've investigated the demon folk who created the demon suppression statuary in the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Although a lot of the information is obscure and unclear, and many things have been erased and smeared, according to my speculation, if he hadn't suddenly switched sides during the last demon plague and used the demon suppression statuary to purge the demons, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga would have been destroyed already. That's powerful. Li Qingshan was surprised before smiling. In other words, he can be regarded as a demonic traitor. little and took the brain core from Li Qingshan's hand and stood up. The qi-consuming formation of 9 breaths is almost complete. Prepare to begin. Come. Li Qingshan leapt to his feet as a thought flashed through his head. He wondered how the myriad poison ancestor was doing in Bone-Eating City. The sun set in the west and night rose up. The sky was filled with stars. The bone-eating shaman king gazed at the distant horizon and suddenly saw a green star whistle over with a long tail. His expression could not help but change and he gripped the black scepter firmly. Shaman King, how have you been? In the blink of an eye, the green light arrived above Bone-Eating City, turning into the myriad poison ancestor and gazing down. Fellow myriad poison, you sure have changed quite a bit. Perhaps I should call you the myriad poison ghost king in the future. There were only so many great cultivators in the Mist Province. Over the lengthy period of time, basically all of them had met before. However, they normally cultivated separately so they rarely came into contact with one another. The myriad poison ancestor's sudden visit surprised the bone-eating shaman king slightly. Afterwards, he saw that the myriad poison ancestor had already become a ghost cultivator, which made him even more surprised. Very few great cultivators would willingly give up on their bodies. Looking at his age, it was not like he had reached the end of his lifespan, so why would he make a choice like that? Was it because he refined and used poison all year round which had reduced his lifespan? As for the possibility that someone had destroyed the myriad poison ancestor's body, it only flashed through his head. It's just a title. You can call me whatever you want. However, even if I've become a ghost cultivator, I'm not weaker than anyone. The myriad poison ancestor gave off his aura without hiding it at all. For a moment, chilly winds whistled and poisonous flames rose up, dyeing the sky a miserable green. When demonic cultivators communicated with one another, displaying their strength was the most important step. Only when they were strong enough could they communicate as equals. Old Man Myriad Poison is actually still so powerful after becoming a ghost cultivator. Looks like he obtained a supreme, brilliant ghost cultivation method, which is why he made this decision. He can't be underestimated. The bone-eating shaman king thought and raised his hand. You never come without a reason. Please come down and have a look, fellow. I've never been here before. I didn't think your bone-eating shaman city would actually be so grand. The myriad poison ancestor's sleeves fluttered, and he landed beside the bone-eating shaman king. He glanced at the Cheongchi totem deeply first before glancing back at the entire city. The bone-eating shaman king originally wanted to praise the myriad poison ancestor's myriad poison cult, but he remembered the great shaman priest's message. Many of the disciples of the myriad poison cult seemed to have been slaughtered by that Li Qingshan. If he said that, he would probably provoke the myriad poison ancestor. He was known for his narrow-mindedness and viciousness, so he changed the topic. You're too kind, fellow. However, I have no other choice. If it weren't for food, who would be willing to raise so many humans? I'm more envious of you, fellow. You can cultivate just by breathing in the spiritual chi of the world. You're all alone without so many worries. The myriad poison ancestor's face sank. The bone-eating shaman king thought, don't tell me I've still offended him? He thinks I'm mocking him because all of his disciples and clansmen have been killed. He sure is difficult to please. Whatever, do you think I'm afraid of you? He directly asked, fellow, why have you come all the way here? Chapter 852. Oh, what bad news is it? The bone-eating shaman king remained calm as his eyes drooped slightly. Sir, have you heard of the name Li Qingshan before? The myriad poison ancestor stood with his hands behind his back, not looking at the bone-eating shaman king. Instead, he overlooked the city and the fields outside the city. At this time, the sun had already set and the crescent moon had risen, shining on the two of them, drawing out 2 long shadows. So what if I've heard of it? So what if I haven't? A cold light flashed through the bone-eating shaman king's eyes. His anger had yet to subside. The myriad poison ancestor saw through it with a single glance. Looks like you already know, so there's no need for me to waste any more time. I'll just ask you one thing. Do you want revenge? So what if I do? So what if I don't? The bone-eating shaman king's fury vanished in a flash, recovering his unfathomable bearing of a king in the blink of an eye. If you want to, I'm willing to lend you a hand. If you don't want to, I won't waste any more time and we'll leave now. The myriad poison ancestor said. Against someone like the bone-eating shaman king, speaking too much was completely useless. Saying too much would instead make him suspicious. Taoist myriad poison, you're really scheming. You want me to help you take revenge? Since you already know, then let's not beat around the bush. Li Qingshan and I are absolutely irreconcilable enemies. I will definitely make him suffer all the pain in the world and die from a myriad of poisons attacking his heart. The myriad poison ancestor's face sank, and his deep voice was filled with extreme resentment. He's a mere golden core cultivator. Can't you actually kill him casually, fellow? The bone-eating shaman king asked in doubt. Savage Mountain is a rare blessed land of cultivation in the south. The power of the formations is extremely great. He hides in there all year round. So be it. If you don't want to take action, I'll return to the myriad poison cult to cultivate. I'll get my revenge sooner or later, but I'm afraid that Li Qingshan has secretly fled back to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga in the Green Province. By then even you and I won't be able to do anything to him. I'm just afraid that once he undergoes the third heavenly tribulation, he'll come back to make trouble for us. As the myriad poison ancestor went on, he seemed like he could no longer hold on to his pride and was about to leave in a huff. Fellow Taoist, please wait. The bone-eating shaman king stopped the myriad poison ancestor and said sincerely, I have to kill that bald ass too. If we work together, how can we let him run wild? Bald donkey? The myriad poison ancestor was taken aback before realizing that the bone-eating shaman king thought Li Qingshan was a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, which was why he was a monk. There was no need for him to explain this tiny misunderstanding. He secretly rejoiced inside. I finally fooled you, bone-eating barbarian. He let out a long sigh. Exactly so. But I have to say something first. Everything on Li Qingshan belongs to me. Why? The bone-eating shaman king immediately let go of the myriad poison ancestor's sleeve and thought, as genius disciples of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Li Qingshan and that little and are able to come to the south of the Mist Province and stir up a storm, so who knows how much good stuff they have on them. Just the formation that even the myriad poison ancestor is helpless against is worth quite a lot. Based on the losses my myriad poison cult has suffered. The myriad poison ancestor said like it was obvious. Your myriad poison cult has suffered great losses, but do you think my clansmen died in vain? 100,000. A whole 100,000 people. They're all dead. The bone-eating shaman king said furiously. They're just some clansmen on the outskirts. Your bone-eating city is completely unscathed. I can give you the blessed land of Savage Mountain, and I can give you 20% of the other spoils. Everything else belongs to me. Since we're in the same boat, that's not impossible. I'll be a little more generous and let the young one have it. The bone-eating shaman king was very surprised. He had thought he would have to haggle over the price again, but he never thought the myriad poison ancestor would agree just like that. Was there a trap here? The myriad poison ancestor changed the topic. Though, I don't want anything else out of the 20%. I just want the blood oath scroll. Also, Li Qingshan and everyone else will belong to me. You have quite the appetite, fellow. Aren't you afraid of bursting your stomach? Why don't you turn it around and ask me for the 20% instead? The bone-eating shaman king sneered, but he stopped worrying inside. Now that was the myriad poison ancestor's shamelessness and greed. Alright, that's a deal then, the myriad poison ancestor said suddenly, and a hint of a smile flashed through his eyes. The bone-eating shaman king's heart sank. This old monster is so crafty. So he's purposefully trying to trick me with words, trying to divert the trouble to me. Capturing Li Qingshan and the others will give him a swift and satisfying revenge, but it'll also directly become a sworn enemy of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. He'll be able to obtain all of the spoils with ease. However, if he thought about it carefully, obtaining a blood oath scroll and 10 cave masters as slaves was not exactly a loss. As for that bald donkey Li Qingshan, he had planned on taking him back to Bone-Eating City and slowly torturing him anyway, so he agreed to it straight away. However, he forgot to look into why the myriad poison ancestor did not trap Li Qingshan and the others on Savage Mountain, even hunting down bone-eating shamans on such a large scale. The myriad poison ancestor had been subdued by the nightmare tiger's demonic eye, but his craftiness had not vanished. If it were not for the fact that he had been too confident in his strength in the past and failed to sense any warning signs, why would he have ended up like this? As for the bone-eating shaman king, he would never have imagined that there was an ability in the world that could turn a great cultivator into a slave. Alright, let's go, said the myriad poison ancestor. The great shaman priest is currently preparing for the ceremony. Why don't we wait a little longer and go after the divination? Said the bone-eating shaman king. If the two of us work together, do we still need divination? Fellow, you've been cooped up in this city for far too long. Have you lost even this bit of courage? The myriad poison ancestor purposefully mocked him. Courage, but not now. It's still better than waiting a few years for revenge at the very least. Unlike the fury he displayed when he was haggling earlier, the bone-eating shaman king was truly furious now. It really did not match his identity to be so serious when dealing with a second heavenly tribulation cultivator, so he could not help but mock the myriad poison ancestor. It's already been so long, yet you still haven't done anything to Li Qingshan. Alright. I'll be waiting to see you dance around then. The myriad poison ancestor said furiously. Originally, he wanted to provoke the bone-eating shaman king again, but since he had already agreed to it, there was no need for him to be in such a hurry and raise his suspicions. If divination really worked, he would not have suffered so much in the past. As they spoke, a 9-storied platform had already been erected on the square in front of the divine hall. Great flames lit up the surroundings, followed by the offerings of the 3 animals. The great shaman priest led a group of men and women, young and old, onto the platform. A few regular shaman priests led a large group of bone-eating shamans around the platform, prostrating themselves on the ground and praying silently. Just these few people? Aren't you afraid of your great god Qiongqi's wrath, fellow? The myriad poison ancestor frowned. As one of the most powerful people in this world, he did not have much reverence for gods. Gods and Buddhas were also made up of people. Technically speaking, they were just stronger cultivators. If Qiongqi were present in person, he obviously would not even dare to fart, but it was impossible for him to break through the power of the domain and directly descend upon this world. At most, he would use some sacrificial rituals and descend with a sliver of his consciousness. There was nothing to be afraid of. What surprised him was the number of people being sacrificed this time. Some larger barbarian tribes would sacrifice over 100 people each time, and they would all choose strong men or flawless virgins. The group of people on the platform ranged from young children to old people. The quality of the offerings was very average. Were they loyal worshippers? But looking at how they trembled and were filled with fear, they did not have any spirit of devotion at all. As if the bone-eating shaman king had forgotten about the slight displeasure just now, he explained with a smile, "Don't be fooled by their appearance, fellow. What we're offering up is no regular offering. You'll understand once you keep watching." The great shaman priest suddenly let out a final cry and began dancing about wildly on the top of the platform. The prayers of the shaman priests and bone-eating shamans below became louder too. Only the people on the platform were still at a loss. They had no idea what to do next. The great shaman priest let out another final cry before suddenly bursting into song, singing a melody of blessings. It sounded like a stern rebuke, yet also like a vicious curse. As if they had received some sort of order, the men began to strip off their clothes before lunging towards the women beside them. Wails and sobs rang out. The myriad poison ancestor was confused. Although there were many rituals that used copulation to entertain gods, Qiongqi was not a god of lust, but a god of evil. What was the point of creating something like this? Can't you tell, fellow? They're all family related by blood. There are 3 generations of them. We call this ritual the ceremony of the 10 abominations. What we're offering up are at least 10 of the abominations of the mortal world. This is only the first half. The myriad poison ancestor immediately understood what was going on. He could not help but sigh. This Qiongqi truly was a god of evil after all. He personally believed he was heartless, sinister, and vicious. He did not take good and evil seriously at all, but no matter what he did, he still had to see if there were benefits to it. If there were benefits to doing good, he would do good and accumulate virtue. He would not do evil for the sake of evil like this. His actions were closer to demon folk. On the platform, the copulation continued, but it turned into a brawl very soon, as well as murder. This was the so-called second half. In that moment, human tragedy unfolded in this tiny space. The abominations of the mortal world it contained were no longer limited to just 10. The great shaman priest seemed to lose his consciousness. His body trembled violently as he let out desperate cries, becoming more and more miserable. The color of pus rose up from the platform, gathering on his body and rushing into the clouds. The myriad poison ancestor was unconvinced. This sort of backward divination had already been eliminated from the cultivation community a long time ago. Even though the so-called gods that resided in a higher world possessed even greater insight into fate, they were still worlds apart after all, and the gods were not necessarily skilled in divination. Even if these conditions were met, they might not necessarily respond. There was a price to pay for divulging the heavenly secrets. In the end, it would often turn into a farce. Some smaller tribes did not even possess the ability to connect with another world. The shaman priest would just pretend to be possessed by a god, and the results of their divination would all be nonsense. Only a single person remained on the platform. He had just personally killed his own mother, and his neck had been ripped open by his son. Blood flowed endlessly, and he died in the blink of an eye, completing the final tragedy of the ceremony of the 10 abominations. The great shaman priest suddenly stiffened up and collapsed on the platform before leaping up again. He gave off an indescribably terrifying aura and bellowed at the bone-eating shaman king, "Don't!" The voice was no longer the voice of the great witch priest. It was filled with hostility and malice. The bellow echoed through the city, and the bone-eating shaman king's expression changed drastically. The myriad poison ancestor was surprised too. It actually worked, and it was a direct warning. Although Fuji invited a god to possess the body, it only allowed the consciousness of the Wuxia to communicate with the god and receive a revelation. However, this revelation was often vague. Only a liar would directly pretend to be a god and speak. With the bone-eating shaman king and the myriad poison ancestors' cultivation at the third heavenly tribulation, they could obviously tell whether this was a scam or not. The bone-eating shaman king asked in a hurry, "Great God, why not?" However, the terrifying aura had already receded like a receding tide. The great witch priest's body swayed, and like a puppet whose strings had been cut, he fell onto the stage and turned into a pool of blood. Her brain core exploded loudly, and an invisible violent power swept out in all directions. The tower immediately collapsed, and even the bone-eating shamans nearby were sucked in, dying on the spot. Inviting a god to possess the body came with a price, which proved the veracity of the warning once again. "Myriad poison, just how many things are you still hiding from me? If you don't get it straight today, don't even think about leaving Bone-Eating City alive." The bone-eating shaman king turned around and looked at the myriad poison ancestor. His entire face began to twist and turn green, his eyes sunken deeply and his sharp teeth protruded. Great God, Cheongchi was willing to pay such a price to warn him, so clearly, the matter definitely was not as simple as it seemed. A roar rang out from behind, vaguely resembling that voice. A huge, vicious Cheongchi walked down from the totem. Its bloodshot eyes stared at the myriad poison ancestor maliciously, ready to lunge over and kill him at any time. The myriad poison ancestor secretly cursed his bad luck. If it were only the great witch priest who had received a revelation and issued a warning, he could still provoke the bone-eating shaman king with words, but a god had directly issued a warning now, and the great witch priest had even died on the spot. As long as the bone-eating shaman king's head was fine, he would never go to the savages with him again. Ignoring the threats from the bone-eating shaman king and the Cheongchi totem, he said emotionlessly, "This battle will be a little dangerous, or why would I drag you along with me? You're trying to drag me down with you." The bone-eating shaman king's black hair stood on end, piercing his robes like thorns and covering his entire body. He no longer seemed human anymore. Now that Cheongchi had pointed it out, he immediately sensed the life-threatening danger hidden within. Many of the aspects that he did not understand also became clear. It was no wonder that the myriad poison ancestor had yet to settle his grievance with such a great grievance. As long as he cast aside his pride and made a promise, finding 2 or 3 helpers would have been a piece of cake. Why did he have to wait so long before finding Bone-Eating City and asking for his help? He was clearly taking advantage of his inability to sense fate. The great cultivators all sensed something amiss. Speaking of which, that Li Qingshan managed to reach his current realm of cultivation in his 30s, falling out with the myriad poison ancestor here, yet he was still bold enough to hunt and slaughter bone-eating shamans on a large scale. Had he really lost his mind? Why had the myriad poison ancestor suddenly turned into a ghost cultivator? He probably suffered much more on Savage Mountain than the rumors suggested. It was impossible for that bald-ass Li Qingshan to possess this power. Just what kind of terrifying, colossal figure was behind him? It was fine if the bone-eating shaman king did not think about it, but as soon as he thought about it, he thought about the problem too deeply. He felt like the waters he was in were unfathomable. Then he thought about the several hundred bone-eating tribes whose locations he had accurately grasped, and he could not help but think of a possibility. That person from the Mist Province does possess this ability. Not only can he use plants as his eyes and ears, but his divination is also one of the few across the 9 provinces, able to confuse his senses. However, he would normally kill someone like that casually. Has he discovered my plan? Thinking up to there, the bone-eating shaman king could not help but gasp. If his plan were made public, there probably wouldn't be a lot of people, whether it be humans or demons, righteous or demonic. The Banyan Tree King who devoted himself to maintaining the balance of the Mist Province would have to kill him no matter how peaceful and magnanimous he was. It was even more impossible for the King of Southern Yu to allow his own backyard to catch fire. Don't tell me those 100,000 bone-eating shamans have only lured me out of Bone-Eating City so that they can strike at ease? If I really make it to Savage Mountain, there'll probably be a few demon kings standing guard there, and I'll be greeted with 7 or 8 innate abilities. I won't be able to block them no matter how powerful I am. There might even be honored guests sent by the King of Southern Yu's estate to specially cut off my path of retreat. Only death awaits me. I can't go. The more he thought about it, the more shocked and terrified he became. His fury towards the myriad poison ancestor grew deeper and heavier. Who knew what role he played in all of this? Myriad poison, you've gone too far. I'll eat you. The bone-eating shaman king was utterly enraged. The Cheongchi totem lunged over, and at the same time the protective formation of Bone-Eating City was activated too, shining brightly and dyeing the night sky blood red. Combined with the blessed land of spiritual chi, it became even more startling. He wanted to kill the myriad poison ancestor right there and then. Both of us were willing. What do you mean I'm going too far? The cultivation community is all about strength. If you're afraid of revenge, I won't force you to do it. You want to force me to stay here? You don't want this bone-eating city anymore, do you? The myriad poison ancestor's green robes ruffled as he said fearlessly. This was why great cultivators had to cram for the arts of divination once they underwent the third heavenly tribulation. In particular, demonic cultivators would be screwed over because they were not skilled in divination and could not outdo others in divination. In 2 words, they deserved it. The bone-eating shaman king held back his fury and stopped the Cheongchi totem. He knew the myriad poison ancestor was right. Even without a clash, just the shockwaves from the battle were enough to destroy Bone-Eating City. If he really was forced to the brink of death and blew up his soul nascence, the entire formation would be destroyed and the Cheongchi totem would be destroyed. He would probably be injured too. This was the price he had to pay for killing a great cultivator. If that really happened, he would be the only bone-eating shaman king left in the world, and he would no longer have anywhere to hide. It was very likely that the bone-eating shamans would be completely wiped out. As a result, he calmed down and ordered Cheongchi to return to the totem wall. He stopped the formation and said to the myriad poison ancestor, "You can piss off." The myriad poison ancestor said nothing more, immediately turning into a streak of green light and fleeing. He was extremely afraid of death too. If the bone-eating shaman king threw caution to the wind, he really could make him stay here. The bone-eating shaman king thought to himself, as long as I remain in this bone-eating city, no matter who attacks, they'll have to pay quite the price. If I'm really forced into a corner, I can even drag 1 or 2 down with me. Which third heavenly tribulation cultivator is so fearless of their lives? Right now, I'll just deal with the situation by remaining the same. I'll definitely get my revenge for this. Li Qingshan sat in the chi-taking formation of 9 breaths cast down by the crystal skull, gulping in the aura it contained as he practiced both the human and demon cultivation methods at the same time. He wandered through his soul, returning the malice to the tiger demon, while the malice was absorbed into the demon heart. Then he used the demon suppression statuary to suppress and convert it. The improvement to the demon suppression statuary was actually much greater than the tiger demon's improvement, which was quite a pleasant surprise. Just as he rejoiced, the great ceremony of the 10 abominations several tens of thousand kilometers away reached its climax. Suddenly, an extremely vicious thought directly descended upon his sea of consciousness, issuing a warning through the great shaman priest's mouth. It suddenly rang out, but it was filled with surprise. Are you good or evil? Chapter 853. Li Qingshan just happened to be cultivating happily. When he suddenly heard this question, he retorted almost instinctively. For a moment he was rather confused over where the voice came from. All he felt was a powerful consciousness that surpassed anything he had ever experienced settled down in his sea of consciousness, radiating with surging mental power. He used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression in a hurry to steady his mind. He found it to be rather familiar. These crystal skulls were the remnants of powerful bone-eating shamans. They possessed heavy malice and malice, serving as the core force that powered the Cheongchi totem. They had all been buried behind the totem wall for thousands of years, receiving the worship of the bone-eating shamans. They worshipped both their gods and their ancestors, so there had always been a profound connection between the two. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan gathered several hundred crystal skulls from the bone-eating tribe together in a single stroke, setting up a formation. Although he did not use any ceremony to communicate with Qiongqi, he still shone like a star in the darkness. If this were any other day, then so be it. With the two worlds separated and the azure field that formed its own domain, Qiongqi would not be able to see this star no matter how bright it shone. However, the bone-eating tribe just happened to be holding the ceremony of the 10 abominations, which drew Qiongqi's consciousness over from the other world, and the target of the divination was Savage Mountain. As a result, Qiongqi immediately cast his gaze over there before discovering something that left him extremely surprised. Just like how the Xieji divine beast could distinguish between right and wrong, Qiongqi also possessed the ability to distinguish between good and evil. His objective was to punish the good and promote the evil, to eat the good and give benefits to the evil. In Li Qingshan's consciousness, the demonic nature of the ox demon and tiger demon was so powerful that it left even Qiongqi surprised. The word poor in Qiongqi had always implied stubbornness, but the ox demon was even more stubborn, to the point where even the gods and Buddhas struggled to change its mind, while the tiger demon wanted to slaughter and destroy everything in a frenzy. This had already surpassed regular evil, abandoning all restraints of morality. It was a great unrepentant evil that went straight to the heart. Compared to it, the so-called ceremony of the 10 abominations was nothing more than child's play. From the most primitive tribes to the noblest royalty, cannibalism and killing each other was a common sight. The former was done for the sake of survival, which was even more reprehensible. The latter did it for the sake of power, and they were able to gain the recognition of many Confucians. They could even join a faction and help them kill each other. In the end, they would praise the winner as a wise divine lord. What was moral today could become immoral in 10 or 100 years. What was moral here would be immoral elsewhere. Using a grand ceremony to destroy this kind of falsehood was just using falsehood to negate falsehood, and using form to fight form. It could only be considered a small pleasure. The bone-eating shaman king was still complacent over this, but Qiongqi felt disdain inside. Now he could not help but sigh in admiration for Li Qingshan. Only this kind of evil had transcended the fickle morals of humans. It was the fundamental evil that all living beings possessed, possessing a fearless courage and a life force that could set a prairie ablaze, persevering in the pursuit of absolute freedom despite the various obstacles, erupting with a fury that could destroy everything. It filled Qiongqi with great joy and joy. He never thought he would actually come across an existence like this in this world. If that was all there was to it, Qiongqi was prepared to give Li Qingshan some benefits in the spirit of punishing good and promoting evil. He was even prepared to let him replace the bone-eating tribe as the spokesperson of this world. But soon afterwards, Qiongqi saw the other side that he loathed the most, the divinity of the spirit turtle and phoenix. The spirit turtle was skilled in avoiding disasters and pursuing the path of longevity, bestowing a hint of rationality to the ox demon's persistence. The tiger demon would not go completely berserk and do whatever he wanted. The phoenix was a divine bird that symbolized peace in the world. Its proud and noble heart had always been an invisible restraint. The two of them were also the fundamental source of good, originating from the hearts of all living beings. They advanced from the wilderness towards civilization. They seemed fragile, fickle, and almost illusory, but no matter how many times they were belittled or mocked, they were never worn away. They experienced the flames of tribulation and were reborn, becoming more and more glorious. However, these two extremes were even more difficult to merge than fire and water. How could he possess both? As a result, even Qiongqi, who was skilled in distinguishing between good and evil, could not help but ask, "Are you good or evil?" However, Li Qingshan's answer of, "None of your business," did not anger Qiongqi. Instead, it made sense. It would be abnormal if he did not have a temper like that. He snickered. "How bold of you. In the past, it didn't have anything to do with me, but now it does. Kid, you better abandon good and promote evil. This god has great riches and honor for you." Abandon good and promote evil? You're Qiongqi. Hey, your original body isn't even in this world, so how are you going to give me great riches and honor? Li Qingshan confirmed his guess. Although he had no idea why he had summoned Qiongqi, he did not panic. According to the way Qiongqi had invaded his sea of consciousness, he was not in this world at all. When he decided to use the bone-eating shamans to refine the Azura field, he had done some research just in case he ended up kicking a metal plate. In the ancient times, there had once been many divine and exotic beasts in the 9 provinces, but by now they had either ascended or died. As the ancestor god that the bone-eating tribe worshipped, Qiongqi had left this world a long time ago, and it was impossible for his original body to return. The restraints of the laws of the world could not be broken through so easily. With just a thought, the threat it posed was very limited. I said I can give it to you, so I can give it to you. With your cultivation, raising your cultivation by a major realm of cultivation is nothing difficult. All you need to do is let go of your good thoughts. Of course, I also know these distracting thoughts are deeply rooted in your mind, so they can't be let go of so easily. Let go of your mind. I'll help you. Qiongqi originally thought Li Qingshan would hesitate at the very least. Breaking through to the third heavenly tribulation and truly becoming a king was far too tempting. It was a boundary that many cultivators could never cross in their entire lives. However, Li Qingshan only sneered and turned him down rudely. Raising your cultivation by a major realm of cultivation? What great temptation. You better go back to where you came from. A very, very long time ago, someone had offered him a price far greater than that. Brother Ox had once said that he could directly grant him the power to sweep through this world. Back then, he did not even know what the heavenly tribulation was. Just what did sweeping through this world mean? It was definitely not as simple as undergoing the third heavenly tribulation. Brother Ox was very honest. If he said he could sweep through this world, he really would sweep through this world. He would not exaggerate at all. He could even directly slaughter his way to the Dragon Province and slaughter Si Qing. If anyone dared to say no, he would directly blast them to pieces. That was sweeping through. Compared to that, Qiongqi could only help him raise his cultivation by a major realm of cultivation, which was utterly pathetic. He even wanted him to twist his mind and give up on the spirit turtle and phoenix transformations that possessed endless potential. Only an idiot would agree to that. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Kid, that's not up to you. Chapter 854. The roars surged like the tide, stirring up the entire sea of consciousness. They were filled with endless sin and madness. Li Qingshan was unfazed. After being tempered in the nightmare of the Mirage Sea, his willpower had become even more determined. The spirit turtle suppressed the sea of consciousness, the tiger demon devoured the malice, and the demon heart converted the evil thoughts. The will condensed from over 1,000 crystal skulls was startling, but a will was still a will at the end of the day. It was not actual power. It could not self-destruct like a soul nascence. As long as his willpower was not destroyed, he could do anything. Sure enough, you're very stubborn. Let me show you something good. Qiongqi snickered strangely. Suddenly, countless images and sounds exploded in Li Qingshan's head, displaying the darkest, evilest, and craziest side of the world. It radiated with the deepest despair. Li Qingshan's expression changed. He appreciated the darkness with great interest. It really is something good. Regular people can't see these wonders, so why don't you show me a little more? These aren't illusions. They've all happened in reality, Qiongqi could not help but remind him. I believe you. Reality is far more horrifying than you can imagine, Li Qingshan said calmly. You're not disappointed? Qiongqi had used this move on many people in the past. In the end, they all felt disillusioned and abandoned the light for the dark. I didn't want to, so what's there to be disappointed about? True warriors are brave enough to face their miserable lives, brave enough to stare at the dripping blood. Li Qingshan let out a long laugh. At this moment, the clear light from the spirit turtle had completely suppressed Qiongqi. All he needed to do now was wait. Even a sliver of his will could not ignore the laws of the world and remain in this world for long periods of time. Qiongqi finally understood. Li Qingshan never really cared about good or evil, and he was very curious too. This temperament suited him very well. Everyone treated him as a god of extreme evil, but his fundamental demonic will was actually his curiosity to break through the restraints of a law. You really don't want to become stronger? Of course I do, but I don't need your help. You should go do what you need to do, sir. Li Qingshan said. You're forcing my hand. Qiongqi's voice was no longer as loud as it had been when it first arrived. Its consciousness was being rejected by this world. If it continued to persist, it would not be as simple as being rejected. Li Qingshan also felt this and said disapprovingly, so what if I force you? Are you going to eat me? However, before he could finish speaking, a sense of danger drowned him. Haha, a guy like you is hard to come by even in 1,000 years. How could I eat you? On the contrary, I'm going to give you a big gift and turn you into a demon. All of a sudden, Qiongqi's wisp of consciousness expanded rapidly. Ignoring the suppression of the natural laws, it passed through layers of barriers and rushed into Li Qingshan's spiritual sea. Although it was only a wisp of consciousness, the demonic nature contained in this wisp of consciousness was pure and profound. Not even 1,000 crystal skulls could compare to it. In an instant, the clear light from the spirit turtle was directly dispersed. The delicate balance between demonic nature and divine nature was completely destroyed. This bastard, what good does this do for you? Li Qingshan tried his best to control his consciousness and scolded. He did not think that Qiongqi would do such a thing that harmed others without benefiting himself. I hate this kind of thinking the most. Do you have to calculate the pros and cons of everything you do? So what if you live a long life? So what if you're safe and stable? Why not be carefree and do whatever you want? Even if you die, you won't have lived this life in vain. How about it? Let's see how you can still control yourself. Little friend, take care. I can feel that we will meet again. Although Qiongqi's voice was excited, there was already a hint of weakness. After saying this, he hurriedly withdrew his consciousness to avoid an even more serious backlash. Although it sounded long, the exchange of consciousness was actually only a moment. In the Azura field, Little N was standing guard for Li Qingshan. The 9 breaths aura-consuming formation suddenly operated at a speed 10 times or 100 times faster than before. The aura that was originally slowly exhaled surged towards Li Qingshan wildly, completing the task that would have taken half a month to complete in an instant. Little N waved his sleeves and put away the crystal skull that had become dim. He frowned and looked at Li Qingshan, worried that this would affect his temperament. He also felt that there was something unusual about this matter. He tried to call out a few times but he did not get a response. Not long after, Li Qingshan's body began to tremble all over. His body rapidly grew larger, revealing the appearance of a demon. In an instant he became as lofty as a mountain. His eyes were tightly shut and his expression was distorted, as if he was suppressing something. However, the evil aura emanating from his body became heavier and heavier. He suddenly opened his eyes and shot out 2 rays of scarlet light. Li Qingshan lowered his head and looked down at Little Anne. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, "Get out." Before he finished speaking there was a loud boom. An iron fist smashed into where Little Anne was standing. Soil and stone flew everywhere. The earth cracked and a huge crater was blasted open. Li Qingshan withdrew his fist. The crater was empty. With his last bit of willpower he moved Little Anne out. However, before he could even heave a sigh of relief, he immediately fell into complete madness. His figure became taller and more muscular. The phoenix wings on his back disappeared. His horns were like hooks, becoming sharper and sharper. His scarlet hair was like fire, becoming fiercer and fiercer. He took a step forward and the earth shook. He let out a furious roar and the wind howled. He spread his arms and his killing intent soared into the sky. The blood-colored whirlpool, which had already reached the critical point, began to spin again. An extremely muscular Azura commander descended from the sky. The weapon in his hand was no longer a mace. However, as Yin Qing had expected, it was a double-edged mountain axe. He was cursing his bad luck in his heart. Just as he was about to fight, he sensed an extremely familiar aura. Azura King? However, before he could see this Azura field, a shadow whizzed over and enveloped him. Li Qingshan grabbed the Azura commander and squeezed hard. Blood splattered, and even the indestructible Azura divine weapon was crushed into scrap metal. He tossed it into his mouth, chewed and swallowed. Yin Qing stood on the snowy mountain and watched the scene from afar. She was greatly astonished. Li Qingshan turned his head and a pair of scarlet eyes stared over. A great terror shook Yin Qing's mind. Her entire body stiffened and she could not move. Nightmare tiger eyes. Yin Qing was a veteran of many battles. She quickly recovered from the shock. The mountain-like Li Qingshan was already in front of her, and his mountain-like fist smashed over. Boom. A section of the snowy mountain was shaved off, and it shattered in the air into snowflakes. Yin Qing had escaped the Azura field at the last moment. Still in shock, she asked the solemn Little Anne beside her. He was almost killed. What happened to him? Little Anne did not speak. He focused on Li Qingshan, who was punching the snowy mountain in the Azura field. He suddenly took a deep breath and a vast dragon roar came from his lips. The dragon roar spread into the Azura field. Since it had the power to attack the soul, it could naturally calm the mind. Li Qingshan ignored it and roared fiercely, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Chapter 855. The Zen intent within the chant of Devanaga seemed to make Li Qingshan feel extremely displeased. He sucked in a deep breath and roared at the sky. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the world, but the vast dragon's roar was endless. Even when the tiger's roar drowned it out, it did not stop. This is Little Anne's voice. His sea of consciousness was in a frenzy, but a sliver of clarity remained in the depths of Li Qingshan's mind. The spirit turtle was no longer able to suppress the demonic nature of the ox demon and tiger demon, so it hid itself deeply, maintaining a tranquil heart. Another Azura commander descended and was smashed to pieces by a single punch. No matter how great its life force was, it could not recover. His demon chi was depleted very quickly, but the strength of the earth continued to support him, allowing him to stubbornly continue fighting against the invisible enemy, against the world and against himself. No, I can't continue like this. I have to maintain the balance in my mind, or I'll really lose myself. Earlier I actually wanted to attack even Little Anne. That's no ordinary kind of madness. However, the demonic nature rampaged like a prairie fire. It could not be contained at all. The evil thoughts grew endlessly, multiplying by 100 or even 1,000 times. Boom, boom, boom. Li Qingshan knelt on the ground and struck the ground madly. The Azura field within several hundred kilometers shook as if it could no longer contain his rampage. With his last sliver of clarity, the demon suppression statues appeared in his mind, and he forcefully used the demon suppression statuary. Demon suppression. Li Qingshan bellowed. With a swish, the chains of demon suppression swept through the air like dragons, wrapping around Li Qingshan's mountainous body tightly, almost pressing it into his black iron-like hide. Demon suppression. A colossal demon suppression tower descended from the sky. With a boom, it suppressed Li Qingshan beneath it. The ground shook violently and immediately fell silent. Where the demon suppression tower had landed had basically become a basin. The surrounding ground cracked. In the demon suppression tower, a sliver of clarity appeared in Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes. His huge, crisscrossed mouth let out an unyielding roar, but his body struggled uncontrollably. He wanted to do as he pleased. He wanted to do as he pleased. He wanted absolute freedom. Roar. With an angry roar, the dragon-like demon suppression chain was forcefully broken. Immediately after, the other demon suppression chains broke one by one. Simple and crude suppression is already useless. Rather than blocking, it's better to let it out. The devil heart has no regrets. With a thought, Li Qingshan's demonic heart emitted a resplendent light, guiding the surging demonic nature into it. The light became brighter and brighter, and the demon suppression statuary improved at an astonishing speed, allowing him to master all the demon suppression statues. With a crack, a tiny crack appeared on the demon heart. Fortunately, my first demon suppression statue cultivated the demon heart without remorse, and not the demon heart initial remorse, which conforms to my own demonic nature. If I had blindly suppressed it, the demon heart would have been shattered by now. Li Qingshan felt slightly fortunate, but he didn't dare relax in the slightest. He circulated the demon suppression statuary with all his might, but he was still unable to stop the cracks from rapidly spreading. With a ping sound, the demon heart shattered. It directly blasted a large hole in Li Qingshan's chest. The flesh and blood within had all been pulverized, leaving only bones that shone with a metallic luster. If not for this powerful demonic body, Li Qingshan would already be dead. He gritted his teeth. Again. In the hole in his chest, demonic chi gathered once more, howling as it spun and condensed into a demon heart once more. This demon heart was even purer than the original one, completely eliminating the traces of the original ocean pearl, turning into a true demon heart. However, the cracks began to spread once more. Boom. The demon heart shattered. Again. Shatter, solidify, shatter, solidify. After repeating this countless times, the hole in Li Qingshan's chest continued to expand. Even the metallic luster of his bones dimmed, and cracks began to appear. At the same time, Li Qingshan had also completely broken the demon suppression chains. He leapt up and punched the demon suppression statuary. The demon suppression statuary shook fiercely, barely supporting itself and not collapsing. As Li Qingshan continued to refine and condense his demon heart, the demon suppression statuary was also deduced to a higher realm by him. The might of the demon suppression statuary also became stronger. However, the second punch followed, the third punch, the fourth punch. All the way until the eighth punch, the demon suppression statuary collapsed with a loud bang. In front of absolute power, the so-called restraint was nothing but a joke. However, Li Qingshan was secretly anxious. Although the violent demonic nature was somewhat alleviated through the demon suppression statuary, If he continued to let the demon heart shatter like this, his tiger bones might not be able to hold on first. Even the indestructible tiger bones had their limits. Although they were still intact on the surface, the cracks had already spread to his spine. It was only under his great control that he did not shatter them. Once the tiger bones shattered, they would no longer be able to reform, and the only path left would be Phoenix Nirvana. However, even if he were reborn, the demonic nature existed in his mind. It would not vanish with his body. Instead, it would become even more deeply rooted. As a matter of fact, it would even completely fuse with his consciousness after he was reborn. At this moment, not only had the tiger bones reached their limits, but even the spirit turtle was unable to remain concealed anymore. It could only use its shell to fend off the invasion of the demonic nature. Once the spirit turtle failed, the outcome of the battle between the divine and the demonic in his mind would be completely determined. The demonic nature would possess absolute dominance. Li Qingshan would not die, and it was very likely for the tiger demon to break through to the fifth layer. However, the demon core that contained the powers of the spirit turtle and the phoenix would probably be abandoned, and the demon suppression statuary would be even less needed. He would probably condense a new demon core with the demon heart. Although it was very difficult to say whether his strength would increase or decrease, his future path of cultivation would probably be much easier than right now. Extremity was a form of power in itself. But this isn't the path I want to take. Extremity can bring me temporary benefits, but in the long run, it'll cut off my path to the 9 heavens. This is unacceptable. That bastard Qiongqi doesn't understand at all. However, Qiongqi's plan was about to succeed. Just like how a prolonged defense was bound to fail, an opening finally appeared in the spirit turtle's perfect defense. The demonic nature ate away at Li Qingshan's final sliver of clarity. At this moment, a beautiful cry rang through his sea of consciousness. Just when the spirit turtle was powerless, the phoenix flapped its fiery wings and took off. Li Qingshan had only reached the second layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, and he had not even comprehended a second innate ability. It was the weakest out of the 4 transformations of the demonic and divine that he currently cultivated, so Li Qingshan had never thought about using it. Right now he was only resisting instinctively. Unlike the spirit turtle's forbearance, the phoenix's noble and pure heart could not tolerate such humiliation. However, the phoenix was far too weak. Under the urging of the ox demon and tiger demon, it was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. However, the flames of the phoenix constantly purged the endless darkness, singing loudly. The phoenix's nerva remains undying. So I do have a little of the so-called noble and pure heart too. Li Qingshan seemed to understand something. He thought again, everyone in the world knows that beauty is beauty and that evil is evil. Everyone knows that kindness is goodness, and that evil is evil. Good and evil coexist, and beauty and ugliness go hand in hand. Today I'm in such a bad situation, but it's instead reflecting the beauty and kindness in my heart. How wondrous! Li Qingshan smiled. Suddenly, the phoenix wings that had vanished unfurled behind him once more. They were so beautiful and glorious. However, this comprehension was not enough to free him from his current dangerous situation. Although he had gained a deeper understanding of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, it was still only the second layer at the end of the day. The divine nature he possessed was nowhere near as great as the spirit turtle. So how could he contend against the ox demon and tiger demon who had Qiongqi's support? As soon as the flames of the phoenix in his sea of consciousness brightened slightly, they were immediately suppressed. They were about to be extinguished. The phoenix wings on his back fluttered and fell off as well. It was only a moment of glory. With a cracking sound, one of the ribs in the hollow of his chest broke. Like dominoes, it triggered a chain reaction. The sound of bones shattering rang out. Looks like I can only undergo rebirth again. The phoenix has become a little stronger after all. I hope the demonic nature doesn't corrode it too much when I lose consciousness and directly obliterate its divine nature. Then after rebirth I can slowly nurse it back to its original state. It's a pity that I've wasted this opportunity. The tiger demon transformation and the demon suppression statuary should have been even more powerful. With various regrets and worries, Li Qingshan fished out a small bottle from his Sumeru ring. Inside was the medicine that balanced water and fire refined by Ruxian. He glanced at it before tossing the bottle into his mouth. He used this time to balance water and fire, adding some insurance to his rebirth this time. The demon core had already used up all of its demon chi, so the reconciliation of the two powers went unexpectedly smoothly. As the medicinal effects spread, azure blue and scarlet red rapidly merged together. On one hand, it was because his comprehension of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva had increased. On the other hand, it was because the spirit turtle had used up all of its strength in the battle against the ox demon and tiger demon, which reduced its rejection of the phoenix's power. After all, they were still on the same side. In the moment he completed balancing water and fire, Li Qingshan finally comprehended the second innate ability of the phoenix transformation. By now the cracks had already spread to most of the tiger bones. Large swathes of his skin had cracked. Death was right before his eyes. As Li Qingshan listened to the vast dragon's roar, he felt a hint of warmth. He silently comprehended the new ability. It's not an offensive ability, and it doesn't seem like I can defend against it either. Looks like I can't use it directly, but it doesn't seem to have any additional effects either. What exactly is this ability? Cracks crawled across Li Qingshan's face, but it was unable to hide his strange expression. His thoughts suddenly came to an end, and his body shattered loudly. Qingshan. Outside the Azura field, Little An cried out. Although she knew he could be reborn, she could not help but feel her heart ache. She was already prepared to receive the phoenix's embryo when she suddenly widened her eyes. In the Azura field, Li Qingshan's scattered flesh, blood, and bones all turned into flames, gathering together and reforming his body. Li Qingshan widened his eyes as well, looking at his undamaged hands strangely. He felt like all of his wounds had already recovered. Chapter 856. Li Qingshan was shocked as well. Was this what it meant by, believe in Brother Ox and gain eternal life? Although it was not resurrecting on the spot with full health. After all, the depleted demon chi could not be replenished out of thin air, but wait a minute, demon chi should not be considered blood. His wounds had completely healed, so he should be at full health. Moreover, even his mental exhaustion had been swept away. Qiongqi's remaining demonic nature had been completely purged as well, so he was in an extremely good condition. This really is resurrecting on the spot with full health and full health. Qingshan, are you alright? Little An immediately entered the Azura field and asked in concern. Li Qingshan reverted to human form and scooped her into his arms. He laughed aloud. I feel great. It's all thanks to your chant of Devanaga. Without Qiongqi as a troublemaker, only the ox demon and tiger demon's demonic nature remained, so they were relatively easier to pacify. Meanwhile, the phoenix's divinity had become even more powerful, and the demon suppression statuary had advanced by leaps and bounds as well. This balance had instead become even firmer. Even if Qiongqi gave him the same great gift again, he would not be in such a sorry state anymore. Although he still had not broken through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon, he had already reached the peak of the 4th layer. Li Qingshan could sense that he only needed a true, evenly matched battle to announce his breakthrough. The ox demon transformation had strengthened slightly as a result, but the spirit turtle's divinity had been corroded by the demonic nature. This was not something that could be resolved with nirvanic rebirth. He needed time to recuperate and recover. Little An listened to Li Qingshan's description and nodded. It really is an extremely powerful innate ability. It's equivalent to having an extra life, but it also has many weaknesses. Don't risk your life against others just because you have this ability. Of course, if I were to face an opponent like the Dragon King of the Sea, it'd just be an extra kill for him. And after nirvanic rebirth, I'll need a relatively long time to recover. However, while it's not perfect, it can still be regarded as a divine ability. If I encounter an opponent who is on par with me or stronger than me, after he kills me with all his might, and I come back to life in the blink of an eye, imagine what kind of expression he will have. Li Qingshan naturally recognized the shortcomings of the divine ability itself, but he wouldn't belittle himself. The original Phoenix Nirvana could only be used to escape or cultivate, but now that it had real battle value, it could be used as a crucial trump card. Its value couldn't be compared to the past. Little An lay in his arms, her delicate arms wrapped around his neck. She looked at him from the side. Seeing that although he was happy he did not lose his calm, she finally relaxed and buried her head in his neck. As he embraced Little An's soft body and rubbed against each other's ears, Li Qingshan felt a hint of strangeness in his heart. He thought, looks like I'm still under the influence of the demonic nature. I need to deal with the problem of the spirit turtle as soon as possible. So he let go of Little An and said, let me show you this. Li Qingshan took a few steps back and gave off surging demon chi, condensing into a brand new set of black and red demonic armor. The demonic armor had changed drastically. It no longer wrapped around him tightly, becoming much simpler. It consisted of a helmet, pauldrons, breastplate, gauntlets, armors, battle boots, and so on. At first glance, it instead seemed much simpler, but whether it was the ox horns on the helmet or the tiger's head on the breastplate, they all gave off a primitive, simple beauty. The power they contained was even greater than before. Little Lin nodded. That's true. North Moon's image originated from Li Qingshan's imagination, so he could not help but be influenced by the customs of his past life. Although he was almost devilishly handsome, he could not help but seem a little feminine. Now he seemed a little more angular. Li Qingshan stroked his chin in thought. Not only did the rebirth bring about the fusion of the two powers of human and demon cultivation, but the boundary between human and demon gradually blurred too. Perhaps there would be a day when Li Qingshan and North Moon would cease to exist. Is there something wrong? Yin Qing asked in confusion. There's nothing wrong. Just now it's fine as long as I haven't hurt you. Li Qingshan smiled and reached out to pat Yin Qing's shoulder. He felt her body tense up, ready to hide in the void at any time. He couldn't help but re-examine her. Her tight clothes outlined her impressive figure, her lips were as red as blood, her breasts were protruding and proud, her waist was supple and strong, and her legs were slender and straight. Pursing his lips, he suddenly felt a strong temptation. Then I'll return to the Azura field first. If your majesty needs something, you can summon me again. Yin Qing seemed to sense something, smiled slightly and returned to the Azura field. Chapter 857. After Qiongqi's descent, Li Qingshan felt like his plan might fail, but he still held on to the thought that the bone-eating shaman king might be retarded. After the myriad poison ancestor returned alone, he could not help but give up on this retarded thought. The myriad poison ancestor drifted into the hall. Before Li Qingshan could even ask, he went up and bowed deeply. I failed in my mission, failing to trick the bone-eating shaman king over. Please punish me, my king. Li Qingshan asked about what had happened, and only then did he understand why Qiongqi had suddenly descended. He never thought the bone-eating shaman would just happen to run into some bullshit ceremony of the 10 abominations or something. Was this a blessing or a curse? You've done very well in this matter. It's also because the bone-eating shaman king's death hasn't arrived yet, so it's not your fault. Do you think the bone-eating shaman king will lose his patience and attack Savage Mountain in the future? Li Qingshan still held onto a sliver of hope. If he could fight the bone-eating shaman king, he would definitely be able to break through to the 5th layer of the tiger demon, and his strength would undergo a qualitative change. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine became more and more difficult the more he practiced it, but it also became more and more powerful. Right now he could clash with 3rd heavenly tribulation masters mainly because of the great destructive power of the 5th layer of the ox demon. He probably won't. The bone-eating barbarians worship the god of evil, Qiongqi. After receiving a warning like that, they definitely won't act recklessly again. And the bone-eating shaman king seems to be worried about something. He's rather unsettled. Alright, you can continue refining poison for Ruexian. Li Qingshan thought. Looking at the current situation, it was not a good time for him to declare war against the bone-eating shaman king. He would make plans after he recuperated for a while and recovered with the phoenix's nerva. If he doesn't come, we'll go find him in the future. Little Lin said. She had benefited quite a lot this time too. 100,000 bone-eating shamans and 1,000 crystal skulls were enough to support her cultivation for a very long time. Yeah, let's destroy these damn deviants first, and then we'll skin that Qiongqi alive. Li Qingshan yawned. Although he seemed like a brand new person after undergoing nerva, the exhaustion from battle could not be dispelled so easily. The battle between gods and demons in his mind was far more tiring than fighting against humans. Follow me. Little Lin suddenly grabbed his hand and walked towards the back of 8 Baron Hall. Where are we going? Li Qingshan followed her to the back of the hall and found a simple stone door. Behind the stone door was a tunnel that led deeper into the mountain. Li Qingshan had once probed around with his soul sense. There was a spiritual spring in the depths of Savage Mountain, but that was nothing out of the ordinary. A blessed land of cultivation as rare as this obviously had both mountains and rivers. Wherever the spirit vein was, the spring water would become a spirit spring. You'll know when we get there. Little Lin pulled him down the stairs and walked step by step towards the spirit spring. Fine, it's up to you. Li Qingshan rubbed her head affectionately. He suddenly remembered that she didn't want him to do this, but she didn't object this time. When he reached the end of the stairs, he saw another stone door. Spiritual light shone through the crack of the door. He opened the stone door and a gush of hot air filled his face. It contained pure spiritual qi and there was the sound of gurgling bubbles. Li Qingshan was surprised. As it turned out, the spiritual spring was actually a hot spring. He would not have noticed these details when he probed it with his soul sense. There were many volcanoes in the Mist Province, and there were many of them in the south in particular. There were also great mountain ranges like Firemelt Mountain. Savage Mountain was not a volcano, but the underground lava flowed very close to the surface, boiling up the spiritual spring. A simple pool was constructed from spiritual stones in the surroundings. The steam rose up to the ceiling of the cave before condensing into tiny droplets and falling down. Some fell into the pool while others landed on the rocks, but they evaporated into mist very soon. It seemed like it was drizzling the entire time, filled with mist. The pool water shimmered in the darkness. Even the mist was filled with light. It was beautiful. In the very beginning, the cave masters of Savage Mountain could come down separately to collect water for alchemy and artifact forging, but demonic cultivators were all selfish people who refused to suffer any losses. They would collect as much water as possible as soon as they arrived. Even if they could not use it right away, they would never let others take advantage of it. Very soon, many conflicts arose due to the uneven distribution. If it were not for the Blood Oath Scroll, a great battle would almost have broken out. In order to prevent the conflicts from intensifying and the spiritual spring from running out, they just sealed it up with the 8-point formation in the end. No one was allowed to touch it. If they wanted to use the spiritual spring, they could only use some tributary springs with thinner spiritual qi, which were much less valuable. They basically settled the conflict. After Li Qingshan became the king of savages, even fewer people were bold enough to ask him for this. After several centuries, the density of spiritual qi here became extremely startling. It was even denser than in the 8-point hall. Although it was not enough for daily cultivation, it was excellent for recuperation. Little and said, "You can rest here." "What a great place. It's always been right under my nose, but I actually didn't notice it." "You're really meticulous," Li Qingshan praised. He went up and parted the thick fog, jumping into the pool with a plop. The hot air contained spiritual qi, entering every pore of his body. He immediately let out a long sigh of comfort, lying on the edge of the pool and stretching his limbs. Suddenly, he heard the sound of clothes falling to the ground. His heart skipped a beat and he turned around. Little Anne walked out of the thick fog. She had already taken off the white lunar monk robe, leaving only her white undergarments. They were soon soaked through by the steam, almost transparent. Her long, black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, parting on her white shoulders. Only then did it barely serve as a cover. However, as she walked, her beautiful body was faintly discernible, enough to drive any man crazy. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh inside. She's no longer a child. If she wasn't Little Anne, he stopped thinking about it. Little Anne had already reached the edge of the pool. Her slender feet broke the surface of the pool, and she slid into the water like a fish, creating a shallow ripple. When she reached Li Qingshan's side, his heart seemed to slow down a beat. A warm and soft body approached him. Little Anne raised her head and stared at him. Her large eyes were no longer empty and emotionless, but clearly contained deep feelings that were not any weaker than anyone else. Her cheeks were also dyed with a layer of red, like a goddess from the legends, extremely beautiful and moving. "Qingshan, am I beautiful?" Little Anne asked. Her seaweed-like hair fluttered in the water, and her voice also seemed to ripple. "Extremely beautiful," Li Qingshan said seriously. She was so beautiful that he could not bear to profane her. What he did not want to profane even more was the feelings between them that surpassed the love between a man and a woman. "Really?" Little Anne's eyes rippled with joy from the bottom of her heart. Although she knew that Zhu Yan was only an illusion, she really wanted to receive his praise. "Really?" Li Qingshan smiled and nodded. "Then can you kiss me?" Little Anne asked with an almost innocent expression. "Not good." Li Qingshan bluntly refused. Her little face immediately collapsed and she could not help but laugh out loud. Her laughter echoed in the cave, stirring up the rolling fog. Hearing his laughter, Little Anne felt a little shy. It was not because they were seeing each other with sincerity, but because her meaningless actions had caused him to laugh at her for no reason. Li Qingshan lowered his head and pecked her lips gently like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. "Are you satisfied now?" Little Anne touched her lips, and finally revealed a satisfied smile. She threw herself into his arms. Chapter 858. Harboring a stray thought, Li Qingshan closed his eyes and slowly sank into the hot spring. Even the scorching hot spring water could not cover the warmth of the delicate body in his arms. A warm current surged in his heart, far surpassing that insignificant little desire. Sleeping with their necks intertwined, time seemed to freeze at this moment, and they were indeed looking forward to it. Until a sudden clap of thunder passed through the thick earth and rocks, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. This was no ordinary thunder, but someone was going through a tribulation. The thunder contained the power of heaven, and he reckoned that it was the second tribulation. Could it be Wuxia? Let's go out and take a look. With a splash, Li Qingshan carried little An and jumped out of the spring. With one hand he picked up the clothes on the ground and with the other, he lifted her long hair. Without the long hair and water covering her, her beautiful figure was fully revealed. Li Qingshan's breath paused for a moment, and he did not shy away from admiring her for a while before continuing to dress her. Little An stretched her arms and put her hands into her sleeves, enjoying his care. The moment Li Qingshan helped her put on her clothes and fastened her belt, he actually felt a hint of reluctance. It was like covering a pearl with a piece of cloth, covering up this alluring beauty. However, when he thought about it again, the pearl belonged to him, so he came to an understanding. And shoes. Little An lifted her slender feet and shook them, a smile on her face. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Li Qingshan squatted down and held one of her slender feet. They were so full that they could not bear to be held in one hand, and the light pink cardamom dot on her feet was unexpectedly beautiful. He could not help but play with it, and a bell-like laughter rang in his ears. He then helped her put on her shoes and socks. This should be fine, right? Li Qingshan was about to put on his clothes, but Little An stopped him and said with a smile, I'll let you enjoy yourself too. Instead, she turned around and began to serve him, but her actions were indescribably gentle and delicate, tidying up his clothes meticulously. Looking at her serious expression, Li Qingshan also felt at peace. While putting on his shoes, she secretly tickled the soles of his feet. Before he could laugh, she laughed first. When they returned to Ba Huang Palace, Little An did not follow Li Qingshan out to watch the heavenly tribulation. Instead, he stayed behind to cultivate. Li Qingshan had already sensed that the person undergoing the tribulation was not Wuxia. He went out to take a look, but it was the matriarch of a certain clan of night roamers. After so many years of arduous cultivation, she had finally made it to this step. Bolts of heavenly lightning shuttled through the void and bombarded a dark shadow. Although the process was rather thrilling, with the advantage of being a mutant and the many years of accumulation, he managed to survive the second heavenly tribulation without any mishaps. As a result, Li Qingshan gave her a dwelling on the main peak of Savage Mountain as well as some pills. With Yi Mingzhu as an example, the mistress was very respectful. After thanking Li Qingshan for his reward, she returned to her cave abode to recuperate. Looks like I'll still need some time. Li Qingshan glanced at Wuxian's dwelling. He did not disturb her. He gave some instructions to Yi Liusu before returning to the Ba Huang Palace. Several months later, the myriad poison ancestor arrived before the Ba Huang Palace and reported to Li Qingshan. Wuxian's plan to refine viruses had already reached a certain level, but she still needed to undergo the second heavenly tribulation and raise her plague ghost to another realm before she could actually carry it out. As a result, she entered secluded cultivation. She told me to pass this bottle of medicine to the king. The myriad poison ancestor offered up a small jade bottle. What's the medicine in here made of? Li Qingshan held the small jade bottle. It was all thanks to Wuxian's medicine that balanced water and fire that he could comprehend the second innate ability of the phoenix at a critical moment this time. Otherwise, he would have taken a very long time to be reborn, and he would not have been able to merge with the demon heart. There are many materials used in this medicine. They're not particularly precious, but in my opinion, the most important ingredient is her heart blood. Heart blood? Li Qingshan seemed surprised, but he also seemed to understand. The heart blood the myriad poison ancestor mentioned obviously did not mean she had spent her heart blood, nor was it simply the blood of her heart. The heart was the dwelling of the soul, the master of the blood, the master of the meridians. It was extremely important to cultivators. Heart blood was also known as essence blood. During critical moments in battle, they would often bite the tip of their tongue and spray a mouthful of essence blood onto an arcane treasure or arcane artifact, which would greatly increase their power and turn the tables. However, it would also take quite a lot of damage to their cultivation. Could even lead to death. If he had guessed correctly, her talent was even greater than regular other folks, and she practiced a supreme cultivation method like the heavenly tome of cloud furnace, yet she still could not undergo the tribulation until now. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh inside. Although I've provided her with a lot of assistance in her cultivation, I've also dragged down her cultivation before I knew it. She clearly harbors a deep grievance that she can't let go of, but she'd rather fall out with me than let me take the risk with her. Why must she do this? After getting the myriad poison ancestor to continue practicing the scripture of the poison assimilating ghost king, Li Qingshan returned to the hall. The samadhi flames of white bone that were as transparent as glass basically filled the entire hall. There were twisted faces of bone-eating shamans in there, but at a closer glance, there were only transparent, white flames. It seemed like it was all an illusion. Little and sat in the flames. Her flesh and blood had become transparent too, almost to the point of nothingness. A set of shiny white bones was clearly visible. Skeleton demons danced around him, clanging their teeth together like they were singing a terrifying ballad, but it was vaguely filled with zen. A dragon's cry swam through the flames. Clearly Little N had also integrated the chant of Devanaga into her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty. Li Qingshan stared at her for a very long time before shrugging helplessly in the end. He sat down and watched over her. They actually fused together in a wondrous manner, turning into a cloud of fire that gradually spread over and swallowed her body. The power of water and fire actually surged out from the cloud furnace in her body as well, and it was much purer than the water and fire from the jade melting cauldron. They fused together naturally, rapidly refining the virtue accumulation pill. Let alone regular cultivators, even if they could not do it like this. The violent effects of the pill immediately filled her limbs and bones. Even her body, which had turned into tough jade, almost exploded from the overload. There was no doubt that such a method of cultivation would require great pain. However, it was as if she had truly become an unconscious jade. Her expression did not change at all, and only her eyelashes trembled slightly. She was multitasking, controlling the jade melting cauldron to suppress the effects of the pill from the outside. At the same time, she used the heavenly tome of cloud furnace to refine her body while refining the virtue accumulation pill. At the same time, she had to balance the power of water and fire inside her body. She did not hesitate to push the speed of her cultivation to the extreme. If she was not careful, there would be the danger of the cauldron exploding. If that happened, it would not only be the jade melting cauldron that would explode, but the cloud furnace in her body would also explode. This was not because she was in a hurry to break through the second heavenly tribulation, but because she had to take a risk to cultivate the heavenly tome of cloud furnace. The history of the 9 states was vast. The heavenly tome of cloud furnace was not the only high-level cultivation method that had been passed down from beyond the heavens. The reason why it had not been passed down was that cultivators treated it like a treasure and refused to pass it on to others. It was also because the difficulty of cultivating it was not just ordinarily high, but also because the requirements for talent were not just ordinarily high. Even if one's talent was lucky enough to meet the requirements and overcome all difficulties, it was still extremely risky. It was unknown how many geniuses had died on this path. She did not know if Chu Tian had noticed something when she was saving him, but the heavenly tome of cloud furnace was extremely compatible with her. Her progress in cultivation was very fast. Of course, it was also thanks to the vast amount of resources that Li Qingshan had provided. Just the 10-year virtue accumulation pill that she had obtained from the 10,000 poison order was something that could only be encountered by chance. There was no time in the cave. The sun and moon shuttled back and forth and time flew by. She did not know how much time had passed. A thunderous sound came from the distant horizon. She opened her eyes. Chapter 859. Over 18,000 kilometers to the south of the coast of the South Sea was a large, spacious island. It was long and neat, shaped like a huge ship on the sea. It was called Giant Ship Island. 3 mountains stood parallel to each other on the island, with a large center and 2 smaller sides, like the sails of a huge ship. They were called Major Cloud Mast Mountain, Major Cloud Mast Mountain, and Minor Cloud Mast Mountain. There were thousands of palaces on the 3 mountains, possessing the unique architectural style of the South Sea. It was grand, hidden in the clouds like the residences of immortals. It was where the greatest cultivation sect of the South Sea, the Cloud Mass sect, resided. Two long white stone bridges that resembled rainbows pierced through the clouds, connecting the three mountains. If the sea breeze dispersed the clouds, it would be possible to overlook the thousands of households below from the bridge, the rows upon rows of houses, the long streets, and the surging people. It was filled with the atmosphere of the mortal world. People surged out of the city, gathering on an open beach to the south of the island. It was a dark mass, like ants whose nest had exploded. Who knew how many thousands of people had gathered there, raising their heads and gazing at the depths of the ocean? Groups of soldiers maintained order. There were also many cultivators hovering in the air. They did not disguise themselves at all, proudly basking in the reverence of the mortals below. It was the 8th month. Even though it was scorching in the south, the sea breeze still brought a hint of coolness. The sun gradually sank below the surface of the sea like a ring of red jade, dyeing the sky and the ocean red. The coolness grew. The sea breeze was calm. Gentle waves surged towards the shore one after another. The port was filled with ships of various sizes, ranging from longboats and huge ships to two-row dinghies. They all rose and fell with the waves. At this moment, there were even a few ships that drifted over from the sea, searching for a place to dock in a hurry. Clearly, the people gathered there were not just people from Three Sails City. They clamored with their own dialects. If they did not yell, they would not be able to hear anything, so it became even more noisy. Oh my God, why are there so many people this year? When is the Merfolk Sea Fair ever lacking people? But this is just too many. You're still too young. Sure, I'm telling you, the Merfolk are about to fight a great battle against the fire people in the north. They've definitely brought quite a lot of stuff this year. What did you say? I can't hear you. There was a hill behind the beach that was surrounded on all sides. Mortals were not allowed to approach. There was a majestic platform on it with 81 white sails fluttering in the wind. There were many seats arranged in the middle. An old man with hair as white as snow sat in the main seat. His disciples stood to his left and right. He was the master of the Cloud Sail sect, Ji Changfeng, who was waiting there with his disciples. Ji Changfeng gazed at the depths of the sea. Although he was sitting still, he gave people a feeling that he was about to fly away. Father, it's fine if the mermaid comes. Why do you need to welcome her personally? A handsome young man beside the old man said disapprovingly. Qingyu, the Merfolk king, might come this year. Ji Changfeng turned his head and was exceptionally gentle towards his talented youngest son. Merfolk king. Ji Qingyu was shocked. In the past Merfolk sea markets, it was usually the Merfolk elders who led the team. He did not expect that the Merfolk king would personally come this time. The Cloud Sail sect was one of the few large sects on the islands of the South Sea, watched over by the great cultivator known as the Wind Gale King, Ji Changfeng. They could be regarded as the leaders of the sects of the South Sea, but they were nowhere close to the royal court of the Merfolk in terms of strength. Moreover, the Cloud Sail sect was located on the South Sea alone. It was not restricted by the Great Xia Empire, so it was not protected. Even if it was destroyed, no one would care. Maintaining good relations with the Merfolk was particularly important. However, he still felt like this was far too polite. It was beneath his status as the Wind Gale King. Then just wait on Cloud Sail Mountain, father. It won't be too late to come out and receive the Merfolk king once she comes. Fellow Yi from the Sword Pavilion has also sent a message saying that she will be coming with her disciples. Ji Changfeng's gaze was deep. If it was just the Merfolk king, they could be considered acquaintances. There was no need for him to be so polite. The master of the Sword Pavilion. Ji Qingyu became even more surprised. The South Sea Sword Pavilion was located on the South Sea, but its geographical location was relatively close to the 9 provinces, and they rarely interacted with the sects of the South Sea, so they were often recognized as a sect of the Mist Province. Sword cultivators did not care about material possessions, so the Merfolk Sea Fair was not that important. Out of all the past masters of the Sword Pavilion, this Pavilion Master Yi was the first to attend the Merfolk Sea Fair. Who knew what his intentions were? Ji Changfeng continued, there's also the myriad poison ancestor of the south, the head caretaker of the King of Yu's estate, and a White Hawk commander. Ji Qingyu had already become speechless from shock. The myriad poison cult was several tens of thousand kilometers away, but the myriad poison ancestor's reputation was still very resounding. The head caretaker of the King of Yu's estate did not have a cultivation at the third heavenly tribulation, but the significance of his appearance here was no less than that of a great cultivator. The Merfolk Sea Fair was a grand event of the cultivation community of the South Sea, but to people like that, there was not a lot that caught their attention. Their transactions and interactions were all within small circles of the same level. There was no need for them to show themselves. The merfolk seafarer this time seemed very different. Though what was the deal with the White Hawk commander? He was just a second Heavenly Tribulation Golden Core cultivator. There were quite a lot of people who had come to the merfolk seafarer this time. The cultivation community of the South Sea had never been fond of these lackeys of the Empire. No wonder Father is so solemn. None of these seniors can afford to slight them, but this White Hawk commander? The White Hawk commander is called Li Qingshan. He's a figure who's risen up recently in the south. He currently occupies Savage Mountain, and he's known as the King of Savages. The King of Savages? Ji Qingyu immediately wanted to laugh. Even a White Hawk commander was bold enough to call himself a king. However, only when he saw Ji Changfeng's stern expression did he stop laughing in a hurry. His name is Li Qingshan. You can't underestimate him. He comes from the Green Province in the north, and in just a few short years he swept through the various sects of the south, using the Blood Oath Scroll to forcefully gather a group of subordinates. The Myriad Poison cult has suffered greatly at his hands in the past. Basically all of their disciples are dead or injured, and even the Myriad Poison ancestor can't do anything to him. It's said that the king of Southern Yu's estate even wanted to make him an honored guest, but he turned it down, said Ji Changfeng. The king of Southern Yu's estate had also wanted to make him an honored guest in the past, but he turned it down because he did not want to become involved in the disputes of the cultivation community of the 9 provinces. However, he was unable to see through this Li Qingshan at all. Yet he's still bold enough to come. Isn't he afraid of the Myriad Poison ancestor? Ji Qingyu was filled with disbelief. This Li Qingshan really was something else. With his cultivation at the Second Heavenly Tribulation, he was actually bold enough to fall out with the Myriad Poison ancestor, and he even came to the merfolk seafarer fearlessly. Was he not afraid of death, or was he bold because of his skill? The first cave master of Savage Mountain, Yu Wufeng, was originally the first senior brother of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. He's currently trapped by the Blood Oath Scroll, serving Li Qingshan as a servant. Alright, that Li Qingshan is around the same age as you. He's not even 40 yet, and he underwent the Second Heavenly Tribulation before the age of 30. Ji Changfeng guessed that it was very likely that the Myriad Poison ancestor had come this time to deal with Li Qingshan, while the master of the Sword Pavilion probably had not come for the merfolk seafarer either, but to save his own disciple. Was that Li Qingshan the only reason why he was so fearless? He was underestimating great cultivators a little too much. Yi Duanhai was very stubborn. How could he be threatened so easily? By then, who knew who would be the one threatening who? However, who knew? He had heard that Yu Wufeng was already close to the Third Heavenly Tribulation, and he wielded the arcane treasure, the Fogbow Sword. The South Sea Sword Pavilion could not afford to not care about a successor like that. Ji Qingyu widened his eyes. He could be regarded as a slightly renowned genius in the cultivation community of the South Sea, but his cultivation was only at late foundation establishment. He planned on accumulating his cultivation for another decade or two before attempting the Second Heavenly Tribulation. In comparison, the master of the Fogbow Sword, Yu Wufeng, was a renowned genius, yet he had actually been restrained by Li Qingshan, serving him as a servant. Just what kind of power was that? He vaguely understood what Ji Changfeng was trying to say. The waters here ran too deep. It was not something he could take part in. As long as they were mentioned, even if he was the Wind Gale King's beloved son, he could not afford to offend them. Father, I understand. Ji Qingyu was rather reluctant to accept this, but the difference in cultivation was real. Ji Changfeng glanced around the platform again. Just now the conversation was not loud, but they did not purposefully hide it. With the sharp ears and eyes of cultivators, they could hear every single word clearly. They all became stern, lacking some of the arrogance of a master. Ji Changfeng nodded slightly, but he let out a long sigh inside. If only the Cloud Sail sect had a Li Qingshan. He could not tell who could inherit his legacy among the current disciples. At the end of the day, the 9 provinces were the foundation of this world. At the very least, it was the foundation of human cultivation. The South Sea was vast, and there were many cultivators on the scattered islands, but there were barely any who could reach his realm of cultivation. Instead, there were quite a few water demon kings in the depths of the sea. The situation was completely reversed from the 9 provinces. The forces of other folk and demons far surpassed the forces of humans. This was something that could not be avoided. Unlike the merfolk and water demons who were born with the sea as their home, Humans still had to stand on the ground at the end of the day. Without billions of people, how were there thousands of cultivators? The islands of the South Sea were vast, with many cities and even countries, but their populations were extremely limited. Often, after years of hard work, a single storm could kill millions. Cultivators could still endure a natural disaster like that, but if a demon king wanted to change up his diet, it would immediately lead to the destruction of the entire sect. Even if some demon commanders took action, there were not a lot of cultivators who could stop them. Of course, there were actually not a lot of cultivators who were so unlucky. Water demons were used to eating fish and prawns, so they might not be willing to switch to eating humans. The South Sea was far too vast, and the islands were scattered far too widely, so there were not as many conflicts. Regular cultivators could live in relatively peace. They could just casually occupy an island and cultivate. Being self-sufficient was not difficult, so there were a lot of hidden cultivators and independent cultivators. However, they faced another problem. The resources were far too limited and communication was far too lacking. As a result, the development of the cultivation community could not compare to the 9 provinces. The South Sea Sword Pavilion had always maintained a connection with the Mist Province, constantly fighting against the myriad poison cult. It seemed like a pointless loss, but the legacies of every single master of the Sword Pavilion had never been severed. As Ji Changfeng pondered, the last ray of light was about to disperse. Suddenly, he thought of something and stood up, casting his gaze into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 861. The wind suddenly began to surge and the sea surged with it. The fierce wind swept the waves towards the shore, and the ships in the port rocked and struggled in the great waves. The larger ships barely managed to maintain their balance, while a few smaller ships directly capsized, leading to cries from the crowd, "Oh my ship!" But very soon no one paid any more attention to the ships. The wind blew even more violently, making it difficult for people to stand still. The crowd fell backwards like a wave of wheat. The waves on the sea became even larger, each one taller than the last, pushing over in an overwhelming manner. It was almost like a tsunami. Many unlucky people who approached the shore were directly sucked into the huge waves, dying a violent death. Clouds of blood permeated the surroundings as tiger sharks swam through the waves. The huge waves surged over and the people on the beach all fled backwards. They pushed and shoved, trampling over one another. Cries and screams rose and fell, mixed with the sobs of children. It was a mess. Father. Ji Qingyu frowned heavily, and the other disciples were displeased too. The deaths of a few mortals was nothing, but it was far too shameful for the Cloud Sail sect. In the past, mortals would die in every seafair, but there would never be such a great storm, nor would there be so much chaos. When the Merfolk King sets out, there will naturally be wind and waves accompanying her. Ji Changfeng raised his hand, gesturing for Ji Qingyu to calm down. He even smiled. He felt slightly irritated, but it was not for the merfolk, but for the mortals under his rule. The mortals of Three Sail City had truly lived in peace under the protection of the Cloud Sail sect for far too long. There were actually so many unrelated people who had come to watch the show this time. Did they really think they could do whatever they wanted just because they had the numbers advantage? So be it if they treated the merfolk, the hegemon of the South Sea, as outsiders, but there were actually people who were bold enough to discuss the taste of merfolk meat despite clearly knowing that the merfolk were about to arrive. They even spouted obscenities. They really did not know what was good for them. The Merfolk King had only lost her temper, which was already quite the restraint. In order to maintain the foundation of the Cloud Sail sect, he was also afraid that his disciples would become twisted, so he did not encourage them to treat mortals like lambs and ants. If they committed any crimes, they would even be punished according to the sect rules. Most of the disciples of the Cloud Sail sect came from the clan of Three Sail City, so their relationship was rather complicated. As time went on, the reverence mortals held towards cultivators was no longer as deep. As a matter of fact, they had quite a few complaints about the way the Cloud Sail sect was governed. It was time for them to learn a lesson today. The armored soldiers below began to take action, but their numbers were too small and no one listened to them at all. They directly used their weapons to maintain order, and those who disobeyed were directly smashed with their spears. But when tens of thousands of people were in chaos, how could it be so easy to calm them down? Some of the cultivators in the air above the shore wanted to help. After all, they were all humans. No one would be happy if they died so pointlessly in the aftermath of the merfolk's attack. However, when they glanced at the platform, they all dismissed that thought. Since even the host was not doing anything, outsiders like them might end up offending the Cloud Sail sect or even the merfolk if they casually interfered. It really was not worth it for the lives of some mortals. The huge waves were still coming, and soon a large empty space was cleared on the beach. At the same time, tens of thousands of spectators were still rushing over from Three Sails City. They had no idea what was happening on the beach, and the scene was becoming more and more chaotic. With a thought from Ji Changfeng, 3 auras surged over from the north. The thick demon chi took the lead, while the second aura vaguely shone with Buddhist light followed closely behind. The last aura seemed to surpass the first 2 in cultivation, but for some reason, it was willing to fall behind. The 3 of them were all second heavenly tribulation cultivators, but the auras they gave off were far beyond what regular golden core cultivators could contend with, and they all moved with startling speed. They arrived above Giant Ship Island in the blink of an eye. The Buddhist light and sword chi stopped, while the demon chi swept past the disciples of the Cloud Sail sect, the countless cultivators of the South Sea, and even Ji Changfeng, the sect master, without any fear. It descended from the sky and directly landed in the bay. A man in white stood between the sea and the sky. His clothes ruffled as his long hair danced in the wind behind him. At that moment, the surging ocean suddenly calmed down. The water was still. The man's large figure seemed to block the sea breeze as well. Before the mortals could even respond, he turned around and bellowed out impatiently, "Shut up!" His voice was like a clap of thunder, filled with great deterrence. It drowned out the cries of the several tens of thousand people. They all froze where they were, afraid to move. Who is he? Ji Qingyu could not help but ask the question on the minds of all the cultivators. The sea fair was about to begin, and the Wind Gale King and the Merfolk King were about to meet, yet he was actually bold enough to interfere. Was it just for a few mortals? Part of Ji Changfeng's guess was correct. Li Qingshan had indeed agreed to meet the master of the sword pavilion here, and it was obviously not just for a single Yu Wufeng. He had calculated when the Merfolk Sea Fair would begin and hurried to Giant Ship Island with Yu Wufeng and Little Anne. He heard the cries from several dozen kilometers away. When he rushed over to take a look, he saw the surging waves and several tens of thousands of people trampling about. He personally believed he was not some kind-hearted person, but there was no reason for him to not save lives if he could lift a finger. He had no time to worry about what these cultivators were thinking. It was probably the tune of mortals being ants again. He suppressed the situation with a single roar and gazed at the depths of the ocean again. The feeling. An enormous presence that was as deep as the ocean surfaced from the depths of the ocean. This was a presence that only kings had. Ruexian had guessed correctly. The Merfolk King had indeed come. At the same time, countless pairs of cold gazes passed through the inky blue seawater and gathered on Li Qingshan. The 6 senses of the merfolk were very sharp. In the quiet depths of the ocean, the noise of several tens of thousands of mortals was already very disturbing. No one liked to be watched as an outsider. If this was the sea fair of the past, Ji Changfeng's senses were far superior to the elders of the merfolk, and he could announce the arrival of the merfolk in advance. The elders in charge of communicating with the merfolk would then have the mortals restrain themselves and maintain silence. This year Ji Changfeng had personally come out to welcome them. He did not care much about these small details, and the disciples did not dare to give him pointers. This caused the Merfolk King to hear many things she should not have heard. Some of the topics even touched upon taboos, so she purposely did not restrain her waves. It was not really revenge but just to let the mortals know how powerful they were. Originally this was not a big deal. At most, a few mortals would die. Would humans pay attention to not trample over ants on the ground when they walked? These minor details would not affect the communication between the 2 kings in the slightest. However, there was someone who did not know what was good for him and came out to be a hero. He directly suppressed the waves and even stood in front of the harbor. This was very displeasing. "Your Majesty, let me teach this brat a lesson." In the depths of the ocean, the High Priestess said to the Merfolk King. Although her clothes were luxurious and made of the highest grade merfolk silk, it looked as soft as water. In reality there were dozens of layers. However, her face was already very old. Even the scales on her tail had become very dim. In particular, only the whites of her eyes remained, making her look rather terrifying. The Merfolk King supported her face and half reclined on the ice crystal throne that looked like a couch. In the darkness, her close-fitting robe outlined her perfect figure, and her long hair draped over the ground. Her eyes were tightly shut, as if she was completely unaware of what was happening. Her pale chin nodded slightly. The high priestess bowed and retreated. She held up a crystal ball that clearly reflected the scene in the bay. She wiped her hand on the crystal ball lightly, and a thick fog filled the air. Seeing that the crowd had already calmed down and were no longer trampling over each other, Li Qingshan wanted to return to the island. He did not plan to directly challenge the merfolk king here. Suddenly, a white fog rose from the ocean and spread out hazily. Before Li Qingshan could react, he had already been enveloped in it. Many palaces could be vaguely seen in the fog. They had red walls and golden tiles. The eaves and corners were arched and they looked very realistic. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that he was standing on the streets of a busy city. The fog had already dissipated, and the peddlers were loudly selling their goods. A group of frolicking children ran past him. When he looked at himself again, he had already turned into a peddler carrying a pole and was selling his goods along the street. He carried the pole and smiled. He simply stood there without moving. Among the 5 elements, the water spirit was the most unpredictable. There were many illusions among the water spells that could confuse people's minds. As an innate water spirit, the merfolk were naturally very skilled in these illusions. The fog was somewhat similar to the Clam King of Mirage Sea's Clam Chi, but after his trip to the Mirage Sea, these illusions were like child's play when he looked at them. They could not shake his resolve at all. The illusions changed. Suddenly, it was an alluring paradise. Fairies danced in the sky, and immortals came to receive them. Li Qingshan only admired and pondered, but he was not moved. The illusions changed again. Suddenly it was a terrifying realm of ghosts. Evil spirits and yakshas lunged at him, but Li Qingshan did not dodge. He allowed the evil spirits to lunge at him, and then they turned into fog and dispersed. No matter how the illusions changed, they could not harm a single hair on Li Qingshan's body. He turned around and walked toward the shore. With every step, the illusions shattered layer by layer, and he walked out of the illusions in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a moving song suddenly reached his ears. It entered his ears like gossamer and wrapped around his heart, shaking his soul. This was not an auditory hallucination. The female merfolk song was naturally seductive. There were often fishermen who threw themselves into the sea after hearing it. They would drown alive with happy smiles on their faces. Li Qingshan seemed to be entranced as well. He stood where he was and listened. He felt that the sound was similar to the dolphin sounds of his previous life, but it was countless times more beautiful. The mortals on the beach became noisy again. Regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, they all charged toward the sea as if they had gone mad. At this moment, the vast and ethereal roar of a dragon descended from the sky. It drowned out the singing and woke everyone up. Looking down from the sky, an enormous shadow swiftly swam toward Li Qingshan under the smooth surface of the sea. An enormous bubble suddenly rose next to Li Qingshan. It grew larger and larger until it was several dozen meters tall, bursting through the silk-like surface of the sea. An enormous shadow lay silently on the surface of the sea, almost sealing off the entire bay. Chapter 862. Humans were not skilled at forging artifacts. Even if they did, they would only forge some water-type arcane artifacts. Storage items like 100 treasures pouches and sumeru rings were nowhere near as common as in the Green Province. As a result, mere people would drive whales to Giant Ship Island every time there was a merfolk sea fair. They would form caravans with all sorts of goods to trade with the cultivators of the South Sea. Many merfolk stood on the whales. There were both beautiful merfolk women and sturdy merfolk men. They looked at Li Qingshan with gazes that were either curious, cautious, cold, or hostile. Half of the whale's eye beside Li Qingshan was revealed. It was over 30 meters wide, like a lake that clearly reflected his figure. It was a demon commander and one close to the peak of the second heavenly tribulation at that. Although it was still far from being comparable to the Great Whale King, it was still extremely massive. Li Qingshan ignored all the gazes and raised his head to look at the merfolk queen on the whale. He met a pair of eyes. At first glance, the eyes were still light blue, so clear that the bottom could be seen. But gradually the light blue turned azure and then inky blue. His mind seemed to be pulled into the deep sea, sucked into a bottomless abyss. It was dark and cold, constantly sinking. His body also felt a tangible pressure like the water pressure of the deep sea. The surrounding mere people all had different expressions. Some smiled cruelly, some sighed in pity, and some remained cold. The merfolk high priest licked her sharp teeth, her face filled with bloodthirsty delight. She thought of the last human cultivator who had met the merfolk queen's eyes and exploded with a bang. All the cultivators on the beach saw this. Some could not help but examine the merfolk queen, but before they could admire her beauty, they could not help but be drawn in by her eyes, forgetting about their surroundings. Ji Qingyu was one of them. Before he could see the merfolk queen's appearance clearly, he felt a strong sense of suffocation. He was like a mortal who did not know how to swim, or even the terror of being on the brink of death. Just when he thought he was going to die, he suddenly woke up and discovered that he was still standing on the platform, panting heavily and drenched in cold sweat. All the cultivators who dared to look at the merfolk queen reacted the same way. They all fell from the sky, no longer daring to look at the merfolk queen. That's far too terrifying. She can kill all the cultivators present apart from father with just a pair of eyes. She clearly controlled me in the end, which was why I could break free, and that's just the aftermath. Just like the wind and waves just now, it's not directed at us at all. As it turns out, we're no different from mortals before her. Doesn't that mean the man who meets her eyes is dead for sure? However, to the merfolk, Li Qingshan, but to King Li Qingshan's spirit, Li Qingshan, spirit Li Qingshan, Li Qing Li Qingshan. Spirit turtles like to hide in the deep sea. A single slumber could last 1,000 years, avoiding all entanglements of karma and disasters. The spirit, and in with the spirit, and spirit, li, and spirit, the lily spirit, a spirit, he at the lily turtles, li, s, and li, c. As and a long and a and as and, li as, li. A sliver of surprise flashed through the merfolk queen's eyes. She blinked her eyes. It would have been fine if he had only been able to resist the gaze of her deep-sea pupils, but this man seemed to be enjoying it. Furthermore, the sense of tranquility that came from his pitch-black eyes seemed to have infected her, causing the little displeasure in her heart to disappear. What beautiful eyes! Li Qingshan praised from the bottom of his heart. He was tempted to stare at her a little longer. After getting rid of those eyes that were as deep as the sea, he looked at the merfolk queen again. She was half lying on the ice crystal throne, wearing an exquisite ice crystal crown on her head that tied up her long ice blue hair. Her slender neck was also wearing a gorgeous ice crystal necklace that hung down to her breasts. Her mermaid silk dress hung down to the bottom of the throne and was also decorated with many ice crystals. One of the long fishtail could be vaguely seen. Apart from that, she also possessed some characteristics of a foreign race, but the noble, icy-cold aura she gave off was enough to make people forget about all of this and become enchanted. However, while Li Qingshan was a lecher, he was also a battle maniac. He secretly assessed inside, her cultivation is higher than the myriad poison ancestors. She's mid-fire-devouring king at the very least. Her strength is probably on par with the fire-devouring King Zhu Yan, or perhaps even a little stronger. If I consider these godfolk, and their innate talents and abilities, I'm still not her opponent right now. How rude. Where are the guards? The great priest called out. A group of merfolk guards surrounded them on tiger sharks. The leading merman was particularly sturdy, also a second heavenly tribulation cultivator. In terms of cultivation alone, he was on par with Li Qingshan. He held an anchor covered in glyphs in his hand, eyeing Li Qingshan covetously as he considered where to smash it from. However, Li Qingshan did not even glance at him. He continued to stare at the merfolk queen, quietly waiting for her to speak. "Who are you?" the merfolk queen asked. Her voice was extremely cold, but it possessed natural charm. It was even more enchanting than the chorus of mermaids just now. Li Qingshan was not used to raising his head and talking to people, so he leapt onto the whale's back gently and arrived before the merfolk queen. He answered, "Li Qingshan." Apart from the merfolk queen and the great priest, there was also a group of merfolk elders on the whale's back. They were all at the second heavenly tribulation, giving off the tremendous aura of the ocean as they berated him loudly. Some told him to piss off, some told him to kneel, and some were basically about to capture him. Their auras were like the raging tides of the ocean, ready to erupt at any moment. Die. A bellow rang out from behind Li Qingshan, and a black figure lunged over. The captain of the merfolk guards was completely infuriated by Li Qingshan's disregard. He swung the anchor viciously at his head, possessing the terrifying power of the tides. It was a shocking sight. Li Qingshan, the merfolk queen repeated. She had heard of this name before. Although she was far away in the depths of the South Sea as a king, she naturally had sharp ears and eyes. At this moment when war was about to erupt, she had to gather all sorts of information. Although the 3 words "King of Savages" were still somewhat exaggerated, just based on the battle with the myriad poison cult, he was no longer an insignificant character. "What about you?" Li Qingshan asked in return. The expressions of the merfolk elders changed, but it was no longer because of his rudeness. He grabbed the anchor with his right hand without looking back. The eyes of the captain of the merfolk guards almost popped out of their sockets. He gritted his teeth and pressed all his strength on the anchor, but he could not move it at all. Is he really a human? Although Gong Kuen's cultivation is not extremely strong, he is born with great strength. The tidal anchor weighs 5,000 kilograms. If it smashes down like this, I'm afraid no one can withstand it other than Her Majesty. Meh. The merfolk queen was silent for a moment, as if she had not expected him to ask this. Her name was known throughout the entire South Sea. He had clearly asked this only for the sake of equality. She glanced at the anchor in his hand again. Chapter 863. However, she had wrongly accused Li Qingshan. He really did not know her name. Although he had heard Ru Xian introduce the situation in the South Sea, for some reason, Ru Xian did not say what the mermaid queen's name was. Li Qingshan did not care. After all, when it came to a person, it was just a symbol. It did not matter what their name was. During this short conversation, the captain of the merfolk guard, Gong Kuen, felt like he had been humiliated before the queen, which made him even more furious. He abandoned the anchor, and the muscles on his arms bulged, immediately becoming covered in scales that flickered with a metallic luster. He suddenly turned into a blurry blur, hurling a barrage of punches at Li Qingshan's defenseless back. Every single punch possessed the power to split mountains. Li Qingshan did not seem to feel it. He did not even look at it, much less dodge. The black and red demon chi automatically protected him, turning into vortexes that easily dispelled the force of the punches. The fists could not even touch his clothes. This was a battle technique from ocean wielding. Although he had completely refined the ocean pearl, his use of this battle technique had become even more exquisite. Idiot, do you think that my overlapping waves technique is only this? I'll show you how powerful it is now. The force was like a torrential wave, continuously stacking and surging. The demon chi vortex was gradually unable to withstand it. Die. Gong Kuen suddenly roared. His right arm thickened again and he punched at Li Qingshan's back. Are you done playing? Li Qingshan finally turned around. He raised his left palm to block Gong Kuen's fist. Looking at Gong Kuen's twisted and shocked face, he had the urge to swing the tidal anchor in his right hand. He only needed a light smash to kill this mermaid. Even the mermaid queen would not be able to save him. However, he gave up after thinking about it. He was not here to start a feud with the mermaids of the South Sea. Gong Kuen stepped down. Gong Yuan's eyes flashed. Feeling the sudden change in Li Qingshan's aura, she could not help but sit up straight. She was shocked by his audacity. He actually dared to have murderous intent in front of her. He was either arrogant or fearless. The elders all looked at one another. Sure enough, Li Qingshan's title as the King of Savages was not just for show. Gong Kuen attacked with all his might, but he could not even test out his true strength. It was as if he was a naughty child messing around with an adult. If he angered the adult, he would be slapped and the naughty child would be half dead. Other than the queen, no one was his match. Furthermore, he was so young. Meant that as long as he did not die, he would definitely become a great cultivator in the future. The 9 states had many talents. Gong Kuen retreated before he received the order. He was stunned for a moment before bowing. Yes. He was still in a state of shock. Just now, when their eyes met, a murderous aura surged towards him, as if he was facing a terrifying deep-sea giant beast. Now that he had come back to his senses, it was just an ordinary man with a smile on his face. According to the standards of the merfolk, he could not be considered handsome, but he had a heroic spirit that could not be ignored. Humph, as the captain of the guards, I am not afraid of death. Stupid Kuen, who allowed you to come up here? Get out of here. Gong Kuen was about to stand guard beside the ice crystal throne when a voice rang in his mind. His expression became more and more strange. It was because the person who spoke was not someone else but the giant whale below. It was impatient of being stepped on by him, so it sent a telepathic message to chase him away. This blue whale demon general was the exclusive mount of the mermaid queen. It had grown up in the South Sea and was said to be the descendant of the great whale king. It was already more than 7,000 years old and had witnessed the countless changes of the South Sea mermaids. It was at the peak of the second heavenly tribulation. Once it passed the third heavenly tribulation, it would become the divine beast protector of the mermaids. Its position in the tribe was extremely high, and it was called Elder Blue. This Elder Blue had a bad temper. Normally, it would not allow anyone to get on its back. Today, the queen was traveling and had to discuss matters with the elders along the way, so it reluctantly gave them a ride. Now that Li Qingshan had stood on its back for so long, it did not react at all. Instead, it was chasing him away. Gong Yuan as deep as the ocean. What a good name. Li Qingshan casually threw the anchor back to Gong Kuan. Gong Kuan looked at Li Qingshan with dissatisfaction. Li Qingshan had already turned his head to talk to the mermaid queen. He could only get off the back of the whale helplessly and look at the lake-like eyes of the whale with a face full of complaints. Sigh, you still refuse to admit it when I say you're stupid. Why don't you take a look at your anchor? This kid might only be at the second heavenly tribulation, but his strength is unfathomable. Even I'm probably not his opponent, so what do you have to be displeased about? He's the White Hawk commander of the Hawk Wolf Guard, and his master is the monk king of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. As long as a guy like him doesn't directly oppose us, it's fine even if he's slightly rude. Don't tell me you want to create an enemy for us for no reason? Elder Long communicated with him. To put it bluntly, politeness and impoliteness depended on strength. If mortals spoke carelessly, they should be killed and taught a lesson. However, even if Li Qingshan climbed onto the whale's back and asked for the mermaid queen's name, it would still make perfect sense. Gong Kuan looked down and saw that there was a handprint on the anchor. He was shocked. He had picked up this anchor from a sunken giant ship. He did not know how many times he had refined it to this size. It was incomparably sturdy, but he had actually left a mark on it. He looked at the back of the whale again. Under the stars, the man's figure suddenly grew taller. The name Li Qingshan is a little mediocre, said Gong Yuan coldly. Gong Yuan said coldly. Although she had managed to recognize Li Qingshan's strength, it did not mean they could treat each other as equals. Then you can call me Erlang. I'm the second in the family, said Li Qingshan with a smile. There was clearly a hint of mockery in his words. The merfolk elders were all enraged, but the merfolk queen still had a cold look on her face. Little Li the second, why are you blocking my way and obstructing the sea market? Little Li the second? Li Qingshan rubbed his nose. He never thought the mermaid queen's mouth would really resemble Ru Xian's a little. At a closer glance, although her bearing was cold and filled with the dignity of a king, her facial features really did resemble Ru Xian's slightly. Was she somehow related to Ru Xian? All he saw was Gong Yuan's expression becoming colder and colder. Hey, how can a mere waiter block your majesty's path? I've come to lead the way for you. Li Qingshan turned around and raised his hand. Please look. That's where the sea fair will be held. It's called Giant Ship Island and there are 3 mountains on it. They're called Major Cloud Mast Mountain, Center Cloud Mast Mountain, and Giant Cloud Mast Mountain. Li Qingshan introduced Giant Cloud Mast Mountain and the sea fair fluently. He had heard it all from Ru Xian at the last minute, so there were many mistakes and omissions. The expressions of all the merfolk became extremely strange. Who knew how many times they had already held the sea fair, yet they still needed an outsider to introduce it. If you want to introduce it, you should at least ask around a little more. What's with Giant Cloud Mast Mountain? With a snigger, a mermaid laughed. The great priest glared at her, and she covered her mouth in a hurry, but she was unable to hide the smile in her eyes. This human sure is bold. He's actually bold enough to spout nonsense before the queen. He might not be handsome, but he's rather interesting. And even that vicious bastard, Gong Kuan, isn't his opponent. Look over there. That's the sect master of Cloud Mast Mountain, fellow Ji Changfeng. He's known as the Wind Gale King and he wields the Philian flag. Li Qingshan smiled at the laughing mermaid before pointing at the platform on the beach. The corner of Ji Changfeng's eye twitched. Not only did Li Qingshan not say anything bad about him, but he even praised him very highly instead, saying things like, the Wind Gale King shakes the South Sea with his might, and even the King of Southern Yu has to show him some respect. However, he felt indescribably irritated. He was tempted to wave the Philian flag and blow him back to the Green Province. This Li Qingshan? Ji Qingyu was speechless, but he could not help but feel admiration for him. Before countless cultivators and merfolk of the South Sea, he was able to speak and smile at ease between 2 kings, without losing out at all. This was the king of savages. Shut up. We don't need you to introduce us. Get down. The mermaid high priest rebuked furiously. Li Qingshan glanced at her. When I'm speaking with Her Majesty, it's best if you don't interrupt us. You. Ji Changfeng felt like he could not keep watching like this. He coughed lightly and clasped his hands. Fellow Gong, long time no see. And my friends, you've come from afar, so I've failed to welcome you. Please enter the port. And this, little friend, thank you for your introduction. That's enough. Don't make everyone wait too long. After a moment of hesitation, he still ended up referring to Li Qingshan as a little friend. This form of address contained a sense of treating him as an equal, but it was also not a fellow on equal footing. You're far too polite, old friend. I've basically said everything. Since you don't need me, I'll be taking my leave first. Li Qingshan clasped his hands at Ji Changfeng. Although he was slightly surprised, he had already achieved his objective. This sort of acknowledgement seemed like an empty title, but it was actually extremely important. It was directly related to a series of plans. I must say, as a king of a race, Your Majesty's breadth of mind far surpasses that bastard Zhu Yan's. Hold on. You've met Zhu Yan? Li Qingshan said. He was about to leave when Gong Yuan, who had been cold the entire time, finally changed. I've met him once, but it wasn't a pleasant experience. Li Qingshan shrugged. Gong Yuan seemed to be in thought. She glanced at Li Qingshan deeply. Little Li II, you stay here and enter the port with us. It's an honor. But if you can change the way you refer to me, I'll enter the port. Gong Yuan ordered, and the blue whale swam towards the port. Li Qingshan shook his head. He turned around and arrived on the blue whale's head, standing against the wind. Interacting with this merfolk queen was much smoother than interacting with the fire-devouring king. While other folk were favored by the heavens, they were also influenced by their natural elemental attributes, especially the 7 great other folk races. The Yin attribute night roamers were sinister and mysterious, while the fire attribute fire devourers were violent and easily angered, while the water attribute merfolk were a little more gentle and tolerant. Of course, this was only in comparison. The merfolk queen was ice-cold and deep, like the ocean abyss. She was definitely not someone easy to deal with. The main reason why she was willing to tolerate his rudeness was because of his strength and background. The battle against the myriad poison cult played a decisive role too. Chapter 864. The first time Aigua met Zhu Yan was after this battle. Zhu Yan probably wouldn't be so irritable. If he had transcended the 3rd heavenly tribulation, Zhu Yan would definitely listen to his conditions in exchange for the divine Wudong wood. Even if he was angry, he wouldn't directly fall out with him. If he reached the Banyan Tree King's realm, Zhu Yan would have to consider whether to make the deal. Even if he rejected, he would be quite polite and show the other side of the fire-devouring folk. In the end, the tongue of the weak couldn't compare to the nonsense of the strong. The group of cultivators led by Ji Changfeng saw Li Qingshan riding the whale over in the wind. He was at the highest point of the merfolk, as if he was the main character of the sea market this time. Kid, it's fine if you're standing on my back, but how dare you stand on my head? Don't you know how to respect your elders? Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. He understood that the one who spoke was the blue whale under his feet. He could not help but laugh. Respecting elders is a human's idea. If we're talking about age, demons should be the leaders of all living beings. Why are you being ordered around by a mutant and not learning from the great whale king to roam the deep sea? If you have a sharp tongue. When the sea market opens, I'll compete with you and see who's stronger. Elder Blue said indignantly. Sure. Li Qingshan knew that this was most likely Gong Yuan's instructions. She wanted to test his true strength. Just the title alone could not suppress her. However, he had expressed some hostility towards the fire-devouring folk, so it was not convenient for her to personally take action. Letting this blue whale demon commander take action was only a competition, not an enemy. Then come and try. You're so young, yet you dare to talk about the Great Whale King. Do you know what the Great Whale King looks like? Although Elder Blue instinctively felt that Li Qingshan was not easy to deal with, his heart still jumped when he heard him agree so painfully. I was lucky enough to hear a whale song. Ah, you're really lucky. You're also very lucky. Of course I've heard the whale song. That's not what I'm talking about. Then what is it? You met me. What kind of blessing is that? In the future, you can tell people that you once carried me on your back and chatted with me. People will definitely praise you for your good fortune. Stinking brat, you dare to make fun of me? Do you believe that I won't throw you down right now? Who's making fun of you? I'm serious. Serious? Elder Blue was stunned for a moment. He sounded serious, as if he was telling a fact that was inevitable, just like the sun rising from the east and setting in the west. Bah! I was almost fooled by you. Just you wait. Li Qingshan laughed, and his laughter echoed throughout the bay. Because he was communicating with Elder Blue, no one knew what he was laughing about. They all looked at him in surprise, not knowing what he was laughing about. When the whales arrived near the shore, the sky had already completely darkened. The starry sky above the sea was especially brilliant. The large clouds were like islands in the sea of stars, blotting out the moon from time to time and casting darkness. There was not a single spark on the beach or even in the entire Three Sails city. Merfolk were naturally averse to fire, so lighting a fire before them was a form of disrespect. In the beginning, only those who participated in the sea fair were allowed to do so. Afterwards, it became a tradition on Giant Ship Island that the entire island was forbidden from using fire during the sea fair. However, the bay was resplendent. A large school of fish swam about in the dark blue, transparent water. They shone with a faint green light, while thousands of jellyfish shone with a faint blue light as they bobbed up and down in the water. There were also strange fish with tentacles on their heads that seemed like lanterns, as well as shrimps that flickered and swam about like fireflies. They seemed to scatter a handful of stars in the water, illuminating the sea magnificently. What was even more dazzling was the backs of the whales. Deep-sea pearls were stored in baskets made from coral and seaweed. They shone with a pure, white and gentle light. The pearls were multicolored, competing with one another for beauty. The most eye-catching thing was a coral mountain the size of a fake mountain. Its colors constantly changed in a dazzling manner. The huge whales seemed to be carrying the treasures of the entire world, competing with the bright moon and stars in the sky. Clouds and mist rose up from the surface of the sea. The merfolk rode on the clouds, moving the dazzling array of marine goods from the backs of the whales onto the soft clouds, drifting to the beach with the sea breeze. Although merfolk could conjure legs, most of them were not used to the feeling of having a split tail. The disciples of the Cloud Sail sect came over to receive them. They were in charge of registering the goods and classifying them before sending them to the Sky Sea Pavilion on Little Cloud Sail Mountain for people to choose from. However, the most eye-catching things were the beautiful merfolk women. Every single one of them was a beauty created by the heavens, but they were all beautiful in their own way. They did not follow the etiquette of the human world, laughing and joking freely, but they did not seem unrestrained at all. They seemed pure and innocent. Under the encirclement of the clouds and the illumination of the treasures, the bay seemed to become a paradise. Let alone the mortals, even the cultivators were unable to shift their gazes away. Li Qingshan was used to this, so he was amazed too. In ancient times, other folk referred to themselves as godfolk. They were not exactly boasting. In the eyes of mortals, they really did seem like godfolk. In particular, races like the night roamers, fire devourers, and merfolk possessed innate strength and lifespan that far surpassed mortals. Even their appearances were utterly perfect, making people completely overlook the characteristics of other races. As a matter of fact, they even possessed a special charm. Even if human beauties could compare to them in terms of appearance, they would not be able to match up to them in terms of bearing. In terms of value, these merfolk women were indeed the most precious goods present. If a merfolk woman was sold to the Dragon Province, she would be worth even more than the goods on the backs of whales. Their tears could be turned into precious merfolk pearls, their eyes could be made into priceless condensed jade pearls, their scales were precious medicinal ingredients, and even their tails were a supreme delicacy. It was a dish that could not be missed in the imperial court's banquets. For the sake of tasting the most delicious merfolk meat, some of the most fastidious diners would imprison the merfolk women in special rain trays before using extremely sharp ice blades to slice off extremely thin pieces of meat, eating them immediately without adding any seasoning. The coldness from the ice blades would freeze the wounds, preventing them from bleeding. The merfolk women had to remain conscious. Not only did they have to endure the pain of death by 1,000 cuts, but they also had to endure tremendous mental pain, making them cry out in despair. The sound of their tears falling onto the jade trays was the most beautiful music in the world. Then they admired the merfolk's beautiful figure and appearance, allowing the diners to enjoy multiple senses of sight, hearing, and taste. This dish was called Flowing Pearls of the Bright Moon. Back then, Li Qingshan could not help but sigh when he heard that, if you don't have a heart of stone, how are you supposed to eat it? let alone enjoy it. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.